We'll now go ahead and call this meeting to order, our summer workshop. And we're going to adopt the agenda by general consent. And Dr. Saltzman, you want to provide an overview of today's and tomorrow's agenda, or both?
Well, this is our retreat. I'm looking forward to it. I was quite impressed how the board operated last year during the most insane times of public education. And working with the board has been a pleasure. And this is your retreat. And my retreat with you to help facilitate and be part of it and to continue doing the great work that we're doing. And have some discussions on some topics. Continue working as a great team that we are doing and how we do it. And then just some updates, like I said, we had a wonderful session with our principals and APs. And our theme for the year is not only just a strategic plan, but really getting that message about kids. You know, so many times we get into the discussion about the adults and as a staff, being principals and APs, we talk about how do we get this message to the kids all the time. And we're going to continue doing that. And I will tell you, we had a lot of hard work last week, a lot of fun. So we had a good balance. When we talk about balance, we laughed and we did some activities, and then we did a deep dive. I'll just give you an overview for what we did. So Monday and Tuesday we had Gorman on leadership, and we had then we had equity with Bill Baylor Cruz, and very proud of the work that we're doing with equity because we've had a lot of other district councils that come join us on Wednesday, but we couldn't get everybody in there, so that's a good thing. He did a super job. And then Thursday, we had Mike Collins on parental involvement, because the parental involvement piece has to start at the schoolhouse. You know, it can't come from the central office. Right? We can talk about parental involvement in the central office, but if the schoolhouse doesn't have that, then it's a disconnect. And then trying to do the same message district-wide. So, and then having balances out in the district. Right? There's an open house for elementary, and we don't have the middle schools the same as elementary. There's little tricks like that. And then how we message for it, how do we engage them? So we talked about developing that calendar so it's not overstepping. That was really good. And then on Friday, our whole session was on social emotional learning. And what we're going to do the first week of school, and it will be all social emotional learning all year, but the first week of school will be no pencil and paper. Because we were talking about this with our leaders. So the kids are anxious to come back, right? Kids they have not been back in a long time in a regular setting. It still won't be a regular setting. But think about the parents who haven't been back into the building, right? There's been a large group of parents that haven't been back into the setting. So there's a lot of angst with our community. So with our social workers in the regions, as you know, we're Region 1 and Region 2 now, and then with the counselors, and then doing activities. It was really good. And then we kicked off the Olympics with the superheroes. So at the end, everybody gave a reflection on how the week was, and it was well received. So glad about that. What I'm looking forward to today. Pete Gorman will be facilitating. I look at his background. I'm just glad to be back here with you, live, having breakfast, seeing everybody. And getting the work done and continue working together. It's a solid board, it's a great board, and it's going to be a great year with some nuance. What the board is. We don't know what the cases are going to look like in the school center. We don't know where we're headed. We work well with our governor, we work well with our local officials. So we're going to be excited about the work, but we're also probably going to have some speed bumps along the way, but we're well prepared. Our virtual academy that we started, and you started as a board meeting, and it came from a good idea to me. We're over 240 students as of last night. So, it's bigger than we thought, and could get larger, it could get smaller, depending on how things going. And we have no principal vacancies. at this time? No, no, so that's good. Well, some districts do, and we have no AP vacancy. So schools ready to go. You know, pretty much our teacher vacancies are filled as maybe one or two, working a lot of hours. And so we're going to start the year with everybody's going to have a teacher in the classroom. That's the most important thing they want. So I'm excited about the year, and I'm excited about today. Also, just want to get you live with you. So it's a privilege I want. Thank you. Breakfast, and we're going to start right now sharp. That's correct. Dr. Gorman?
Ian, did you just throw it to me? I want to make sure. It's a little tough to hear you sometimes.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm asking. I did throw it to you, Dr. Gorman. We're having our breakfast now, and that was a synopsis of the beginning of today. We thank you for zooming in with us. It's a new wave of people meeting the best they can during these times. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Saltzman and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. And I believe I've met almost all of you before. I know at least one board member had to miss the retreat last year due to some health-related reasons, and glad to have you all there today to meet with the group. So I'm Peter Gorman. I am a retired school superintendent. I use that phrase loosely. I'm no longer working in a school district as superintendent, but I'm working with several dozen school districts across the nation. And my last superintendency was in Charlotte, North Carolina, a larger district, and was also for 6 years. And I was also a superintendent in Southern California for 6 years as well, a district very much like Everett in the size and makeup and that. And I'm thrilled to be here with you today. Well, we were actually together, though, 364 days ago. So it was a year ago tomorrow that I had the pleasure of facilitating the school board retreat. And my, what a year it's been. So much has happened in that 1 year's time, and most of it unimaginable 2 years ago. And if we just take a quick walk through. So last school year, you started with kids not in person. We then had COVID vaccination that happened. Students start returning to school. Simultaneous to all that happening, you completed a strategic plan. And, you know, not everyone got on board completely. There's not one school of thought around masking and vaccinations. We are seeing that go on right now in various communities. And I know there are members of your community and your staff as well that have some differing opinions on that. We now see the COVID variants are, COVID and the variants are proliferating. The original COVID and also some of the variants, and new variants are coming forward, unfortunately, at a rather rapid pace. If you follow how hurricanes go, they give them names. Well, for COVID, for diseases, they do the variants with the Greek alphabet. And I was on a call with the CDC late last week, and we were discussing the Lambda variant. And in college, I had to learn the Greek alphabet. And I thought, wait a minute, we're mostly dealing with the Delta variant and kids being out of school from Delta to Lambda. You know, alpha, beta, gamma, delta. We got epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda. So there's been another of other variants between now and then. So we know that's going on. And now we have had the governor of Washington do a mandatory call for vaccinations for school staff. And as we're dealing with that, let's talk about what's happened or what is happening in places other than Everett. Don't know if you saw the newspaper story, but Hillsborough County Schools, which is Tampa, has now been in session this is their third week in session, and they have 5,500 students who are in quarantine process right now. Not 55, 5,500. So we do know that there are some challenges that still face us. We are far from through what we have been dealing with the variant. I am pleased to say that your staff is planning for what may happen and the different potentialities of what we're dealing with. And it is one that I think will need to be in flux all school year. And with that, we are seeing very clear evidence that the places that are addressing the challenges most effectively have an effective governance team where the school board and the superintendent are working in tandem to address these issues. And let's talk a little more about that and what that looks like. One of the pieces with that is how school boards and superintendents function effectively as a governance team. And I'd like to begin today with giving an opportunity for you all to talk about how are you doing as a governance team? The board, the superintendent, how are you meshing? What's working well? Where could you be more effective? And offer you an opportunity to have that discussion. But all too often, I find when we have discussions about what's going on, we slip into what's not working well. Why don't we start off by talking about what is working well for you as a board and superintendent functioning as a governance team, so that we can make sure all hear these things, in particular that your superintendent hears them, so he can trickle that down to staff and you can continue to exercise and do those things. So we're going to look at a series of areas where you as a district can take some time this morning to reflect on how you are doing as a governance team. So with that, I'd like to stop share and ask you all, how are you doing as a governance team? What's going well? What do we want to make sure that is reinforced so you continue to do those things and you feel confident and comfortable in how you're doing as a governance team, and that the superintendent and others can make sure that you repeat those activities and you continue to function in that manner? Board members, superintendent, what is going well right now as a governance team?
Right.
If someone's talking, I'm afraid I cannot hear them.
One of the things I think is going well is, I believe communication is going well. In fact, that we know the things that are going on with the staff. The superintendent is keeping us informed. Although, it's been the summer, so with the emails we've received as to what happened during the Summer Institute, those types of communication tools are being used. I think that's fantastic.
I think even, outside of summer last school year, since we last saw you, starting out can you hear me okay?
Can
Can
you
you-
hear us now?
I only heard a bit of the most recent comment. Can you say that just a tad louder?
Do we have a microphone that we could use?
That is it.
Now, whoever just spoke, I heard loud and clear, the gentleman's voice.
It's a deep voice.
Yeah, it was me. Let me adjust the, yes, that's low, mic's all the way up. Pete, can you hear me now?
I hear you perfect.
Yeah, see, there's,
Can you hear?
Let me,
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Fantastic. Maybe if we could key off of everybody's voice and then,
I hear perfect now. Something just happened that completely changed the volume.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, beautifully.
I think that as board governance, through the school year, even when schools weren't open, we adjusted really quickly to Zoom meetings. So we still kept the business of the district going, even though we weren't physically at schools, nor were our students. We were kept very well apprised of what infection rates were for those people that were in buildings, mitigation plans, where CARES money was coming from. There was a lot of communication that came to us. And as you pointed out, we were still able to move forward with a strategic plan. We still move forward with a new math adoption. We still move forward with opening up a Spanish immersion school. So a lot of the business of the district, and I think that reflects the workings of our teams. And I talked like I was in a lecture hall, so hopefully I'll talk that loud again.
No, that was great. That was great. So communication is going well, the Zoom transition, things about case reporting, mitigation, CARES money, the business of the district continued, strategic plan, the math adoption, fantastic. What else has been going well for you in particular with the superintendent as a governance team?
I think being informed, the communication flow has worked well. The flow of information, he's kept up with the Friday reports, he's kept up with just informing us by email of, as I mentioned, the Summer Institute of what's been working there in preparation for getting back to school. He's reported as to what the governor might say or the superintendent of public instruction might put out. You know, he's provided that informational flow to us so that we are made aware of the things that are taking place in preparation for school to take, you know, the start on time and what kind of conditions we might be in.
Very helpful. Other board members or Ian, is there anything that you would like to share that you think has worked well as a governance team?
Well, I have a really good board. I wouldn't say it if they here. I'd say if they weren't here. We do a lot of. We have one-on-ones. We have open communication, open transparency, and the staff understands that the board needs to know what's going on day by day. And I don't have to speak to them every day, but we have set times when we meet to have our one-on-ones, and it's beneficial. But also the staff understands that we're very transparent. We're very open with the work, and it's helped.
Is the superintendent's cadence for one-on-one communication with board members working well for you?
So, hi, Peter. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect, yes.
I'm April. We didn't get to meet last year. I was the one that was broken. So I was gonna say the one-on-ones have been great. It's great because they're proactive, and so Ian and his team reaches out to us to schedule them. We don't have to think about it. It happens. So that's been really good. I think I would echo my colleagues in saying that communication's been very good. I think within our governance team. So I think that's probably, I think those are definitely some good points.
And I would join on that too, in that it's not just, to me, improved communications, but a shift in the kind of communications that we get. So Ian has welcomed us to reach out to some of his team directly. You know, he always wants to be CC'd or informed of when we're doing so, but you know, often, as a director, you work so much with the superintendent that sometimes you only kind of get one perspective. And it's great to be able to talk to other members of his cabinet, and just the flow of, you know, what we're CC'd on is just, to me, much more helpful in rounding out my understanding of different topics and issues, to have those conversations with his team as well as Ian. And that did not exist prior to even Ian's arrival. It was a very, you know, superintendent-only conversation.
And with that, Ian, is everyone aware of the 60-minute rule, though, that you have for staff? Just curious.
Yes.
Yes,
well, been told.
they've been told, yes. I
Great.
did make a mistake once and made it a 60-second rule, and that didn't work well.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know what that means.
So after staff speaks to you
Uh-huh.
and to inform you, they come back to me to let me know, but also helps the cadence. So if we talk about critical race theory, or they're giving you the information, then Shelley will tell me, I'll say, oh my God, did you see this article? Did you share that article with Tracy or Carol, everyone and me? And it's just a good cadence all day instead of like a week later. Hey, I meant to give this to you, to give to Tracy, to give to Caroline, to give to, and then it slows down and it's old communication.
And I kind of want to mention something, I think to Caroline's point about the newness of it. The community really feels the communication, and because Ian's allowed us to communicate directly with the assistant soups and really with the subject matter experts in something, we're able to be more agile for the community, because at the end of the day, those are our bosses, right? So they're the ones who are our bosses. When they have issues, I think it would have been, I've never operated in a situation where you just have to just talk to the soup only, but it's nice that now we can talk to whoever has the knowledge, the information, and then get back to the community to kind of say, yep, this is what the deal is, this is what the rule is or process. If it was just Ian and only talking to him, I think the community would feel like we weren't being effective, because our hands would be tied. We'd only have one source of information.
Or I think also that we were hiding something.
Oh, yeah.
Versus, like, I had somebody reach out to me and you know, for my campaign, you said something about a math curriculum. Both my kids are in tutoring. How do I find out more about this math curriculum? Well, I was able to put them in touch with somebody, and they were very appreciative, because it wasn't, let me put you to the superintendent's office. It was, let me put you directly in touch with somebody that can help you.
Yeah.
And so we are a conduit to the community instead of just a overseer of the superintendent.
I will tell you that is not the norm, what Ian is doing. The vast majority of superintendents don't do that. They make everything funnel through them. And they do that because of something that you don't do. And that is because, unfortunately, quite often in districts, they run into situations where board members are contacting staff, and staff feels as though they have been directed in doing something. So what I want to point out is this is a mutual thing that you are doing. Ian is responding in that manner because you're taking that info and you're communicating it with folks. You're not, well, gee, Madam Principal or Mr. Principal, I'd really like it if you would. It's an example of when governance works well, there is this great communication because you don't ever worry about what's going to happen with that. So hats off to you all as well with that. So just to be clear, it is a multitude of folks doing really good work with that. But Ian and the team are responding well to that also. That's great feedback. Other pieces about governance that are going well, and then we're going to flip it for some tweaks you might want to make.
Well, one other thing I would mention, and I don't know if this is really governance, but something that I've noticed, you know, part of it is how much of the pandemic played a role in this, but there's definitely been, to me, our district and our governance was very formal prior to Ian's arrival, and in some ways, kind of touching on what we just talked about, a little bit rigid. And it wasn't responsive because of that. So for example, responding to someone in the community, it might be 2 or 3 days by the time you finally have the superintendent go to the subject matter expert, type up the perfect, appropriate email response, send it to you, you get back to the constituent, then all of a sudden they have another question. So you go back to the superintendent, and I like the more, I guess for lack of a better word, relaxed nature of the communication. And I think that our whole district feels it. I think it's trickled down a little bit into our schools, certainly, with our principals and their leadership style. And it's been an adjustment. It's been a tough thing because it's a very different management style than what our district held prior to the last 2 years. But I think it creates an environment that is much more transparent, or feels much more transparent, even though, prior it wasn't that it was intentional not to provide the information or the answers. It just didn't feel as flexible.
Got it. Are there any areas where you would like to see some tweaks, or are there some things where the governance team could just function a wee bit better, a little bit better? Anything that's just on your mind with that?
I have a question about, because this is the only board I've sat on, and with your experience with other boards and Ian's experience, but that balance when we're sitting on the dais at a board meeting of what's presented to us and then our points of inquiry, like about other subject matter. What is the right balance there of bringing up a subject that is maybe not maybe aligned with the subject matter that's being presented, or maybe off topic, but somehow, just, I don't know if you like, we're presenting on a strategic plan, but maybe a question comes up about busing, because it's hot in my brain about busing, but the topic is strategic plan and how we're going to incorporate all students. Like, when is it appropriate on that dais to bring up not like that off topic? Because sometimes then the other board members are kind of unaware if I bring up busing, and because it's not on the agenda. Just because sometimes it has caused, I bring up something, it might cause a little bit of angst because somebody wasn't expecting it and they feel like they have to respond.
Yes, so a couple of pieces to it. Number one is you're certainly governed by your state laws for talking about agendized items, and you have to be careful if it's going to lead to action, which I have not heard you say, I'd bring up something that we would act on in that meeting. No, it's not that. And with that, quite frequently, that gets addressed during board member comment at an end of a board meeting. We were talking today about this, and it really triggered some thoughts about X. I think it's another item where that falls into play. Could be something in the one-on-one with the superintendent. But most frequently, that would be under board member comment that you would bring that. You might say during that, this has really triggered some thoughts about transportation that I'm going to pose during board member comment, maybe for future discussion, something like that. But where it gets difficult, and I heard you alluding to that, is when other board members are caught off guard and feel that you've introduced some avenue of discussion and they've not had time to think or plan to come fully prepared for that. So that's one that typically then the discussion occurs more at a later time, which is why board member comment or other things tee up that we can talk about it in the future, or Ian can use a Friday memo to give more information about it. But that's what I've seen most effectively happen, because what ends up happening is if different board members bring up a variety of topics and other board members aren't prepared, you do get a little whiplash governance that, whoa, we're here and then we're there and we're here and we're there. So teeing it up for future discussion is most often the effective way I've seen that. Did I respond to what you were thinking, or did I take that in a completely, I hope I didn't take it down a rabbit hole.
Completely clarified something, because when I started on the board, we used to do board comments at the end of the meeting. So it's a reflection of what my activities had been since the previous meeting, as well as my reflections on the current meeting. So just to your point, an aha came up, we're talking about math, what are we doing about HC math? Because it wasn't addressed. But I could do that during board comments to know that that's an unanswered question that doesn't need a response from people. we've adjusted several years ago to make all of our board comments at the beginning of the meeting of the activities we've been up to, what we're looking forward to. But there isn't that debrief time. So that, I think several of us do find that it has to be during that agenda time because we adjourn. And there isn't that time to just, I had an aha moment.
I think at that particular time, we had, at the end of the meeting, we had board evaluation. And what it was is, how did you feel the meeting went? Was there any items in which you felt we could have done better or should have been presented differently or whatever? Or do you have any comments about what was brought up during the meeting? And we had board comments at 2 different times of the meeting, just because we had public comments at 2 different times at one
We
time.
only had board
We've never had
comments
board comments.
twice, 2 times.
Yes, we did. We had it twice. And then we had board evaluation at the end. This was some time ago.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking.
This
yeah.
was some time ago.
Okay.
And so we did at one point have board evaluations, because we would sit and we would evaluate the meeting that we had with a scorecard and give grades, and then allow for the board members to comment about the
That sounds
meeting.
awful.
Hmm?
That sounds awful.
Well, we used to, when we first
Yeah.
started on the board, we
Yeah.
had those sheets we had to fill out, and I
Yeah.
thought they were a complete waste of
Yeah,
time,
they're
I'll be
completely waste of
honest.
time.
And there was a reason for why that
Yeah,
was.
but I just.
We
I'm
won't
just-
go into that.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, though, back to that time even when we did the scorecards, it wasn't just for me to publicly score the meeting. It really was my reflection on the meeting. And if an aha moment came up,
Mhm.
and we don't have that opportunity.
Well,
currently.
we can certainly
So
also
question.
talk about, when we get to the layout of our regular meetings, if we want to move board
Modify things.
comments
Yeah.
or, and my question to Dr. Salzman, when we're going through all this, are you eating or Dr. Salzman?
Whatever you want. I'm being every day.
When we were going through this is, and it's later, so I'm going to table it for now,
Yeah.
but something to think about is, what do we want our board comments to be?
Yeah,
Because we can ramble on about everything we've done, and sometimes that's important, for our community to know that we're out there and we're touching base, or that we had a reflection or a learning or things like that, I think are really important, but, making them as effective as possible and more, I think maybe personally more planned out, we come with, a list of what we want to talk about and keep it concise, or maybe it's more of a reflection of the meeting that we just had, like you're talking about, or maybe it's both.
but again, to the concise, and it's not me rambling on about vaccine clinics, but I can say one thing about exciting, the kids already come back to school, because I think that's important to share. But I think that it is I think there is an opportunity for us when we get there to maybe have agenda items, and then those aha moments are tabled to that later, if that's what we want to do.
And I think it can be a both and. I don't think it has to be an either or, because I think, and I understand, I love a concise agenda. I love getting out early, but I think the public only sees us so infrequently that I think they like our rambling on. It makes us seem human. It makes us seem organic. Like, we just went to a soccer game, or I had no idea, so I like the idea of maybe having board comments at the beginning of what we've been doing, because we are all in different parts of the community.
So more like board updates.
Yeah, just the way we do it now, it's great, because we're all, and some of us, sometimes we're like, okay, I've got one thing, and sometimes somebody has 10 things, but it shows the community kind of what we're doing. And then at the end, because I love the idea, Tracy decided the same thing. It's like, I don't want to bring this up but I have this thing that's pressing. And again, back to community, that's how the community reacts and relates, right? Like, they don't want a stagnant board that only does this on the agenda, because they're dealing with very fluid situations with their kids, with their schools, with their health, with their academic stuff, and if all we're doing is following a script, they're going to say, you're not representing us. So I love the idea of having it at the end. And I guess for me, the tweak would be back to that community piece. Is we had talked kind of in the before times about getting more out into community, like the physicality of our district, because it's so big and long and skinny and diverse, socially, economically. And we don't, our board doesn't have districts, right? So we don't, in some boards, you represent a district, right? So you're in your district, and so Caroline, says, this is what's going on. Since we don't have that, maybe we could get into some kind of way, even if it's via Zoom, but having us as board members accessible, not just on a, SRO thing or on a community, but actually like, hey, talk to your board members. Like, come on, Cascade, come on, Central, let's, we'll have 2 or 3 board members available or whatever. Because I just feel like community doesn't know how to interact with us. And I'm still surprised at like how little, interaction. We get a lot of emails, but we don't get as many as I have on my other boards. Like, so I'm always like, don't people know we're here? Don't they want to talk to us? Don't they want to? And I talked to some people and they said, oh, I guess it was kind of frowned upon in the before times, like kind of before Ian, like nobody kind of wanted to make a fuss. And so now I'm like, make a fuss. What's going on? What's good? What's bad? And giving them some way to talk to us would help us be better leaders.
So getting back to Tracy's point, tweets, I think we need to do, as a board, a better job of kind of censoring ourselves, not in the sense of what we say, but kind of knowing what's appropriate to that particular discussion and making notes to ourselves about what to bring up later. And then I would also say that certain times we need like the board president to step in and say, hey, listen, we're getting off topic here. Let's get back to the topic. Let's put that aside. We can follow up on that later or next agenda or whatever it is. But we need a little bit more kind of structure and within our meetings and how we as a board kind of present ourselves. So that to me is kind of my main takeaway from what you're talking about. Because I'm guilty of it. This is everybody else.
Yeah, no.
And we need to
Yeah.
we need to do a better job of just saying, oh, write it down, and then I'm going to talk to Caroline or Ian or somebody and say, hey, the next meeting, like, can somebody give me an answer on this?
And that's why we have staff at the meetings. Always know that, right? So if you can't answer it, so just so you know, we debrief after our board meetings. Okay, we have executive cabinet on Monday, and then we debrief after our board meetings to say, hey, Andrew brought up social workers, HR. Do we not hire these social workers yet? So that's why we have staff. I don't know if you can hear me. But I'm gonna talk a little loud. If I'm too loud, let me know. But that's why, so you know, we have staff there, so we can get the immediate answers in that Friday correspondence, or at least when I can call you and say, hey, we filled those social workers, or we have a bus situation. So that's why you have staff there. Not just to have them there as part of their job. They're there to. So I'm on the diocese, I'm concentrating on you all, and their job's to inform me when I come back to the briefing, did we miss something? So that helps the cadence.
What about providing, how do the staff feel about if we ask a question which they haven't been able to research the answer? And I don't want to catch them off guard, but to perhaps bring it up during, and we've asked this before, just put it in a Friday report. Put the information that we've asked, because you may not have had time to research it, but you can put it in a Friday report or provide me an email of that information or whatever.
So that is a great, Dana, I don't know if you can hear me, but so that's a great point.
So I can tell you a couple pieces with that. One is a couple things to think about. One is if it's related to an agenda item, always best to give the superintendent some heads up. I'm going to be asking about, so then Ian says, Peter or Shelley or whoever, be prepped to talk about this so we can answer it. Because you do run into moments where the public responds, gee, I really wanted to hear about so-and-so, but they weren't prepared to answer that. So one piece is give Ian a little, advance notice. He'll then have them prepped to talk about that so they can share out. That's one piece. A second piece is as a superintendent, I constantly used a Friday update. Board member Berg asked, board member, so ask this, that, the other. Here's a response to it and in greater length. And, think this is large enough in volume or importance that during superintendent comment at the next meeting, I'm going to address that. I found I was always using a Friday update And it was that constant cycle of communication between informal conversation with staff and the superintendent, board asking questions, board meetings, Friday update, that there was this constant flow of information and just not forgetting when we got to make sure we got to get it to the public. So I think you're right on track with that. Now, this probably doesn't happen with this board, but I just want to mention one quick thing I've noticed. It has been my experience that board member comments tends to grow typically in most communities in the, say, 12 weeks before the first Tuesday in November. Typically, board comments grow in number. Now, I'm not saying that happens there, but as you head into election season, board comment grows. It's just part of the process. I encourage you to think through that too, how you make sure that you handle that with a deft touch too.
A question just to clarify Friday report. We had an instance, sort of a partial decision made. I forget even what the situation was at a board meeting. Friday report came out at the next meeting. It was the decision's been made, and it wasn't anything needed a vote. And it was, I felt that, I know I brought it up, if the community heard the discussion, we needed a decision and the decision's made, but it was in a Friday report. Since the community doesn't read the Friday report without asking to see it, as far as I know, I felt like we still needed to publicly, because especially we're on Zoom and we're being videotaped, recorded, put in that middle publicly for the community of how we went from A to C, because B was in the Friday report.
Great question, because it looks like you somehow leaped a chasm there. Somehow you went from here to there. So 3 things to think about. Number 1 is, remember that the Friday report is a public document unless you have a confidential addendum, which can be a frequently well-used tool. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is, I would often report out at a next board meeting as superintendent activities since the last board meeting related to discussion at the last board meeting would be a tool, Ian, I would encourage you to use if you can add depth, breadth, or context.
Very good. That's very good, because I don't think we've used that as a tool in general. And I think reporting out in a public atmosphere, the questions or whatever that you put in the Friday report that related to that meeting is a good tool. I think the public would look at that as very positively.
Yeah, and let me tell you one to use though in between. I have sometimes posted a press release if it is if it has bigger gravity. I put out a notice, a press release, something like that, if it's got more heft. So
so one thing that I'd be curious your opinion on, we publish the Tuesday meetings on Friday. So it gives the directors 4 days, or, hopefully by Monday, the opportunity to look over the information, like go through a presentation, just the slides quickly, and make sure that all the topics that, you want to see on a particular item are in that presentation. And then it gives, before the meeting, that opportunity to then get with the superintendent or say, hey, I was really interested in learning about this also. Or, to me, it's missing this piece of information I think the community is going to find really important. And so I'm kind of curious on your thoughts about how important that is and, what other districts do. And then a separate question is, are Friday reports made public to your knowledge? Because ours is not made public, it's a public document, but it's a request. It's a public records request in order to see that information.
that's common that it's a public records request. I can tell you that I did not make it public. However, I sent it to all leadership in the district. I wanted principals to know what we're doing. So I just sent them. And I am well aware that a good number of them delete and never read the darn thing, but I at least offered the thing out there to folks. And then, I'm sorry?
Increases transparency, at least we gave
We
it.
started doing that, so good to see the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get to follow it. So another piece is I like to use a Friday update to tell the board we are going to be looking at this topic at a board meeting coming up. So I would sometimes whet your appetite, and then in my one-on-ones or check-ins with you, I might have that on my list, and where you say, well, you know, that's an interesting topic. I sure hope we get clarification about. And I hear it and I think, well, gosh darn, that's an angle I wouldn't have looked at. I'll make sure I add that. So using a Friday update as a precursor to get and gather areas of emphasis or input is really an important one. And then the final piece is I'm a fan of doing one last check-in with every board member after the packet goes out. Now, I can't send it out, say, when I was superintendent in Charlotte, packet went out on Wednesday, board meeting was the following Tuesday. I wouldn't call them Wednesday. I would check with them maybe late in the day, Thursday or Friday on items, anything you're going to need contextual insights on, greater information on, anything. Can you tell me that now so I can have, I'm going to have Chad Golden all set then to answer, thank you so much for bringing that up. Chad will be ready for that. We'll get that. We'll have that ready. And that I found that really helpful to do that and to give them those insights.
And so I guess I wanted to mention too, I love that idea. I mean, that would be phenomenal. And I think for me, it's difficult because the public, and this is what I love about Ian, you'll sometimes just kind of stop and say to the public listening, because I think sometimes I forget as a board member that if I write my question down and I don't ask it, people think we don't care. They're like, nobody even asked about that. Everybody's been talking about it, but really we already know the answer, or we're like, oh, we don't want to. And so I think it would be great to be able to communicate with Ian ahead of time and say, oh, this is something that's going to come up. But B, I guess, Peter, do you think is it okay if in those ending board comments or at some place where we do bring up a question that maybe we kind of already know the answer to, but we just need to let folks know that we get it, we understand. And just to contextualize my feedback is during our reopening, you guys gave us so much good information, and as directors, we knew everything. We knew like a tick-tock of how things were gonna happen. And some of the parents just weren't paying attention to what was coming in. And so after one of the meetings, I got feedback of like, you guys didn't even ask, like there's like 5 questions. And I go, well, because we already knew the answer, but you're right. We didn't publicly we didn't kind of acknowledge that there were maybe some things that should have raised questions that we had answered privately, but we should have had publicly. So I guess do you see some boards doing that to keep the public engaged?
Absolutely. And I got to tell you, I even fed the board zingers for me that were tough ones to get me to say something, to share it. And please don't think I was Mr. Board manipulator. I didn't do that, but I would say, gee, I sure hope you're going to ask about this tough decision we've had to make. So I could say, that was a tough decision. And let me tell you the avenues we thought of, what we evaluated, and why we chose that. Because I found every time you can make your thinking visible, if you are a public official or an elected public official, it provides greater clarity. Because I'm not saying that it is your community. I am saying it is all communities. Unfortunately, there is a stance that if it is not mentioned, it wasn't considered, thought of, or reviewed. Which is why I've worked with Ian and his team about this tool called the Doctrine of Completed Staff Work. It's an old military tool that you use, and included as one of the process is you clarify all options considered. Because if when you make a decision, you share all options considered, it stops that poor audience member coming up to the microphone. Well, I sure wish you would have considered this at Maple Avenue Elementary. Well, we did.
Exactly.
Well, if you didn't say it, the public is left to think you didn't even consider it. So there are times you all have to comment and share that. And sometimes I would try to share, here are all the options we considered and why we didn't pick and what we did pick. And if I didn't do it, I was grateful when board members would ask, can you tell us what other options you considered or reviewed or things like that?
But I
That
think
can be helpful.
point about asking questions before, it could be on us, just to the speaker. Mike, thank you for, when I asked you that you didn't have highly capable in there, to add that. I really appreciate your responsiveness, so now we know what the plan is for math and highly capable. So call out my request that changed the presentation, so that we did think about it. I don't have a question now, but they responded to me that other people have questions, and they know my question.
Absolutely, because you all have insider information and know what's been considered. Sometimes you've just got to make that transparent and make your thinking visible. Yep.
Yeah, and I love that idea too, because I feel like I do that, and I think it's a mindset shift for the district. So I'm glad we're talking about it in this setting, because what I've felt sometimes is that staff isn't used to that, right? So they think, oh my gosh, you're being put on the spot, and it's like, no. Everybody needs to know the answer to this question, or know that we're asking the question, and it's okay to say, I'll get back to you. I mean, that's normal. We're human. We're not superhuman. And I think in COVID, staff has been a lot more like understanding of the fact that, yeah, there's a lot of questions that are going to have to get back to you, but for us not to ask them, the blowback from the public is they don't care, they haven't thought of it, no one's even talking about it, and we might have talked about it a lot, we just haven't heard it. So thank you for that feedback.
And if I can, in board meeting agendas coming out Wednesday, because when they come out on Friday, especially with COVID, my weekends are slammed. So I'm lucky if I can read that Monday afternoon.
Great.
Unless I'm exhausted Thursday, or, like I take this, because I want to focus. Thursday evenings really are my quiet evening, but most of the time, but it is, my weekends have just been slammed.
Can I add to my colleague? I would love for earlier, so the last board I sat on, it was old school, we had packets delivered, so they couldn't do the Friday thing, right? Had to get them a little bit earlier because they had to physically get us these huge, ginormous packets. So it was very helpful to have a couple of days before the weekend to do it. But also, I've heard from so many people in the public who would like the agenda on Friday publicized, because for them to get it on Monday, it seems like a slap in the face. And they would love the weekend as the public to say, oh, this is what you're considering. So if you did a Wednesday for us, a Friday for the public, and we always have board updates or adding a slide deck or that's, no one's expecting perfection on Wednesday, but it's just the outlines and the bones. And then if things get added, we know, and especially since everything's on board docs, it's not a huge physical task of making extra copies. It's just updating. So like Wednesday, Friday, and then by Monday, you're still getting updates. Tuesday morning, you're still getting updates. So is that, I guess, Peter, have you seen that cadence before?
I have. There are certain things you are just going to have to be understanding with. That is a chat in the HR group. You sure don't want someone not to start a job because they came in after you got to wait 2 weeks nope. Understand there's going to be a personnel addendum. There's going to be a personnel addendum sometimes. Someone's going to come in with a contract on, we're going to get, now it shouldn't be something you went through a 6-month procurement and then you're going to add that last minute. Whoa. But there's going to be some contracts and procurement things, and there may be some slide deck changes.
You get that now.
But you should have the base items of that and have that in enough time so that you can review that, and that Ian can come back to you too. And what questions do you have that you don't respond? Well, I don't know what questions I have because I haven't had enough time to review the darn thing. Because then you get Ian at the dais who said, gee, if you would have asked me that question in advance, I would have had someone prepared to answer it, which sets you up to say, well, gee, if you would have given me the darn agenda in advance, I would, you don't want to get into that cyclical thing. So in the end, it's in everyone's best interest to get it to you in as timely of a manner as possible. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but it also, if it's data that depends on the timing of retrieval from other data, have to make sure that we're cognizant of the fact that certain things have timing involved, as well as staff involvement in getting that information. If we're aware of the most current information, and then as you said, when things are updated, knowing that it could be modified, I think that's fine. But we've got to make sure we understand that certain data depends on other data and the date at which it's retrieved. I.e., if we wanted information on standardized tests, and the standardized test concluded on that Monday, and the data is not available until Thursday, and that's why we get it on Friday or Monday. Things along those lines, that's great. But we have to remember that it takes staff's time in order to put things together. And some data is dependent upon other data and the date in which it's retrieved. And sometimes that might not change. So we do have to understand that it could be updated at the last minute.
And I'm good
Yep.
with that. I think
Let
for-
me show you something. This is actually from the Doctrine of Completed Staff Work. And I was always a fan of using this to share. Whenever we make a big decision, what's the issue or challenge? What's the intent? Assumptions, constraints, alternatives considered, the recommendation, request for approval. But it's in that alternatives considered that really helps. And this is a methodology for making your thinking visible.
And we always do that for curriculum. Curriculum's the one, we always have alternates considered.
Our entire cabinet is using this, or is expected to use it. So we always have a saying, we don't want to step on any silos. So especially last year, so this is everybody's prepared with that work. We use that.
Yeah, and I've been impressed by how prepared staff is. Like, staff is very prepared, so I don't, at least from a board perspective, I don't get the feeling that anybody's waiting until the last minute. Like, I feel like because the way you guys meet as a leadership council, and you talk about the agenda, and you talk about what's going in, you talk about future agendas, it feels like at least a board draft of the agenda. And again, with board docs, it can be updated, and if a performance metrics test isn't out yet, or there's some timing, but I always feel like things are well baked. Like when they say we're gonna give you data on this Tuesday, they've got that data like 2 weeks. They know the data's coming in 2 weeks ahead of time. They're rarely, and that's just been.
Yeah, we never schedule a board update when data's coming in, like,
exactly.
3 days before kind
And
of thing.
that's
It's like, oh, we'll do the board update,
Exactly.
2 weeks later because we
Just to
need time
make
to
sure all
process
that
and,
stuff is
yeah.
So, and that's what I love about Everett. Everett does a great job of preparing, always prepared, always has stuff. So I know there's not a lot of last minute stuff, right? So, which is awesome. But that's to Tracy's point, is why I think as directors, we know that by Wednesday, there's a pretty darn good outline and structure and what's going to go in that board packet. And realistically, if I get it on Friday afternoon, I'm never going to call Ian with a question. I'm just not, because all that gives me for Ian's time is Monday. And that, for us, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the paycheck I got last month from the district, it was zero. Crazy. So we have other jobs, right? We have other lives. And so it's, we're volunteers. And so as a result, we have to balance life and family. And there's no way that Monday I've already read through that whole packet enough to have questions and for Ian to get back to his team and get us an answer by Tuesday. So again, it's 2 inches, one for our preparation and 2 for the public to get it by Friday. That shows that we're being transparent. And I've heard that for years.
Well, it's interesting too, because, obviously, questions and work environment were 7 days a week. And I know Ian is a proponent of, as much as possible, giving his staff and himself and us the opportunity to be with family on weekends, because weekdays are work. And, if you're gonna go away or go do something, it's usually the weekend with your family, and to have the expectation that that's the time you read your Friday report, so you're prepared for a Monday morning question, because you don't want to wait till Tuesday because the meeting's that night. it is kind of tight, I would agree.
It is impossible for me, but I think it's, yeah. It would help.
To that point, Sherry, Darlene, thank you for answering them.
I have, Carol, not to mention, she writes, you don't have to read this.
I know, I always feel bad because I do read the Friday report on the weekends, because it's when it's usually my quiet time in the morning on Saturday or Sunday, and then I have questions that pop up, I'm like, oh my God, do I send an email, do I not send it? And then I send it and I say, but I don't expect a response till Monday.
My
you know?
boss
But
showed me
then,
how to
of course,
do it.
people read it and they want to respond, and I'm just like, it's
That's
defeating
the
the
nature.
purpose.
I do
In
the,
the nature, you see it, you want to answer.
delay
it right
send.
away.
So if you start typing in somebody's name in Outlook and it says on vacation until the 22nd, okay, then I'm delay sending until the 23rd. So it doesn't come back on the first day back, their email comes the second day back.
Well, good. Is that helpful for some thoughts? And Ian, do you have some tangible things that you're walking away from this with? And board, I didn't hear though any final clarity if you've decided to make any decision about board member comment. I heard input, but I didn't hear any Ian, I'm going to use one of the tools I taught you. Board members, thank you so much for your time today. I heard your individual thoughts, but I didn't hear your action as a body. By the way, that's something we teach new superintendents in this process early on, and I think you all know why we do that.
We table that conversation until we talk about the structure of the meeting, like
That's
what
what I-
happens when.
Yeah.
And
I
then
think was, is that okay? Are you? It sounds like
I'm just modeling good behavior for Ian, that's all. So, yep.
Board
And then
meeting.
the second piece would be the Wednesday, Friday cadence. Would we talk about that later too, or can we make a decision on that now?
Your call. If you're doing the meeting coming up, I might do it all at once.
So that we
Is
can,
there any barriers for you to collect?
yeah, I think that's the question is what are the barriers to doing that?
I'm pulling other districts right now to see what their cadence is and how they make that work.
Okay.
So I'll have more input tomorrow.
That would be great.
Even if we're the outlier, I sure do like South Carolina. Is that what you said? I would like,
I'm in North Carolina.
that we'll use them as the model.
yeah.
Well,
They do good stuff in Charlotte.
We had a pretty good run. I worked with a wonderful board. All right, well, let's dive back in then and look at some of this. So is there anything else we want to talk about before we go to our next question about the governance team functioning more effectively? Well, then how about we jump to the next one? Are board meetings effective and efficient? So is this time, or did you want to do it later in the agenda? Because we're at it right now that we can talk about that. Are your board meetings effective and efficient? What could you do to be more effective and efficient? We could dive into that right now. Is this when you all meant, or did you mean later on in the agenda at a different time?
well, I have a couple comments on this topic. I don't know, we might end up tabling some conversation about the structure of the meeting later. But two comments that I have about effectiveness of meeting is, I think there is a way that we could do a better job as a whole in organizing what topics come up in what meetings. So, for example, the way that we look at our meeting topics, that annual meeting plan, which we'll be looking at and addressing, to me, it doesn't tell me how long the meeting's gonna be. It's like, oh, there's one strategic update here, there's 4 policies here, and then of course, policies always get added. And why do we have a 3.5-hour board meeting on one Tuesday and 2 weeks later, an hour-and-a-half meeting? Why, I feel like we could be better at planning how, looking at saying, attaching timing, like, okay, the strategic plan update's gonna take 5 minutes, the summer school update's gonna be 20 minutes, and having that information in our plan, so when we look at our meetings, we can say, okay, they're all gonna be about 2 hours, give or take, things come up, things get a little adjusted here and there, but we could be better about planning that, which would make, I think, the efficiency a little bit better. And then when I was talking with Ian about some of this, I mentioned, sometimes I feel like so much of our meeting is, there's stuff we have to do, like, approve the agenda, approve this, but, it's like by the time you get through the Pledge of Allegiance, the land acknowledgement, superintendent update, board updates, some things that are nice to have, but aren't the actual decisions that we have to make. Sometimes I feel like that's like 2/3 of the meeting. And the bulk of, like, the learning updates and the approvals and stuff is a much smaller part. And Ian had brought up, well, we could do more of like one regular meeting a month and then a special meeting where we get longer or broader updates where we can have conversations on topics and things. So that probably is something to be tabled. But those were just my 2 thoughts about organization and efficiency.
Can I throw something out about that? I lived in an environment in 2 different districts where I was superintendent and one where I was deputy. I was deputy in Orange County, Florida, big district, about 200,000 kids. We were always staying till midnight for meetings and things like that. And we finally changed it, and we did this in the other 2 districts I was at. We had a business meeting, and then we had another meeting where we went deeper into topics. And where we went deeper into topics, different format, different style. Heck, I'm not saying you should do this, but it worked for us. We even sat differently. Like, we're going to do a meeting where we're going to talk about these 2 items deeper, and it might be board member, staff member, board member, staff, because we're more engaging in a discussion like a work session. So there are all different ways you can split that up and do those things. But I will tell you, it's got to be maddening to you all when your beefiest topic of the night is coming up and you're 2.5 hours in, and it's your heavier topic, and you feel, gee zooey, we could have done that differently. So you can structure your meetings differently, start some even a little earlier if you're going to do more or things like that. You got freedom to do stuff like that all the time.
Is that tomorrow, is that correct? So that's one thing we're going to talk about tomorrow, is planning that calendar.
Yeah, because that leaves an opportunity to say, okay, our regular meeting starts at 5 o'clock. We're going to take care of the business of the meeting. It gives us a chance to provide updates of things we've done, and use more time to do some of that, because I feel like in trying to keep our meetings shorter and more concise, we're really shrinking down some of the topics that we probably need to talk more about. So, my issue with longer meetings isn't I care how late I'm there. I care a lot about the staff and how late they're there, because they all start at 7 a.m. and I don't work full time. I know some of you do, and you're starting super early. So you just hit a point where you just glaze over, and for our board meeting, I think it's just not effective for anyone.
Part of that is, I know I do, I need to get better at getting my Robert's Rules of Order in there. So that way when I see something on the agenda that I think probably deserves its own study session, when we're talking about the agenda, I can say, use whatever motion is necessary to say, hey, could you table this to another meeting, or move this up on the agenda to talk about it, which we don't tend to do.
And you can even do that even if you don't know the Robert Rule perfectly.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot, it's hard to
Or
learn.
we can say we need to workshop that.
Yeah.
We can have that
Exactly,
workshop. That's what term we used to use, I would workshop it, but that's a good point.
And at one point in time, our meetings did go to 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and thank goodness they don't now. We do have more work sessions, and I do like the fact that during our work sessions or study sections, we can then go over and a deeper dive into the topic. But perhaps maybe we need more of those work sessions and a set time or a set decision as to how long our regular meetings will go, so that we don't have a 3-hour regular meeting now, and then in 2 weeks, another 1.5-hour regular meeting. We should try and balance it out, and then provide a deeper dive work or study sessions for certain items.
I have a question about, I know we're, but on the subjects that should be at a board meeting. I was, one of the NSBA meetings, that there should be something student at every board meeting. So we've got
Every
the-
meeting.
We've got, I don't think we do that. I think we do a very poor job of student.
So I'd like to propose a concept to you. I'm a fan of rolling agendas. Here's what I mean. As a leader, I worked with the board to have 3-year rolling agendas. What I mean by that is every year you were going to get an update on where we were with literacy in our reading program. Every year you were going to get an update on where we were on our math program. Every year you were going to get an update on where we were with social sciences, and every year you were going to get an update on science. Other programs weren't going to necessarily be every year. Maybe every 2 years you got an update on world languages, what we were doing, where we were offering, what materials we use. So we did some type of briefings on things like that. We had mapped that out over the course of multiple years. We would also give you major service areas. You were going to get a food services update every other year or every 3 years. Transportation update. You were going to get a facilities maintenance and management update. So you had briefings on areas that we do in the district where we mapped that out. And in that, we were always looking for what you were going to get at every meeting that we talked about. And here's how that relates to children, to students, to facilities. How is that designed to meet students' needs? What things? But it was mapped out. It also helps for when someone says, you know what I'd like? I'd love to get an update about. Well, we actually have that coming. We've got that. Mapping out that kind of thing with a rolling agenda can be a powerful tool. And you all should help make that schedule. What is it we want to know? Social emotional learning, our counseling program. What are those things? And if you break them out, you're regularly getting some update where you are temperature checking the district and its functions.
Like that, we usually get a survey of like, what would you like to have as for topics this year? And I'm like, well, everything's important. But if it could be, these are the annual, these are the biannual, these are the triannual. And so it's not that we're not gonna talk about CTE, it's just CTE is on a 3-year cycle. Unless something comes up, we're gonna move it. If something, a hot topic comes up, we're gonna move it forward. But CTE is important. I just know I'll hear about it next year.
Amen. And you have a standard format about the program, how it is funded, opportunities for students, student academic performance in the program. For CTE, what programs it leads to, like how do we articulate with college or university? What data do we not want to know about kids? Participation rate. And then we came up with a set spectrum. So when you got a review, you knew it.
What happened is, like, if there was a bond coming up, we would always set ourselves up for the topic that we would be looking towards placing in that bond or in that levy early on in the year. But I do like your idea of actually putting it on the road. It's been a while since we've had, except for when we had the transportation contract renewal and a topic on transportation. But then too, we've had the pandemic. Certain things have changed. But it's been a while since we've had those kind of rolling topic discussion because we were so focused in what we needed to hear about so we can prepare ourselves for an upcoming bond. But I do like the idea that we need to establish a periodicity of each item within the district so we can hear about it. Or we would hear about, like, how are the custodians doing because their contract is coming up, or because we noticed that the grounds look bad. We would then have a topic of discussion on that. But if there was some type of periodicity on that, of everything within the district, I think I would enjoy that. And I think our public would also like to hear that as well.
I think we do that a little bit already. I mean, we have our annual plan and we look at, but I think, for improvement on that.
Do we lose
Uh-oh,
him?
we lost him.
He joins us, so just,
Oh, okay,
he'll pop back in here.
Okay.
okay.
Whatever.
We do that, yes, in some respects, but it's always geared up for when a bond or levy comes up.
No,
Not always.
no, but every year we have a report on summer school, every year we have a report on, we have those annual reports, and they're not all bond related, they're academic related, and, we have our finance updates that, we get, and those are on every, so.
But certain
many
other
periods.
areas within the district, like transportation, we haven't had one.
Right, so that's what we need to talk
Yeah.
about, is what do we want to be on that annual, biannual, triannual,
Yeah, 'cause
and
that's what we
then
do
leave
special
room
ed.
for topics that come up that are
And then,
sort of relevant
Because-
at the moment.
Yeah.
right, and think about what you want, because when I talk to someone one-on-one, some of the things, how many times do you hear the summer school report, right?
Yeah.
The same, I'm saying,
Yeah.
talk about that, like, the HR report. Because did you understand that last year? I didn't even understand some of the things, like, things that are relevant for you.
Well, and some of the stuff, like, to me, some of these reports that we get, like summer school, what do we want to know about summer school? We want to know participation rates. We want to know who's participating, not just a number, but what the demographic looks like. And we want to know the success of the programs and maybe program offerings. Maybe I'm missing one or two things, but that's a Friday report item. I mean, we can read that in a paragraph. We don't need a 15, 20-minute presentation.
But then too, you have to remember, for certain programs, like someone mentioned, not everybody in the public reads the Friday reports. They could request the information, but they want to hear, when we offered free summer school, how many people took advantage of that during this pandemic? They want to hear
Yeah.
what the success rates were, because that could lead to how many kids graduated that summer. People want to be able to hear that in a report, even if they have to go over the minutes and the recording.
Yeah.
But in a Friday report, they won't
That's
read
true.
that.
No,
Yeah.
they don't see the Friday report, they can't read,
But
right?
even
Like,
on-
PRA, we could do both, I guess that's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, and then going back to what you were saying too, like, even on the diocese, that's a home run, free summer school, though. I think I messaged you once in a while, but you have the opportunity as a board to tell the public, because guess what? There was only one in the district that did it. So that's a home run for the public to hear.
Yep.
Free summer school. So remember, when you're up there, what I used to call a big grapefruit, giving the board a big grapefruit, it's an aha, because sometimes the public doesn't know what you've approved or what you've initiated. You can all initiate the free summer school.
But to Pam and Caroline's point, we could probably, people can't read the Friday report, right? So that's just done.
Yeah.
But maybe some of the more detail could be in the board for them, right? Like, so they have the presentation that's concise and quick, but then some of that meat that you're talking about, Pam, can still be in the agenda, we can still see it, but they're not going through it one by one, slide by slide. So it's like they've got their slide deck and they've also got the attachment. I don't know if that would be a way to get it more concise, but still have all the detail, the depth of detail, because something like the HR thing, my eyes were really over. I'm like, how many people about, how did like, there's like 4 things I need to know. I don't need to know everything.
Right.
But that could still be in there as an addendum that we could totally click on, ask questions from the public and see it, but we don't have to go through one by one.
Or it's every 3 years we get an HR.
And I'll tell you, when I talk to the public, they do appreciate your efficiency. Like, you realize after 2.5 hours, they're gonna shut down too.
Oh, yeah.
They're not gonna watch that. So I think that's part of it too, like that, some reports can bring the Friday correspondence, others will do, but understand that 2 hours, that efficiency helps, because the public is gonna shut down after 3 hours. They're not gonna watch it. They get tired.
Yeah, well, and
Sorry for taking a vacation from the internet there for a few minutes. I apologize. Everything went away. You have to be careful with those updates that they do not become death by PowerPoint. And in that, Ian, sorry, Superintendent Saltzman, it is incumbent upon you to have someone on staff review each one of those in advance to make sure they're clear and on point. They are welcome to put all the addendum items behind it and slides not shown in the world, but it's got to be the core functions of the district. This is what we do. This is what we hire. This is what we do it. And also, I was a big fan of doing this. Board members, we're going to give an HR update in 2 meetings. Would you share with us anything you'd particularly like to know about HR? Oh, well, I'm interested in how long does it take from application to getting in a classroom? Great. We can get you that. But you don't want to know 50,000 trivial facts. So that's a piece to check the audience, what you all want in advance, and then to present the basics that you should know about each department, each area. And this just helps you in your core governance functioning.
One thing that we are doing is on Monday, we're really educating our cabinet on the run of show, so the presentations are better, because sometimes they get long-winded. So we've done a better job really cadencing that on Monday. And we literally role play as well, like it's a board meeting.
Yeah, you will dress, your dress rehearsal should be as though you're giving it at a board meeting. Absolutely. Is there any, let me get back to those slides then. Any other particular things you want to bring up about making your board meetings more effective and efficient? I think we've covered that. We covered some of that in the one before, so we've covered some of this.
I'd like to hear from the staff, because in some respects, I'd like to hear from them as far as how effective they feel. I mean, we always ask them, how long do you think you could take? Can you cut it back to 25 minutes, 40 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever the time period is. But sometimes I'd like to hear if they feel it would be better if I brought teachers in, and they have done that, but it would be better if I could do this and change it up so it's not death by, slides. And I think my biggest concern is I want to make sure I value their closeness with the information and what they know about it, so that it's not just giving me information that they think we just want to know, but giving us information that's most valuable for us to know. And I don't know if there may be a disconnect there. For some people, I have a very good feeling that they are providing me with the information that they know is helpful. For some on the staff, I feel that they're just giving me the information that they think we may want, and that isn't helpful.
So for example, what was really outstanding with COVID was teachers explaining to us how they were managing their classrooms. And to me, that was awe-inspiring. The technology they were using, how they were engaging kids, how they were advancing kids, how they were connecting with kids. I mean, I really like that teacher, but we can't have everything isn't all about the teachers. But it is just sort of, I really like those sessions we had this year.
Well, if I can add, Pete, before you, so that's a great point what you're making. Let's talk about this in here for this. So one thing, talking to staff, it is a shift. Even with you all, so there's been a few times that maybe Andrew or maybe you or everybody said you might push on staff at the meeting to answer some questions, right? And then maybe 2 days later, you might say to me, was I too hard on staff? Okay? Staff understands that they have to answer the questions. It's not making it look pretty, okay? Finance. Finance can give you insomnia that night, or it can throw you off all the way off. But we practice this at our meetings. We practice on Monday about, I think the board just wants to meet, the public wants to meet, well, you know, they're gonna, no, and I'm using that as an example. Use that as an example, okay? Or if technology should be a big meat of a presentation, right? Sometimes we have to push back. And then, you know, staff will say, I wasn't used to questions from the board in the past. I'm just gonna tell you that, that's what they'll say, right? And then I'll say, well, that's our job, to answer the questions and keep it forward, because we gotta get the facts to the public. If you want real transparency, you gotta be transparent at it. And I'm gonna ask you as a board, never apologize for that. I don't think you've asked anybody to jump off the roof, right? It's okay to ask the question. It makes staff better, because we debrief we do it Monday, and then we're debriefing on Wednesday. Remember, we have two cabinets, executive and academic. Executive is where you grind the sausage, and Wednesday is where you execute the plan. I want you to think about that, okay? And then when we debrief, it's, oh my God, I missed that, or no, they like the way I do the pictures and the color of the graphs. And I say, remember this, you're not just speaking to the board, you're speaking to the public. You got to engage the public. So I think when we talk about the staff, nothing negative. They're so used to doing certain things certain ways, okay? Now, if you say it's a 45-minute presentation, it has to be a 45-minute presentation, not an hour and 15 minutes, okay? I don't have too many 45-minute presentations in the country. Really, it's 30, you get to the facts. But they understand there is a dialogue when you ask questions to them. And if they can't answer the question, is this: I will get it to you by Friday, or I will get it to you by Monday. They've done a better job of that. Our meetings have been more efficient because of that, and then we keep it to the time. But I want you as a board to understand, they were not used to you asking questions, from what they were telling me.
We were encouraged not to put staff on the spot in a board meeting.
Okay.
If we were asking a question that maybe they didn't come prepared to answer. So we would hold our questions and, you know, ask later, kind of like, and then the Friday report. So that's where that.
Well, to me, that's when I've driven on staff members in the past, it's because I want to hear. I don't have an answer. I hear it. So I always want to make sure they're not trying to blow smoke. You know, a piece of me think that I'm just too stupid to figure it out. I want them to know that it's okay to not have the answer. I just want the truth. Wherever that truth is, whether it makes us look good, bad, or indifferent, that's what I want. If you don't want, that's fine. That's good.
And I think that's a good point, because I don't think you're ever putting them on the spot. I think what most players were honest, right? And staff doesn't know, say, I don't know it today, okay? So, because if I'm up there and I'm being lulled by finance and HR, do you imagine what you are going through or what the public's going through? And then we circle back and circle back. So I think it's just, what I'm trying to say is you can ask questions, and you've been, every one of you has been very respectful. Every one of the cabinet members adores you. And we do practice and practice for one reason. It goes back to the kids. Every answer that we're doing, everything we're doing is giving services back to the kids. And we have a finance report. Do you really care about the 7 other districts with the numbers that you see? How does that money get to the classroom? How does that money get to the kids? Okay? How does the social worker, what is that social worker going to do on September 9th? You know, that's the answers they have to answer. They're so indoctrinated to the PowerPoint and to the work. So that's why I'm shifting them, I'm shifting you, is it's okay to ask, because at the end of the day, you're giving it to the kids. It lands in the classroom. It lands in the building. It does not land with us, the central office. So that's a big piece, and that's why the strategic plan, which I will publicly say, no other board pursued a strategic plan during COVID, and what great results you have, because we opened the door September 8th, we have a strategic plan. Who has that? And that strategic plan is all driven to service the kids. So when you know, staff, that's what they've been indoctrinated in now. We're shifting that work to, you're gonna do a great presentation, you're gonna stick to the time, but it doesn't have to be rote. I've heard the same finance report for going on my 3rd year, right? I'm sure you have, for many of you, 2 years longer. So.
Well, and that's why the public sometimes gets antsy, right? Because they feel like Andrew, which is like, can somebody just tell us? Like, you don't have to spin it, you don't have to make it pretty. just tell us the truth. You're taking care of our kids and you're taking our money. And it's the two most important things in their lives, and all they want is a straight answer. And I think as board members, especially as new ones like me and Andrew, that was our thing too. We were just like, dude, just say you don't know. And, you know, thinking about finance, and it's like, but it just was always round and round, and you almost were like on a merry-go-round. So I can't imagine what somebody at home is thinking. They're like, oh, the district is, not only does this person not know the answer, but no one's holding them accountable, right? Because we're taking that answer and not pushing back. So I think it would be good to have more of the, we don't know what's gonna.
Well, what I tell them on Monday is this: do not play verbal judo on the board. That's what I tell them. I also tell them, if you don't make 2 mistakes a week, you're not growing. So if we make the mistake, not just because they're not knowing, and then say, no, that's a mistake. But sometimes we play, not you all, there's verbal judo, there's verbal judo, and then we wave the white flag and say, okay, let's go to the next topic. So that's something we have to work on. But don't be afraid to ask staff. You're not calling them out, you're engaging them to get results for the kids. It's all about the kids.
And that brings me to something that I think across the board with these presentations is, especially like things like finance or anything else, how are we measuring the success of this? Are these dollars like the SRO program? You know, when I talked to Peter about that, he wasn't able to point me to any data that said how or if the SRO program was effective in the district. So why aren't we tracking that? We should be tracking that, you know. But that goes for everything. Dollar that we spend, how is it affecting our children, good or bad? And that to me is how I make decisions. I make decisions on those data points. I don't have those data points. I don't go for it.
And I know we're gonna get to the SROs, but just real quick.
Yeah.
So after you had that, so staff reports to me.
Yeah.
So I've asked for a 2-year Harvard study. Okay, we're gonna have a Harvard fellow study on instances and all the data we can get from SROs. So that the rumors in the community aren't this, because even our state does not do a great job of giving you numbers of incidences. But we're being proactive. That we're gonna do a 2-year study. We have a Harvard fellow that's gonna work just with Captain Matthews on data and just on the SRO. That's all they're gonna do.
Can I ask, because I know we're being recorded, also reports of incidents being put in a drawer?
I love that drawer at Jackson.
Yeah,
That drawer's
incidents getting put in a drawer, not putting in a computer. And I'm sure that's not just happening at one school, but multiple report, so confirmation here
Oh, yeah,
at
it happened to us
Jackson.
the second day.
And I've heard from multiple family members and staff at Jackson that incidents are put in a drawer.
I promise you, I'll get on that.
Yeah,
at
because
3
to your point of
o'clock
data,
Yeah.
you can't get data
If things are put in.
If they're put in.
And to be transparent,
If I can bring you back here on this one, I hope that's okay, Superintendent Saltzman. Anything else on this one where we were talking about meetings more effective? Well, how about this?
can I add to that, effective to your financial point, to finances, to students? One of the reasons I like, we have our ASB students have to do their budget every year. So they present to us how they collect their money, where they spend their money, how they spend their money. They have pictures of how they spend their money. Wouldn't it be nice if our finance department could do this? Like, where do we get our money? This is where money went right into the classroom. This is where money went right into facilities that impact the classroom. Instead of these bar graphs of April we go up because we collect levies, and October and November we go down because we spent all our, I mean, that's our reports. The kids give us pictures and stories and dollars. We have a school that has $1 million ASB budget. So I mean, I think we could have our finance reports tell a story.
And actually, to Tracy's point too about the meetings, because it was on my brain to bring up. So we have those great ASB reports from the high school, and part of that is because of our finances at the state level. We have to track ASB. I got some feedback from some parents wanting to know if we could do the same for middle school, even though middle school is not a state bucket. Like they know that it's called ASB at middle school, and it was actually a Gateway family who basically felt like the money was being collected like into this ASB kind of bucket and then kind of rolled out to the clubs, but it was a little bit unfair. So specifically, they called me because they felt like the LGBTQ interest club was doing a lot of work to put into the bucket, and they're being told like, no, we can't give you any money, but then, band or whatever was like, oh yeah, we can fund you going to whatever, and these other kids are like, can we get t-shirts? So they said, why can't the board have some kind of like view of where that money is being spent? So maybe not as big as the high school presentation, but maybe each middle school coming, because that kind of felt.
But it's leadership development of our students.
And it's leadership development. It can
And
be
recognition
super
of
simple.
students.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
Sorry,
That would
off
be
topic.
yeah, so I'm
It's
gonna,
off
I want to
topic,
bring
but
us
it's-
back
but it's
because we have
also back
10
to
minutes
meeting.
before our break, and I
Yeah.
want to make sure that Peter has an opportunity to get
That's why I love these
through
meetings.
Yeah, I know.
everything that he wanted to cover up until our first break.
And we can morph this a little bit, but do you get the information you need to act as an effective governance team? Do you get it in a timely manner? I think we've addressed part of that with you would like to have the board materials sooner. And you know what, though, let me just stop for a sec. Ian, are you clear on the feedback then about some kind of rolling agenda and to take it further to come back to the board with a proposal on presenting items for board meetings and information to make sure there's student-oriented items? Do you feel you have clear direction on that, Dr. Saltzman?
Yes, sir.
Good stuff. All right, information in a timely manner. Board, can you respond to that? Are you getting it in a timely manner? Do you have the info that you need? Where are you with information?
I think on the whole, the district is very responsive to questions. There are certain things that we just talked about, like we don't have data on X, Y, and Z, and why not. Those are, I think it's part of that discussion where, we need to be more robust in light of the data that we collect and analyze. But I think as a whole, every time I have asked a question, I have gotten an answer in a relatively.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think the new plan for board gets an email about what's going out to leadership, then it's like, so we get it, 24 hours before parents do. I think is that change is better, much better. How the communication flows from superintendent down to parent, I think it's much better, especially because of COVID. I think, I think our emails from the community were more, thank you for the information, than why are you doing this? As a ratio, much higher on the thank yous, I believe.
Caroline, can I ask you a question? So when you get those kind of communication and talking points about, I think this is the district is, Kathy Reed reaching out to you and going over that information with you, or are you just getting the same information?
Mostly getting the same information as you guys.
Do you think it'd be helpful if you were, since you're the one speaking for the board and responding to these things?
To me, it's not such an issue. It's twofold, actually. It's both, I would say, because it's highly dependent on what the topic is. If it's a parent communication and it's about logistics, I get it at the same time as everyone. So it's about, if it's a kind of a hot topic, as it were, I might be called by the newspaper. I get more detailed information on speaking points or what other communication has happened within the district, so it's coordinated, and who, a reporter has reached out to Ian and had a conversation, they'll likely be calling you for a comment. This is what Ian talked about, so I'll get a little bit more background.
I just want to make sure that was happening.
Yeah. And it's easy when if I'm feeling, like just like you, if I read something and I'm like, what does that mean? I just call, ask, whatever.
Great. Anything else on that topic? Hearing nothing more. And I think we may have dabbled in this one about student things. Does the governance team have a unified message focused on student achievement? If I knew nothing about the Everett Public Schools governance team and watched a school board meeting, would I say this is a governance team focused on student achievement? Just
No.
throw that one out there.
No, I feel like I'm trying to play it back in my brain because I feel like maybe yes though. Like, I don't know, I feel like every meeting we have something about student achievement on the agenda, at least.
Not
Yeah.
every,
No,
no,
yeah, no.
more
I'm just
often
trying to-
than not.
Yeah, no, I can't.
But I think I use my husband as an example. We moved to Everett because my roommate in college went to Everett High. So he moved with me. He knows about the schools because I sit on the school board, but as a lay person who was even a dad in the district, he couldn't tell you much about the Everett Public Schools, except for his daughter went here. And he's not an unintelligent person.
But isn't that if people watch the
But I
meeting?
think was a question about,
I thought the question that they saw the meeting, did they come out with a thought of us?
Now, are you focused on student growth, achievement? Are you focused on student issues at the board meetings with the work of the board?
I would say yes.
But I think Tracy's right about the public perception. Like,
I
if
think
you're
not always.
Yeah.
Not always is there student information at our board meeting.
I think it's mixed. I think there's room for.
And if we talk about math adoption, yes, it's about the kids, but I don't know if kid is mentioned, or student or outcome, I just wonder.
Yeah, I think it's.
It's not at the, it's a question. We reflected back. We tout our high graduation rates, we tout our high SBA scores, we tout things, but those are not every meeting, those are not.
Yeah, and I tell you, the public, the feedback I've gotten from the public on that is they are so tired of that.
Yeah.
Because they feel like it's all smoke and mirrors,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
It's not being seen in their students,
Yeah.
right? Like we have a handful that are exceptional, but the rest of them are barely getting by, and we literally go to the finish line and pat ourselves on the back.
I think something that Ian brought to us was when it comes to student achievement, to really show where students aren't achieving, where the opportunity is, to show the gaps and what we're gonna do about the gaps. And not just say, yay, we have 90%, 97% graduation rate, but our average student has a 4th grade reading level. That's a completely nonsense statement. But that we have gaps in math that we're the 50th percentile. Science has gone down. But we have to look at the opportunities as much as the achievement.
I think if every meeting focused in on at least one opportunity, like you mentioned, every meeting, it doesn't have to be the same thing, but every meeting focus in on one opportunity to affect student achievement. I think it would, at the beginning of the meeting, for those parents that do come and then leave right
Or
afterwards.
the Zoom, we've got.
They
20 or 30
Zoom, yeah,
people
they
on
Zoom, they can hear it at the beginning of the meeting, that would be a great opportunity.
Well, and I think too, defining student achievement, because the feedback, and this is even pre-COVID, right? So we are a very college-focused district, right? Like when we talk about achievement, it's in the lens of going to a 4-year, maybe going to a 2-year. When we look at our 8-year out grades, and I haven't pulled the latest ones, right? The majority of our kiddos 8 years out are not graduates of a 4-year degree program. And the ones that try, right, only about 30% make it over that finish line, and that other 70% that tried are saddled with enormous debt and broken dreams. That said, I think our lens needs to be more on our whole student body and not just our AP, our highly, this and that, kids going to.
See, I disagree with that because I'm looking at after 8 years of being on the board, when I started, it was all about college. And now I'm looking at these pathway programs that we have. So we have 6 pathway programs that we did not have 3 or 4 years ago. And every year they grow and become more robust, and they're finding ways to get kids, like we didn't have any kind of formal apprenticeship or summer internship program. And so now we're like into our 3rd year of that. And to me, all those opportunities are too small in our district. We need to grow those. But I feel like there's been so much more emphasis placed on preparing students to go into, work programs afterwards, or maybe 2 years of some kind of internship or apprenticeship, especially in the aerospace industry, which is big in Everett, and then down south into some of the higher tech industries. And so I'm seeing Now the flip side of that to me, which I always struggle with, is a lot of the students that we work really hard to understand what college looks like, don't have advocates at home that help them understand that. So it's this balance of taking students that don't have parents that understand the system or want to learn about the system and helping them understand what that looks like and making sure that they're exposed to those opportunities, but also building out these pathway programs and internships and externships and such, which in my, like I said, none of that existed 8 years or so years ago when I started, and now I'm seeing this trajectory of more of this. So I feel like we're in the process of making that shift.
We are, but I think my problem's the messaging, right? So we have all those opportunities, but as a parent sitting in the high school, the message is college, and the thought is those are alternatives. They're there, but that's not alternative.
Well, and we're both coming from the
And-
culture of Jackson.
But, and we
the
are,
Frederick
but
community.
Jackson right now is getting more diverse than ever. I was talking with a student yesterday, and it freaking broke my heart, right? Because she's not going to college. She's going to be a sophomore next year. She's not going to college. She knows that. She's got a variety of family issues. Her family understands it, but what she sees is I'm an other, right? And so all these pathways that myself, as among the other adults, are trying to give her are just alternatives to, like, because she's in some way imperfect. Because really, the Jackson way is 12 AP classes or bust, right? Like that's kind of the ones that we hold up, we put in high regard. Everybody else is some derivative of an alternative that's less than that person who we are cheering, which is good. We should kudos to all the kids taking 10, 12 APs, but that is seen as the gold standard. And for me, student achievement, I think we've got to get better with the PTAs and the parents and honest to God, our principals, of just not making it an alternative, but an actual pathway. And you can even say college is an alternative. I mean, using language around things that really encompasses all of our students. But these kids are struggling, and they're struggling with identity because we've really placed college as this, and then we've got these tracks if we don't make it.
Well, I would say that was not my experience at Everett High. So I think that maybe, as you say, we as a district, we as a district, we have opportunities within our district to change some of that. And I agree with the language piece of it. There is opportunities to use different messaging.
Well, that's what it is. It has its own culture, and
Yes.
several family members have told they've moved their kids out of Jackson because of the college on culture, and their kids feel like they're other. They've moved around the district, they've taken on the district, but that culture, so
Yeah.
it's a building, it's not the district, from my perspective, what I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
And
Well,
there
I've
are,
heard of
but
Everett.
there are a lot of dynamics that are very different at each high school. Even if you look at Sequoia, there are dynamics that are different there. When I came in and I ran for school board in 2009, and I was a very strong advocate for the intern and apprenticeship programs back then. I did not win, but in 2011 I did. And I forced Gary we need to look this direction. We did not need to take away from college. That's very important. But we need both. And I think that was one of the reasons why we moved in that direction. I think it's great because every kid, I mean, I'm not willing to say when our graduation rates were 85%, that I'm willing to say 15% don't matter. My whole emphasis was every kid should have a pathway to a career, college, or whatever that pathway is that takes them there. And
We are up against our break time, I'm afraid. Can we take a 10-minute break? And is there anything more we need to cover on this one question? Or I think,
Can I just add one thing just to wrap it up, like just as an action? As about student achievement, I would love to see the metrics on what our students achieve post high school, right? So we're kind of talking, like there are numbers out there, how many kids go to college versus tech versus 2-year. that 8-year number is out there. So is there a way to put that not on an agenda so we can see really what our students are achieving, and then that can tell us, right, how our messaging is, what it's doing, maybe it's better, maybe it's worse.
Can we get that data?
Check.
Yeah, it's really tricky data, because a
lot
lot of it's self-reporting, some of it's available.
It's not OSPI.
And we've seen it, I've seen that
Yeah,
data.
Well, we haven't
And it's, I think for college, they consider 6 years graduation,
Yeah, that's
kinda
what I'm
like
saying.
we do 5, they do 6, yeah.
It's an 8-year look ahead, and so.
But I've seen that data for our district.
Yeah.
But it's been a long time.
It's available.
Yeah, I can pull it up, I just
But
don't feel like it.
it's not as robust. I mean, Catherine could speak to that because
Yeah, 'cause
They
it's
have to, the
self-reporting.
students have to report
it's,
it.
it's easier to find the ones that go to college because they're logged in somewhere. It's harder to find the ones that go off to an apprenticeship or get a job or
But it
what
tells
they're
us a
doing.
snapshot, right? If
Yeah.
you say this many go to college and in 8 years, this many haven't finished.
Yeah.
That's to me, that's the sliver, right? Like,
Yeah.
because those are the folks who we need to be getting earlier into something other than that 4-year track if they're not completing it within 8 years.
Can we get a picture in front of like one of these signs to tweet out that we're having a board meeting?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is the public on the meeting or?
Yeah.
All right. We will see you back at 10:32.
Well, why don't we just
Well,
get back?
let's take a break.
I have to go back in
We
anyway.
should do it sometime today. I have a work meeting for the next hour, so.
No, let's get a tweet out.
No, Andrew just walked away. He went outside, so we have to do it when we're all here. I'm meeting in 8 minutes.
So we can reconvene whenever you all are ready. Just let me know.
Okay, we ready? I think Tracy had to step away for a work commitment and she'll be back, I think, in an hour.
Okay.
Have to move forward, unfortunately.
All righty. So our next question is up. Does the governance team set goals for the entire district that are student focused? How are you doing on setting student focused goals for the district?
Well, I'd say mixed. Would be my answer. There are some that are fairly student focused and some that aren't. And I think the new strategic plan offers an opportunity to take a different look at that this year.
I think they're also a mix of the way that we measure success. So I think we do a good job of trying to keep student success in the forefront of mind, but how we actually measure those goals and put that into practice, I think is something that we need to spend more time working on.
I would agree with that. I would want to say too, that I would like to see, one of the things, and I was very glad that we, in this particular strategic plan, we actually have priorities and we have identified the outcome. I would like to see that more measured so that, you know, we can actually see the outcome and be very transparent about it and know what we're working about. I mean, it's always been ensuring third grade literacy, but I want to be able to see what the outcomes are at every school. And I want to be able to say, well, then what are we going to do to fix that? Reducing the gaps, that's always been in the forefront of that's what we want to do, but the outcome is there, and I want to be able to actually see that.
We get a lot of outcomes. We don't get a lot of why, how. And to be completely fair, it's difficult to find out the why a lot of times without really intensive study. But, you know, we need to at least be looking at the different variables and see if we're not able to find out a why, especially if it's a systemic issue like literacy, math achievement. We need to figure out what it is that is preventing our students from doing that. Is it enough teachers in the classroom? Is it enough at-home support? Is it, you know, what variables can we actually control to help ensure students success? That's something that I feel is lacking to do. We have data, we have the results, but I don't know the why. I don't always know the how.
That's a good point.
Any other thoughts on that one?
Well, I think with specific action or I don't know, I guess, are there things that we could do, specific actions we could take to change that, to get more of the why?
Yes.
Yes.
What could you do differently to be more effective in your work as a governance team?
So could we ask staff for more of the why, not just the here's where we are, data, but why are we here? And
Can you say more about that?
no, I was just thinking, like, is there a way that we could, like, with the PowerPoint presentation, I think it's hard for me because when staff presents, right, it's like a bad episode of Reading Rainbow. And so sometimes you don't know what you want to ask. Sometimes I don't want to ask for more because then I'm like, okay, I don't need 10 more slides. It's like, but we just need more of the why. You know, why are students doing this? Why are we here? Not just that we're here. So I'm not sure how to phrase that, but that seems like without adding to the number of slides we have.
Well, I think it would probably just be helpful, you know, for you to tell your cabinet, like, from here on out, we're gonna be asking. And if we don't know why, that's fine, but then we need to develop and figure out what we can. It's, to me, it's like, I'm just gonna keep asking.
You know, it's interesting because I'm kind of thinking out loud here, listening to April and Andrew talk, and it's, you know, helping us connect the dots. So we are not educators and we don't have, you know, big education backgrounds. And so we look at these slides and we say, okay, third grade literacy is a problem. And then we say, why is it a problem? But then the next step is, what can we do as a board to support you? And we don't get a lot of that feedback. I guess maybe that's your role, is to help us understand how we support, you know, we really need this new adoption. We really need better training. We really need to support our parents and helping them understand what this looks like. So when we go to allocate dollars, you know, how can we support that action? And in some ways, we really need to be led to the water because, you know, that doesn't come naturally for me to understand that.
That's a good point.
One of the questions I always asked, was, where do we need to put our money? We need to put it on the debt plate where it touches the student. Where is that?
And that brings us back to dollar for dollar, is our spending. Are we spending on this? You know, like, these are all connected in that way that data is going to tell us if we have the why, if we have all this data on our stuff, and we know that we're spending X amount of money, we can make a better decision about, okay, is that money being spent well? Does it need more, do we need less? Do we need to have a new program? What do we need to do to make sure student student success is dollar for dollar the best we
I think sometimes that, that equation is tricky.
can. It is.
You know, because I can think of things like, you know, we spend extra money on low-income students to help, for example, improve their reading. So we could say, oh, we spent extra dollars here to help these students do this, and they made no movement. But the reality might be is we spent extra dollars here and they didn't fall further behind. You know, so it's hard to sometimes measure what does improvement look like? Is it, how much growth, what is normal, what should be considered? Because sometimes, you know, I look at, you know, the money that we put into just the whole education system as a whole, and although sometimes the numbers don't move impressively, we are now educating every single child. You know, there is no, you know, it's a zero defect model. And that's not the way education used to be many decades ago, you know, and we just let the ones that couldn't succeed go, and they'd farm and they would go to the factories and they found other things to do. Now there is none of that. And so the fact that we can keep every student costs more, but then how do you make those gains? And so and that's complex to me. I don't really understand
I
all.
think that's where we're gonna rely on the expertise of that. To tell us, like, listen, traditionally in education, this is what this trend has looked like. We've disrupted that trend by doing this. And, you know, and it may be, so let's say it doesn't increase, but it stays the same, it's not gonna be worse, which is, you know, good, okay, we stop the bleeding. But now we need to evaluate, okay, what can we do to start to take it up? And it's just that, you know, kind of making that forward progress. And I, you know, I wish it was simpler, you know, and you'll see me ask, when we get to the levy stuff, and you all heard me ask, like, if we don't do this, if this doesn't happen, what's the consequence? And that to me is, to your point, like, you know, it may not move the bar up, but it's keeping us competitive.
And sometimes it's not, you know, more money, it's like I look at this whole year that we just had, and how are we using the devices that we've already spent money on, you know, more effectively, you know, to move the dial without spending more money, but just better strategies and better, you know, within the classroom, things that we can do.
But I also think the whole concept has shifted because of COVID, right? So even at the state level, all districts, it feels like we're moving away from seat time, right? So seat like 180 hours, who cares? We're looking at mastery-based learning. Have you learned what you've learned? Have you achieved? It's not about perfection, right? It's about progress. And so to your point, how do we measure that? And I think in this new, I think we're going to get better tools because the realization is that we cannot just say, you sat here for 180 hours, now you can move on to your next thing. But I think there is going to be a way to suss out if we are actually making progress. Not if it's perfect or if it's, you know, everybody's going to be at this level at this point, but are we slowly progressing towards a graduation point with a plan? And I think that's the best for everyone, for all students.
And I think my job is to explain to you where the gaps are and what we have to do. And then as a board, we work together to sometimes make it uncomfortable to move the needle. Like, I remember 2 years ago, combo classes. We had an IR. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And I talked to staff, why do we have combo classes? Well, it's the way we've done it. It's cost effective. That's not the why. Why really should have combo classes? Right? So I think it's okay to, that's why we work together to make sure that we're moving the needle, okay? Because we should always try to get at least gains, 2 to 3%. I know we're not falling behind, we should still try to make gains. But what is the why? Why is literacy a deficiency? Are we getting the pre-K kids books? Why is middle school math a deficiency in our system? So these are the good topics and the good workshopping and the good going back to cabinet.
Because you're right, it's not always something that we have to throw money, but it's something that we could say, hey, you know, we're not getting a return of investment on this piece of it, so let's take a little bit of this and reallocate here where we might get some more. Or, you know, reallocate our resources that have gone on to, and making sure that they're
Anything else on this one then? Okay, well, we talked about communications with staff a little bit, and some of that. What about with constituents? Anything around communication with constituents and staff we want to address? We talked a little bit about it, but anything we want to make sure we pick up?
So I mean, I'll just start with the constituent communication. I just think it's not where it needs to be. I don't feel like, as a board, I think as a district, we've done huge, amazing gains as communicating with our families and with the public. But I think as a board, I feel like we could do a better job communicating with our constituents, like us as a board, like not saying, well, the districts, and yes, we represent the district, but our bosses are constituents, and at some point they want to hear from us just organically. Like I have a thought about education because we've seen, behind the curtain. So I think, and I don't know what the answer is. Before COVID, I thought things like coffee chats and moving board meetings around, and but now we can't do that. But maybe we can use technology to reach these different areas to effectively communicate with constituents.
I mean, I've always wanted to do like a town hall type thing.
Yes.
Or like just a listening session where like I as director and say, just to keep it on level, to have somebody, maybe a cabinet member or two, and we just listen to parents. So we don't necessarily have to answer everything, but we can just listen to the concern, what's on their mind, what's going on, and then we can make that person do that. That's something I've always done.
I'm very open for more communications with our community. I do spend a lot of time talking with people in my neighborhoods and in the venues that I attend, because somebody always wants to talk about the school board. People always want to share what they know. Sometimes they don't know as much as they should know, but it's an opportunity to talk to them. And I get it from grocery store, I get it from my church, I get it from just where I happen to be at the time when somebody sees me and they want to talk. And other groups that I belong in, they want to talk. But I do feel that we do communicate. I haven't, even the ones who don't realize what's going on in the district, when after we've had the opportunity to talk, we'll say, oh, I didn't know that. And you have a website. Oh, I will go, things that you would think they would know, but they don't. But it is an opportunity to talk to people, and I think we need to do more of that when we can. I do recall before COVID, having the opportunity of going to different schools as a board member, and that opened up a lot of doors. Even now, Zooming with the special ed PTA and being able to sit in their meetings and talk to them opens up a lot of opportunities. But this, with COVID in these last couple of years, things have truly changed. But I do remember going, for Lego Day and having the opportunity to talk with parents. I do remember going to the different schools when they had the book clubs coming in and talking to parents. So I don't think we do poorly on that, but every opportunity we do get is a good opportunity to talk with constituents.
So, and I think an important thing that you said, Pam, because I think that I miss that stuff so much, all the going into the schools, but our constituents are more than just the students, the staff, and the parents and families, right? Our constituents are every voter that pays for all of our schools, whether or not they have kids. And they might never have kids, or they might have had kids 50 years ago, or they might be thinking of kids in 20 years to come. And that's, I think, and those people outnumber our district families, our district staff, our district students. And I only point that out because we talk a lot about bonds and levies and communication. And so I think doing the Zooming with our groups that are built in and doing that is huge. But doing more of the town hall, the open public meetings, the meetings where anybody can come, right? Like anybody from the seat, like, because there's by default, it's segregated, right? Like you can't, if you're not a parent of that school, you're not gonna be able to really come to the PTA, when I come talk to PTA on that night, or come to the book reading, unless you're a parent of that school. But you still might be a voter on our bond, and so you need to know all the cool stuff we're doing, all the free summer school. And so if we had more of the town hall, then we can do them on Zoom, but some way for constituents to really see what we're doing. And that will help our messaging, I think, as we try and ask for bigger things with their money, because that's really who pays for it.
You know, there's opportunities. You read at Silver Lake, right? Do you remember one night you read at Silver Lake, is that correct? And on that Zoom, you had over 100 parents, I don't know if you knew that, were watching the reading. So you have opportunities to engage too in other ways, like, saying that maybe we have a career day military, marketing, counseling, jobs that you've done. There's ways to connect with the constituents, right? Listening tours with regions, you get live, you get to go to the region, you get to the student, there's a lot of ways to connect. And I always know there's three sides to every story anyway when you connect with the public. Okay? There's always going to be three sides of the story. But continue being visible, but you have a lot of opportunities because you'd be surprised how many people you reached at Silver Lake, because I was talking to parents and they were talking how you read that night or poetry, whatever it was. So, those are little things that you can do that build up. And even tweeting, people, we have to tell our story so many times because people will not tell our story. They will only give you the gossip or the rumor, but when you tell your story on Twitter, it also enables people to see, wow, they're doing this, this, and this. Because there's opportunities every day.
That's why I think the technology piece that we're recording and keeping them up with people to see is so important. Because if there's some rumor that starts that, oh, they said X, Y, and Z at this meeting, go look at it. Go look at it. And better yet, come watch our meetings or watch them when you have time stuff late and there's something that you care about and you want to know. You know where to go. Because I think we have a duty in many different ways to make these types of meetings as accessible as possible to our constituents. And this is a great way for us to do it.
I also agree with sort of what Director Berg's saying. I always have struggled with finding good opportunities to connect with people beyond our obvious groups. So parents are an easier one to reach because we go to our schools, and staff are a little bit easier to reach. And then we all have our personal, whether you attend church or things like that. But there aren't a lot of obvious opportunities to connect with folks that just don't fall into one of those groups that's already connected to us. And I would like to explore some ways we might do that, whether it's through technology. I like the town hall idea, and we had talked about that in the past with Kathy a little bit. But the thing that that happens, I think, with boards in particular is there's amongst the superintendent and potentially the staff, a need to sort of protect the board from upset constituents, angry parents, and I appreciate that, but it also doesn't leave us an opportunity to really, say, hey, we do believe in this, or we don't believe in this, or we think this is important or not important, or, whatever the response is. And I think it's a very individual thing, because if someone needs to complain to me about masks, I will listen. If I don't, I'm going to follow the law and do what the governor says. But if they need to vent a little bit, I'm okay with that. So that's a little bit more individual. But I don't feel a need to be as protected as sometimes we are.
And I agree with that. And I think too, the public, they know, we have 70,000 bosses, right? So, Ian, you've got it bad, you've got 5, we've got 70,000. And if we don't give them some small sliver of accessibility to us, not just at meetings, but a town hall, and not like a listening session, it's a listening session with your board member. And that's why to a certain degree with boards that have districts, it's easier, right? So I'm just District 4, so I know exactly where my boundaries are. I know exactly the little coffee house, people know where to meet me because District 4. And so, but again, for us all being at large, it does make it kind of like, up and down I-5, and it's it's 30 minutes or 40 minutes. It's about 40 minutes from one end to another of this district. If you're driving surface streets and depending on what the through it. So that's a big district, and we're all trying to cover it with every single solitary voter in terms of keeping them informed of what we're doing. So
Although,
we could just,
sorry.
I
was gonna say, I find that it happens a little naturally. We're not district, but so for example, my kids went to North End schools. And so I have this kind of perspective. Your kids are at the South End, you have a slightly different perspective, of the culture and things. And so some of that happens naturally with our liaison schools. So those are kind of our areas of coverage a little bit, but districts are, geographically easier. So I kind of rely on my South End directors, and we're fortunate because we have a good variety of geography amongst the 5 of us.
I hate depending
And I
on
kind of rely on the South End folks to bring that perspective to the table. And, my kids have gone to Everett High, and that's it, and you're Cascade. And so we really actually, fortunately, have a nice mix.
We do right
Some of
now,
that.
but I mean, I'm just saying in general,
Yeah.
like I always touch wood, we're very fortunate, but we, fortunately go so far. And so,
Yeah.
and I think too, we have a mix, but we also, it's kind of interesting. And I love the liaison schools, but I think that with districts, it would be a little bit easier to wrap our brains around it, especially with COVID, because once COVID hit, it took us out of that cadence of visiting our liaison schools on a regular basis. I think we still kind of did that with the performance at the beginning, performance review stuff, but I think being intentional about town halls and constituent connections might be another way to cut it, since we might all one day live on the same cul-de-sac, you never know.
Well, that's can happen.
I just think that the public has gotten so used to, as we've been alluding to, with Zoom, ease of being at home and dropping in a meeting. We're going to just have to remember there's a lot of folks who are going to expect that format availability in the future. And that's brought a lot of good, but I would also say it's also brought some real challenges for folks because of the loss of that in-person connectivity and the lack of a true bond that comes when you're in person with someone. Anything more on this topic before we touch on our next one, which is going to be abbreviated? We've only got about 25 minutes, but we're just going to go and look at the WASDA survey. All right, well, let's take a look at the survey. And we don't have a great deal of time, but did you all get a chance to look at the survey results? Did you get a chance to peek at those? And it's interesting because you now have a 4-year comparison. And would just like to ask people, from looking at the data, I broke up the large standards and I put them here for you. Standard 1, provide responsible school district governance. Just let you look at that real quick. And standard 2, set and communicate high expectations for student learning with clear goals and plans. Standard 3, create conditions district-wide for student and staff success. Standard 4, hold school district accountable for meeting student learning expectations. And the final standard, standard 5, engage local community and represent the values and expectations they hold for schools. Now, I know you've got this information, and I wanted to ask the group, were there any of the particular sub-questions that you would like to talk about? Is there any area where when you look at it, you say, huh, what does that data suggest? Is there some area we should be working on from that? Should we be building some goals for the district? Are there some target areas we want to assign Ian from that? Now, with only 25 minutes left for this part of the presentation, we're not going to have enough time to cover everything. But let's just start looking and ask you to take a look back at goal number one, standard number one, and for the data you've received for standard number one. And I have that data here that I can bring up and put on the screen if someone suggests a particular question within standard number one that you'd like to talk about as a group, that you think this is something maybe we should talk about, maybe we should address it with the superintendent and ask him for a response, or how does he feel? Now, one of the areas that's challenging with this is when the N is as small as this is with the board, one board member saying something or two board members, but that's one or two very important voices. So are there any questions off of this list that you all would like to address, that you'd like to look at, that are worthy of diving into deeper?
I think diving into the area in which we felt maybe we didn't know or never would be a good opportunity to find out how we could address that. Like in standard number one, and it could have been just my printout, but in standard number one, question number 15 was one in which 4 members felt, that we did it most of the time, but one member felt that we never do it. So would like to find out what's going on in that particular situation.
Okay. So standard 15 is collaborate with colleagues across the region, state, and nation regarding current emerging trends, issues, policy solutions. Anybody want to share about that one?
Well, I had a question about this one when I looked at it, and my question was, so we have the opportunity to collaborate or meet colleagues at the state conference, which is all online this last year, and then the national conference, which, did anyone attend that?
Yeah,
Did you attend it?
I attended.
Yeah, so only one attended.
Me too, Tracy.
Oh, Tracy did, okay.
Attended.
And then we have the quarterly, are the regional meetings quarterly or twice?
Yeah. Tracy
So-
goes to-
So those are open to all directors
Yes.
to attend. So we have those opportunities, and other than that, the only other time I've collaborated with directors outside the district, if there was a particular topic that I was kind of curious about, like, what do you guys do in your district? And I would call either the president, if I didn't know him, or someone I knew on a local, another, like, I know some of the local TO, so what else is needed, I guess, is my question. Like, should we be planning more things, or I just don't understand what that should look like.
So I think, I was just gonna say, for me, I was probably the never, because for me, attendance at conferences is not collaboration, right? Like it's learning, and it could be collaborative learning, and it could be collaboration, but I feel like for me, collaboration is actually talking with other districts, like when I look at North Shore and they've got a policy governance, they got a different way that they do their school board stuff. And so talking with them, and especially pre-COVID, right? Talking with those directors a lot, to me, that feels like collaboration. And I don't know that our board does a lot of it. And the way I've seen it done in other boards is, especially because of things like pay and pay scale, when you're trying to do like a tri-model and you're trying to hit right in the middle, well, that tends to, it makes you collaborate with other boards, right? Because you're on the phone with some Amish, like, what the literal heck? How come y'all are paying this much? Or how come you're doing this? And so you're constantly kind of seeing, wanting to be in that middle point. And so for me, I haven't seen that. I've seen a lot of attendance, and it feels like that we attend, good at attending, but I'm not sure about the collaboration specifically with other districts. Like when we see them doing something well, saying, let's bring that back here, or, oh, I attended a workshop on X, how can we implement this here? Or do we already have something like that? Maybe we just don't call it that. So I guess that's where I was thinking with that question.
Well, I agree. I attend the state and I attend the national, and I do attend every now and then, a couple of the regional ones. But I also talk with other school board members that are throughout the state, North Shore, Mukilteo, and Edmonds. And then one in Spokane. I always see her at the state conferences, and we email. So we talk and we ask, things that we're doing and whatnot, which are really neat. It's kind of nice to be able to communicate. But I think when we start looking at collaborating with our colleagues, attending the WASDA meetings and attending the national meeting, that is a collaboration, because we are learning, but we have the opportunity of talking with other members to find out what they're doing and talk about, how best to apply the policies within our district and learn what they mean and what our role is as board members. So I look at this as that is something that we're doing, but as far as coordinating with getting them in the same room and doing, I don't think that's what that question means. It could mean that, but I'm not quite sure what more we can do in that regard.
Because, so the times that I've been able to engage in like the legislative sessions of WASDA, those have been good. Those have been good as far as talking to policy things and, spitballing ideas and things like that. But there's also times where, the WASDA membership reaches a decision, and I don't think that's a good decision for our districts, right? And so I don't really want to collaborate with them. So that's why I was more of a sometimes is that, I think or most of the time is that we do keep tabs on what's going on out there. But sometimes we want to lead the pack, sometimes we want to lead the pack, so it depends on the situation.
You reminded me of something, because this summer, or actually all last year through COVID, I listened in on as many of those Thursday calls as I could with WASDA.
Yeah.
And although, you're not having, it's a big group, and you're not having giant conversations, but they started making a point of highlighting a district and what they're doing for a particular topic, at each one of those calls, so that there could be some shared learning across the board. And then they always made the slides available and the people available for follow-up. If you had additional questions on the topic and wanted to dive more deeply, they're like, please call us, we're open. So I really appreciated that. And then just hearing a lot of the voices, although it was always the same voices on these calls. But, there was an opportunity that felt more collaborative as a statewide group than I've ever felt before, and that was because of COVID.
Because of COVID.
And they're going to continue those calls, which is kind of a cool thing, I think.
And it was good that they had those, because you could hear what other people were engaged in and what they were doing.
Or what their concerns were.
Their concerns were.
And they would do the polls,
And they would do the polls,
which were
was
kind of
very
interesting,
good.
yeah.
So I guess
And I appreciated that.
I have a process question, because I think, so it sounds like, because I do the same thing, I email all the time with different directors and different things and, attend the conferences, but it feels like maybe the information is siloed. Maybe that's why we all kind of said it wasn't like a perfect score, right? Because like if we weren't all on the same calls, or for instance, WASDA, we don't all go to the same workshops. And so maybe there's a process way for us to kind of say, hey, I attended WASDA, here are the 5 workshops I went to, in like a couple of lines, because I'm not sure how the information I get at WASDA gets back. I can talk to cabinet or whatever, but I'm not sure how it gets back to a mind share of our board, right? So I hear something great, and then maybe I write it up, and Caroline's like, oh yeah, that is a great idea. And that's what I think about collaboration, because me just sitting in the workshop doesn't feel collaborative. Like, that's just my thought.
So in the past, that's usually our dinner conversation or our lunch conversation is, what did you attend? Although it hasn't been very formal, and I appreciate that maybe something slightly more structured where we have the opportunity to say, I think this was a really great idea. What do you guys think might be a good idea?
Yeah, because over a glass of Chardonnay, I'll remember.
What's that?
Like a shared Google Doc or something.
Yeah,
like that, where we
actually,
could just put a little
it would be-
Or
that
we'll
would
report
actually
out
be
often
great.
after the
Yeah.
state meeting, we'll report out which ones we attended and what was kind of
And
notable.
what was notable.
We've done that before.
That would be great.
Because I've got just, you know, like I can get really into something and take some notes, but when I try to sit there and explain to somebody, it doesn't always come out as well. So that actually sounds like something I really feel like.
Yeah, and if you tell me over dinner, I'm not gonna remember. I mean, I'll say, yeah, oh, that sounded awesome, but unless I have my little notebook and I'm taking notes and thinking through it, but if it's in like a document, to Andrew's point, and we're kind of saying, yep, we attended this and that, then it becomes collaborative, right? Because then we're doing a mind share and we're saying, yep, we're doing actions that, yeah, I guess that's why I answered it as a no, because me just sitting in a workshop, I don't feel like that's me collaborating with anyone, but it's me learning, and hopefully I'm bringing that back, but you guys don't know, you know what that is, and so.
Yeah, and just for the quick sharing of info, I know as a superintendent, in my Friday document I put out, if a board member had been at something and others hadn't and just had materials, I would say, give it to me and I'll put it as an attachment, but it was a passive form, not an active engagement form. So it was step one. Step two would be talking about it further.
Yeah.
No, we can't share it.
No,
But
we
we
can
could
just-
have a folder on board docs or something.
Yeah, that we.
Upload. Yeah.
Are there other items on that list? Are there others? So let's see. We said anything that would have had the red or black rating. I'm scrolling through it quickly here on the screen. Aha, 22.
Yeah, I think that has more to do with the fact that we haven't had a new board member since everyone's been on. Unless the new board members want to talk about their experience or newer.
Yeah, I mean, I think, can't remember what I want to say, but I have a feeling I want to probably, because there's so much information that can come onto the board that it's just like a fire hose.
Yep.
And then you've got these giant binders to look through. So it doesn't feel like you were oriented, but now you're a little bit more disoriented than you were when you came in.
Go from.
So like maybe a follow-up session, you know, a couple months in, 6 months in, might be a little bit, you know, I think there's more work we can do to kind of support each other, especially.
Yeah, and I think I got the distinct feeling that there is not a process. Like because I kept asking for an onboarding, and I got the distinct feeling that because for a variety of reasons, with both of us coming on the board, it was a new process. We weren't appointees. We just came out of the public. And so
That's
it was
interesting because it was so formal when I came on board. Tracy and I, she's not here to speak about
Yeah,
it, but there was a definite process about who you met
that was
with,
after
how
you were
long.
being appointed, right?
Yeah.
So that people
Interesting.
planned for
We did a
you.
round robin, right?
They did.
So, you know, we had each department meet, and I think it was still the formality that you went through, but I think it could be overwhelming for anybody. It was
Yeah.
overwhelming for a new superintendent coming, I didn't know where to live, but you know, you gotta go here, you gotta go there, right? It's part of going onboard, we should onboard everybody in the system the same way, right? Even if it's a board member, superintendent, principal, teacher. But I thought we did good with the onboarding, but I think the good point is every 6 months we revisit it. Like, what did you, I know you met with finance, but you probably didn't get this, or maybe you met with curriculum, you didn't get this, you met with the superintendent over the protocols, but I think it's always good to do with anybody that's new anyway. We have to do with our new principals. We have a new principal program. Same thing with the board.
So, and just to put it out there, the onboarding process in my opinion, and maybe we'll cover it later, should start with a background check. Just like for every other new hire, I cannot say that enough, and I cannot still say how shocked I was that that does not happen. And we are definitely an
For
outlier.
employees or for directors?
For both, for directors. So right now, for employees, that's where it starts. For directors, we don't do background checks.
Right.
We're one of the few districts. that
What do
don't.
you do if they don't?
Right,
Yeah.
that's,
So I will tell you right now, you don't give them access to schools and you don't give them badges that get them into every class. Like that's just, the teachers think that it does. It's not a physicality thing. It's like they look at us with the badge and they don't know that we should not be left alone with kids because they think we're employees of the district. That's just the majority of people. But until Lake Stevens, if they don't pass a background check or don't want to take it, then they're just not allowed to be left alone with the kids, and they get a different type of badge and then just a badge. It's, yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of background checks for elected officials in general.
For school board, so I have not found one that doesn't do background checks. Because we just,
I couldn't hear that last part. You haven't found, could you say that again?
board in our area that doesn't start the onboarding with the background check.
Just say that again.
That I haven't found a school board in our area that doesn't start the onboarding process with a background check.
And all the other schools in the area do background checks. They're gonna onboard process.
For their school board, the first email you get is to go to your local police station, just like the teacher
I thought we
would.
did a background check on our school board members.
No,
Maybe because at the same time I was a volunteer at a school.
yes, exactly, so we do want
And
to be
so
a
then I
volunteer.
assumed that, well, they had my background check because
But
I
it's a-
volunteered at a school.
It's a different level for teachers, so when you're a teacher, you go to the police station and you get the fingerprint and they do a full background check because you have the potential of being left alone with kids. As a volunteer though, you go online, you do the Everett one, but I had just made the assumption, being a board member, because, and I know our badges aren't supposed to, but honestly, I've talked to so many like very smart and professional teachers in our district, they think that we're employees, they just do, right? We walk around with these badges, we have the ability to go and talk to classrooms, and the parent that's there has had more of a background check than we have, and that is, for a lot of districts, I can't find one that allows that type of thing, so that's just my 2 cents.
That needs to be modeled. I think that, because I had just assumed it was the same because I had also before I became a school board member, I volunteered for work at a school, and so they had my background check, so it just wasn't done because they already had it on board.
Our district does not do it, and I did bring that up with HR during our.
I did not realize that. That's one area where I think, well, what do you have if you have an elected official? Because
So for
well,
instance-
Cassie Franklin is running against somebody who's a state offender, sex
Yeah, sex
offender.
offender, and that's
I
right,
mean,
and there's,
you-
yes.
they're
you can-
legally-
they can- Yep, they can be allowed to be a member.
So if they become an elected official,
Yes,
there's,
it's like if you have a DUI, you can't drive kids, right? Like, I mean, that's just the bottom line. If you have a background check that you don't pass, there are just certain things, and so when I talked to Lake Stevens about it, that was what they said, was like, look, we just put limits.
Right.
If somebody, and that's if they don't want to do it, or if there's a problematic thing. But
right.
it's just, I think we're in a scenario in life where we should make decisions like this before it's a problem. Because if you have somebody run and win, and then oh, wait a minute, we're gonna change a policy, well, then it looks, kind of reactive. But we would be being in line with our neighboring districts.
Perhaps we need to find out what Mazda's position on a policy on that is.
I don't know. All I know is other districts and what has been done, and any time somebody has the ability to be around kids.
That would be a good topic as well, Mazda rep this, legislative rep.
We also have a hearing that might be able to answer it.
I can't give you any legal advice in an open
Right.
public meeting, but I can certainly get you more information about that.
that's great, okay.
All right, so that's one you need to dig in a little, find out a little more on. Scrolling through, and include stakeholders when developing and revising the district vision. It was a don't know. Yet district vision, I don't know when you last revised your district vision.
I think the district vision has stayed the same. Our mission statement and our vision has changed, but our strategic plan calls for our priorities to change or our goals. I don't know, how do you, but our mission and vision stayed the same.
Okay,
Actually, down to,
so,
you want to jump down to,
I'm sorry, sir, go on.
jump down to 36, policies for evaluating staff based on student success. I was one of those don't knows. That kind of granular level staff evaluation, I don't know that I've ever been kind of given an overview of how that goes. And if I have, I certainly don't remember. So that would be something I definitely want
Well,
to study session on. More information.
I guess I have been an outliner in this question since I've taken this survey. So I was probably 1 and part of the 2 and part of the 3 as well. Because this has to do with bargaining as well. This has a major impact on that, and it's something that we cannot do an evaluation based on student success because of bargaining. And
It's a tricky one to answer, I think, because to your point, Pam, we can't tie test scores to teacher evaluations.
Yes,
But test scores aren't the only measure of student success. So I think what I'm hearing is that as a board, we're just not really sure what other ways we measure, how the teacher evaluation process is tied to student success.
And are you familiar with the Danielson model that we use? Okay, so that might be a great workshop.
Yeah.
What's that?
TPAT, which is
Right. So
It's
that's,
TPAT.
is
Yeah.
the evaluation process.
I am,
Yeah.
I'm guessing Tracy and Pam are as well, maybe. But more information will be on later.
Yeah, I think that was just the thing, so more information.
Yeah.
All righty, so let's look if we have any more, because we are at the 3-minute mark. We're coming around the home stretch.
3 minutes.
For this section, then you've got a break here, and I don't see any more red or
There's-
black.
Talk about, ensure the public is well informed of the board's roles and responsibilities. I just think that's a personal board, thing, right? Like, I think I was one of the some of the times, and that was more of a reflection of my relationship to that question than us as a board.
Okay. Well, with that as a backdrop, you've got a couple of items that you've got to narrow down on, some things regarding board meeting procedure, board preparation, and some of the communication components that still need some final discussion going forward. So, Mr. Superintendent, do you have a good list of that you can work with the board chair and to take that home?
Yes.
I've taken copious notes, and that will also lead us into the next day as well.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the time to just spend some time with you and facilitate. I point out something I pointed out to you last time. You are not normal. Thank you for being not normal. What a wonderful cohesive group working together this is. It's remarkable how many board meetings lately are fraught with challenges just working together in a super productive manner. So thank you for what you do. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. I wish you well the rest of your next day and a half of retreat. Thank you, folks. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you,
Thank
Pete.
you. Bye-bye.
Is he not with us the rest of the time?
No,
Okay.
take us home.
Forgot to ask.
Just when you talk about normal, there's a board in Montana that was shut down, over masking. I was trying to go help mediate the board and the public. 2 weeks ago, for our training, we had to go there, over masking and people attacking the board physically.
But in Tennessee, it was like,
So we're gonna have lunch at, we have a break, and then we're gonna have a round table,
5-minute break.
5-minute break. And then our board chair and I will announce lunch.
6-minute break. We're gonna come back at 11:30.
Yes.
Is that okay?
yeah.
Yeah.
For everybody?
In Montana, you said?
Yes.
So I have a question about the agenda. Are we really gonna be done by 2:40 today? I have to block out till 4:30. Okay, and then tomorrow at 12:45, is that?
Yes.
So I adjusted my calendar.
I really, I'm like.
These retreats used to be 2 full days and then like dinner.
Oh, that would be fun. That's not fun.
Well, so the full days were exhausting, like going, I mean, we'd literally go from 8 to like 5 and it always ran over, and we'd have like 10-minute breaks, but nothing else. And so that was a little overwhelming just in terms of getting, just a lot. And then we go on to dinner, which was actually very nice. But I will share with you that Ian and I were talking, and we kind of missed, I think, an opportunity for some unstructured conversation with this agenda, because we usually do go on for dinner, and we didn't build something like that into this. I mean, we have right now, but we are going to remedy that in the future with, we can do a study session and have some of that.
Have dinner. Our study sessions are still recorded though, right? Or no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so then, I mean, like, we do like a mid-dinner break.
Study
which we-
sessions are recorded when we have the ability to record them.
Yes.
So-
So restaurant. Got it. Okay, so confused.
So what drove the choice of this venue for this retreat here? As opposed to just.
They always do it.
It's a really nice room for a
Because
retreat,
they always do
and
it.
we don't pay for it.
Oh, we don't do it.
No.
We just pick the one. Okay. Just curious.
Mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, they use our facilities.
It's a partnership.
In education.
It is a great room for, I mean, we have some too.
But the windows are just lovely, and our windows are lovely too, but.
It's a lot lovelier now, we have a bed, so we're working.
And I think this is only the second time we've eaten in a year, right before graduation, we ate live together. We haven't really been live to eat, maybe one other time, right?
Well, COVID has been
Yeah,
a challenge for
yeah,
everyone.
every night. So it's nice to
We'll
see.
say the peppers and the chicken are kind of spicy, just FYI. And if anyone likes jalapenos, I have 3 huge plants that are overproducing.
Oh, seriously? You have to get them out, because if you can freeze them, like wash them, freeze them cold, and then I grate them into nuts.
Say that again, because I need to know.
So you just rinse them off, like so they're clean, and then you put them in, and just hold into a freezer bag. And then freeze them like flat, kind of get the air out, and then you can take them out and put them on like a ginger grater or like a microplane. And then I grate it into anything that calls for healthy.
Yeah,
And
okay.
then I just keep them
Thank you.
in the freezer.
This is new for me this year.
And ginger too, you can do the same thing with ginger, just freeze all of it and then just grate it as you need it.
It's not healthy. I made some herb butter and it said freeze the rest and bring it out next time. But it's just like, we just have more butter next time. So not jalapenos, not ginger, nothing healthy. Butter freezer. So my husband's like, what's with the
I freeze all my butter. I buy it in bulk at Costco and put it in the freezer.
Yeah, so there's a ball of herb butter in my freezer now.
See, we're giving the public some tidbits.
We are useful.
I do too.
Butter's better than margarine.
Of course, my husband likes Miracle Whip. So we do have mayonnaise and Miracle Whip in our fridge because I will not eat Miracle Whip.
My husband complains that he didn't realize like all dairy products were leaving the house when we got married, and so there's milk. Like we have, yeah, it's milk, and it's butter, it's not. I've been having milk in 7 years. It's like it's just a glass of milk. I'm like, sorry.
Okay, Pam mentioned busing earlier. So I put a pin in it in my brain. We now have what I believe is a fleet of minibuses that are us. And then we have Durham for big buses. I sure would like to know where all those buses go. Like, what are the purposes? Like, what kind of kids do we transport in minibuses, and what kind of kids get transported in Durham, and how do we decide the difference? And how many buses do we now own? Because it seems like every time I get our financial report, we bought more.
We also retired.
But we're retiring.
And that's,
I mean, I can tell you, not right now off the top of my head, but my office tracks every year the number of vehicles we have because of insurance purposes. So I can tell you how many vehicles. And I can also generally tell you that our own drivers with the smaller buses are typically used for McKinney-Vento kids.
okay.
We do have homeless kids that go down as far south as Puyallup and as far north as Burlington, so we're transporting them
Okay.
pretty long distances.
And special ed too?
And special
Because
education
there's one that comes in our
students.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Those kids that go as far as Burlington and Puyallup, they start their day really early in the morning, and do we compensate them for that? Do we start at a regular school time and they're given extra time at school?
Well, I don't know each individual kid's situation, but I presume that most of them start pretty early so that they get to school on time. I mean, we're required
There's
to
no
go to
compensation.
them. So
Yeah.
if their parents are living with relatives down there, a situation, and they want to stay in our district, they are making that choice to travel that far, but we are also required to allow them to come and provide the transportation.
Okay, so they actually do have to start school on time. It becomes a very, very long day for them.
Yeah, it does, but we're not forcing that. I mean, that's not, I don't wanna sound heartless, but what I'm saying is that we don't have any control over where homeless students move or live, but we are satisfying our obligation of transporting them if they wanna stay in the stability of our schools, but then they do come on time and they have their meals and they will get their meals regardless of when they arrive and that, but the transportation is arranged so that they can get to our schools on time.
It's nice because we don't use tax. Like other districts do things like taxis and makeshift, whereas our district has been committed to having like licensed bus driving people, getting them from point to point. Like we don't just kind of slough it off. Not say the district slough it off.
Could you imagine trying to get from Puyallup to here?
Oh, you could.
Public transit.
I mean, there's, yeah, you would be able to, but it's.
But you would, it just takes.
I can't even imagine it on a school bus. Just the traffic.
Once or twice, we've had those letters about like, why are our buses on the West Seattle Bridge? Because we're fulfilling our requirement to allow those
How do they know
children-
there are buses?
Because they say I'm in public schools.
No, oh, our buses.
Our buses.
Are we the only one state in Washington that uses Durham?
No.
No.
There are a few, but I don't
Yeah.
think I could tell you the list.
There's two on the side.
There are other. I thought Lake
Yeah.
Steve,
The only one in Snohomish County though, maybe?
I don't know if Lake Stevens does.
not Lake Stevens, Lake Washington.
Lake Washington. I think it's the only one.
But
Unless I think
is it
it's-
Lake Washington all King County?
Yeah, that's King, yeah, I think we're the only one.
Maybe not.
There's a couple for students, and then there's a few that own their own buses, like Edmonds owns their own buses, I think. 'Cause they say
Oh, most
Edmonds.
do.
Most do.
Most districts own their
Yeah.
buses. Okay, should we switch to the topic at hand?
Yeah, roundtable?
Yeah.
One of the questions that Bill asked about 4-year and 6-year terms, and the history that we found out, I think it was before 1980, but I think it was somewhere in the books in 1980, am I correct? Was it 6-year term?
The policy that we currently have established was written in 1980, and it was written with 6-year terms. So I don't know when it might have happened before that, but it's been 6 years at least since 1980. There's been multiple revisions to the policy over the years, but the term has never been changed. There was something that I was able to dig up that happened, this is 2008, that had to do with a House bill. Yeah, they changed it back, just so you know. They accidentally wrote out the 6-year term option and put it back in the following year. Oh, okay, yeah. And at that point, it stated that only Tacoma, Everett, and Spokane elected members for 6 years.
I think that's still true.
I think there's one more. I think
No, there's just the three.
just the 3 still.
I've been saying 3 for a long time.
I
so
know
hope
that
I'm-
I know that there are like only 6 or 7 that are eligible, but not all of them do it. Yeah, there aren't that many that are eligible.
Can you speak to eligibility versus doing it? I mean,
Oh, so under state law, the default for school board terms is 4 years, except for if you are in a county of over 210,000, 210,000 people, population, including a city of the first class, which we are, Everett is. So you have to be in that type of county in order to be eligible to choose 6-year versus 4-year terms.
do you know why?
I don't know why.
It just seems so
If you
random.
look at the legislative history, it doesn't actually talk about why. And when you look at the legislative history through other documents besides the history itself, but people talking about the history, they still say they don't know why. So, and in 2008, there was a House bill that it was not applying to this specific 6-year versus 4-year term, but whatever changed in the legislation, they accidentally got rid of 6-year terms. But the following year, they remedied that and put it back into the statute because they hadn't intended to write that out. So in any event, yes, under state law, you have, our board has the choice of 4-year versus 6-year terms.
We
But
don't
the
know how long
default-
it's gone back to.
We know at least till 1980 and probably prior to that time, but I was looking for resolutions to see if there was a specific resolution at some point, and I haven't been able to find a resolution that talks about it either. So it's not clear when Everett chose to do that, but they clearly chose to do it at least as of 1980.
Sorry, I'm falling in a hole. The electrical box, it was a hole.
And I'll just add that if you look historically at the arguments for or against 4-year versus 6-year, typically the people who really strongly support 4-year terms think about it in terms of accountability and wanting to hold the the directors accountable and have more frequent elections so that you can address accountability. And people who really feel strongly about 6-year terms tend to focus on the consistency and continuity of a board and allowing them to grapple with more complex issues that arise over a longer period of time, so that you can see issues from start to finish in some case, or at least have that continuity for a longer amount of time. But that's usually where you get one side who feels strongly.
I would
versus
say
the other.
another advantage and disadvantage. So one advantage to me would be the staggering of board terms, so you don't have a situation where 3 directors are up for election at the same time, and then 2, 2, 3, and we have 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, which is kind of nice for stability as you bring on new directors. And as you know, it can be kind of a overwhelming 2-year get up to speed kind of process sometimes. And then I would also say that one disadvantage of 6-year terms is it might deter people in the community seeking a school board position, because the commitment is so long. You know, it's really daunting when, you know, most people that come into school board work have never held public office before. I call it the gateway election, you know, into the politics of the world. And to say, oh my gosh, you know, I really want to see what this might be like. And it's very typical that once someone is on the school board, they like to continue. I would say that's more typical in my non-research, but what I observe is that people like to stay on because they do enjoy the work. But just getting up to that point, I think it's a deterrent.
Does the current RCW or covers this, does it say up to 6 years, or it's very clear 4 or 6?
It's 4 or 6.
Okay, so there's no like middle ground.
No, nope, it's 4 or 6. And the statute also accounts for if you want to go from 6 back to 4. What's strange is that the statute doesn't talk about how that's accomplished, which I can, you know, that's a little easier to figure out, but it isn't set forth by statute. You get to choose that for yourself, but then there will be a resolution process, and we'd have to work with the election office, because the statute does say that if you determine to go from 6 to 4, you also have to have a provision providing for the correct staggering under the statute of the different positions. It also does not affect anybody who's an incumbent board member already. So if you have 6-year terms, somebody's in year 1 of a 6-year term, and you switch to 4 years, that person has the choice of staying on for their 6 years. They can consent to reducing their term to 4 years, but they're not required to. And also you can't force them to under the statute.
So like Malcolm Gladwell's book, Turning Tipping Point, whatever, talks about 10,000 hours or 5 years. And for me, it took about that time to where I felt comfortable. So when I feel very comfortable at what I'm doing, and that 4 years, especially since it's not 4 years of full-time work, really doesn't get you 10,000 hours. Well, not even 10,000 hours now, so we're being a parent. But so it is sort of like, to your point, 5 years would be maybe good. But school board members are usually elected on odd numbered years.
They always are.
Okay, always.
Always. That's why it's 2 or 6, or 4 or 6.
So it'd be a 3-2. Pretty much every other election, every odd year would be a 3-2. So it's a huge board turnover potential versus 1 or 2 people. Right. You could have the majority of your board could flip, which has happened in other places. Which, could be good, but sometimes.
But then you can run whole slates of them. You have coalitions kind of.
Which has happened. And usually activists, not different reasons. I personally don't mind the 6-year term, because again, I kind of like getting up to speed, and now looking at the next 6 years, it's just sort of, well, I'm working at least the next 7 or 8 years, so what's 6 more years?
I kind of like the consistency of a 6-year term. One, I can relate. The first year I was on the board, my first term, I didn't say anything. It took a year mean, because it was like the fire hose, plus learning the staff, learning the superintendent, learning the wherewithal, even though I was a volunteer in the district. Here I was a volunteer at schools, I was a volunteer in the district, yet it took a while as a school board member to be brought up to that point. And if you look at it as, well, the first year you're still learning, and you're sitting back and observing and engaging, but not truly engaging, then to turn around in 3 more years, stepping down or continuing on, the consistency to me is just not there, especially in these dynamic times that we have. I do like the consistency of a 6-year term.
So I'm probably maybe the outlier in this, but talking with community, it's seen, especially a district as big and diverse as us, it's seen as kind of a barrier for community participation. The thought is, with 6-year terms, there's a lot of appointments because it is a really big, to Caroline's point, a really big commitment. And so some people can't fulfill it for a variety of reasons. And so we end up with not really a process. In fact, I had a teacher ask me when I was running, they said, "Oh, did you fill out the application?" And I said, "Well, what application?" And they said, "Well, you have to apply to be on the board." And this teacher genuinely did not know that it was actually an election process. Because he said, "Well, no, there's always an application process, and I've gone through it a couple times." And he kind of explained, which I thought was really sweet. And I said, "No, it's like a democracy thing. And I'll be on the ballot and like anybody can sign up to do it." But I think as a result, there's kind of, because of there have been historically, and I know there's 3 of us who weren't on here by appointment, but like there have historically been a lot of appointments, but there's that. But also, Carol, I know it being a 6-year term, she decided not to run again, right? Because that was a long term and her institutional knowledge was lost during a pandemic as a result of her not being able to really fulfill that commitment of 6 years and wanting to be true to her word, which I know all of us want to be when we, start this journey. And so, but also as a parent, if you think about it, if a kindergarten parent is really mad at us, the next time they can really do anything about it, that kid's in middle school. And maybe our second election, now that kid's out of our district. And so it feels very much like, why bother?
But we have elections every 1 to 2 years.
With that person, let's say there's a specific director that you're like, "Oh, I don't like the way that person votes," or this and that. It's
So you can't vote them out.
Yeah, and you can't think about well, maybe I'll run against them, or maybe I'll do something, maybe I'll participate in democracy in a bigger way. And that is how a lot of school boards turn over, right? A parent gets mad, right, and says, "I want to make I want to make a difference. But in our district, it's really limiting, and I look at other political offices, and I don't necessarily see and I love consistency, but I don't know that our district in this specific office really, in a democratic values, like saying that we want people to participate in the electoral process, to say we want 6 years for this particular office, I just don't. I think between that and not having districts, it feels very confining for our electorate and our constituents. And I know we don't have a situation where we all live in one spot, but we absolutely could. And with 6-year terms in those districts, that's a very rare combination. And I guess I can be corrected, but I've looked tangentially at districts our size, and most of them have 4-year, and most of them are districted, so that you're representing a certain quadrant or a certain sector, and so that people really feel like they have control. And with that comes popularity, like in terms of bonds and levies, because we have control over our board.
Can I counter that though? Because the Seattle School District news several years ago, they had board members advocating for certain math curriculum versus other, because that's what their constituent wanted. And so that's one of my examples for why I don't want that, because I really appreciate that I serve all 89,000 voters of the district. And so that I'm responsible for Hawthorne is equally as I'm responsible to Penny Creek. And I appreciate that.
So just to be clear, and I don't know how Seattle does it, but when I say districts, you have to live within that area.
Oh, I
You're
understand.
voted on by all people. So you're not voted on just by the people in that district. So you're voted on by all 70,000.
Yeah, but they were advocating for their district.
And that's fine, but you still have to get that. It won't matter, right? Because everybody votes you in. It's like, so that your the physicality of where you live will basically say this is your seat. that all voters vote you in. So you still are running district-wide, but you have to live within a certain area to make sure that area has a voice. It's just,
I struggle with districting. I know that's not the topic at hand here, but it does kind of go hand in hand with the terms. I struggle with districting. You know, we are a large, diverse district. And there's a part of me where, from a democracy standpoint, I feel like districting is probably appropriate for our size of district. But I also have seen over the years the challenge of getting folks to run for school board. You know, it hasn't been, you know, a lot of the seats, you know, and nationally, or not nationally, statewide too. A lot of them just go completely uncontested. Now in our district, that's not the case, but it's not a real, it's hard to get people to run. So I would, I think I would approach it more from a, I struggle with the fact that we are one of 3 districts in the state of Washington that has 6-year terms. And I think, you know, when I look at the legislature, 2 is way too short.
Yeah.
But I think 6 is a little long in terms of giving people opportunities to fill the role. And I like being more aligned with what other districts across our state do.
I wonder if it's difficult, because in this district, it's traditionally difficult for people to run for the board because people just assume it's a foregone conclusion. Whoever is there or whoever the superintendent's announced is going to be there, so it doesn't really matter. Or it's going to be the people with a bunch of money in the side that control the.
But you're a great example of exactly the opposite of that.
And it was, you know,
it was
fair thing.
I can say I'm spending no money this.
But I think you have to deal with those dynamics all the time. I don't think that there will come a time when that does not exist. I think it will always exist.
Incumbency is just a leg up in any election. It doesn't matter whether it's school board or not.
Well, man, I'm just, you know, spitballing, like, maybe that is part of the barriers that they think that, you know, well, I'm just this person from this district or from this area of the state or the city, and I just don't have that kind of pull, that kind of connection. But if I was running for my neighborhood in my area, I know enough people here that I think I could have a good support this, versus anybody else from that.
But if it is, to April's point, if it is the whole community's voting.
But you can't run, you couldn't run for my district.
Exactly. And so you still have to have a good base of support, right? Because you're making sure your neighbors and friends aren't running against you, or are supporting you.
But didn't you say I don't actually know how it works. So when your district, does everyone in the district vote for you, but you have to live in the district?
No, it's just that you have to live in that quadrant. So
yeah, so everyone still votes for you across the entire district.
But it doesn't matter who you
Okay.
But you're also talking to people in your area. Like, so for instance, in Edmonds, I knew anybody who was going to run in my district, right? Because we were all talking like who would be the best person for this seat. And then nobody else could run. Now, everybody in the district, I still have to convince everybody else, right? But for this little area, I knew, you know, from here to here, here to here, those are the only people that legally could run for that seat. And I think, but I guess for me, it's all of it is a bigger question of representation, lived experience, and more voices at the table, and how do we get there? Because I think it is really valid that it is hard to get people to run for these positions. It's a big time commitment. There's, you know, money out of pocket. There's a lot of stuff that some people can't do. And I think that if we allow for if we figure out how to get more voices to the table, it'll make us so much more successful. So we're going to hear from different people, hear from different areas, and then also just maybe get more of that grassroots community support for things that we want to do that require more voters in the future. So I don't see a downside to opening it up to more.
Well, what about literally looking at what people got added in another seat or 2 or 4?
So you can't do that under statute. By statute, you're a 5-member board. Only cities over 400,000 people are 7. So that's why you see 7 on Seattle.
So what about putting the 4 to 6 year question as like a public referendum? I know there's a cost associated with
It's expensive.
Yeah. I don't know, I like Caroline, I struggle with districting in a sense that, with the school board especially, you get some areas where they don't fill the positions. And that becomes very, very difficult to be able to do the work of the board.
And can I,
I also, I like consistency. I don't think, it's very difficult to want to run a campaign every 4 years when you may not know enough about the district. It's very wise in a sense when you do know a lot about the district and you're very familiar with the district to run every 6 years. That's important because then you can make a decision, well, it's too long, I can't stay, or it's time for new blood, or I think I still have a lot of work that I can still do and accomplish with the district. That's great.
That's your
But
choice as a
the
candidate, right, Doug? That's your choice as a candidate, not necessarily, because like, just because you have great institutional knowledge of this district, doesn't mean that you're running.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're, so I have great knowledge of this system, I've been doing it for the last 6 years, and I'm gonna do it for another 6 years. And nobody else in my constituency agrees that I'm the best person for this job. They only have that 6 years, every 6 years to make that one. I think that's really the point is that what sort of, how are we reading the whole pool of voters? And yes, they could do a recall election and many of those other things that cost money. How likely is anybody on the school board to do that?
It works both ways too, is those who have been around a little bit longer, you can get a pretty disruptive director who doesn't want to collaborate and behaves in ways that are counterproductive as a team. And you get 6 years of them rather than,
Yeah,
you know.
And we've had that.
And you guys, but I
Don't
will say-
go there.
But
We've had
that's, it's an example too of what I've seen policy-wise, or not a lot, but some policies, I think were very reactive to that one director, right? It didn't look at the fact, it was like, well, let's just change our policy. Well, then what happens when folks come in like me and I go, why are we doing this? They're like, oh yeah, this person that you've never met, hasn't been around for 10 years, we did all these changes, and I'm going, that's probably not the best. Right? That's, kind of my point.
It was probably both. There were probably some situations where it went a little too far in some areas where it enabled the board to tighten some policies that maybe
absolutely
needed
absolutely
more scrutiny.
But I think we shouldn't be afraid of our voters, right? We shouldn't, and as politicians, we should lean into the fact that we're politicians, we're voted in. It's not the bad word politician, but people, the only reason we're here is because we ran a campaign and people marked yes on a ballot. That's it. There's nothing, no other secret to the sauce. Somebody said yes to us being here as a voter, and my thought is, let's give them their democratic value, like being able to choose us every 4 years, like just about every board in this area, and just about every politician, other than our state senators, every politician is running on a 2 to 4 year cycle. If you're in city council, if Peter was up there, he would be telling us about Charlotte City Council, they're on 2 year cycles. I can't fathom a city council being on 2 year cycles, God bless them. But that's, it's just, it's not, it's for a school district where we can literally time out our kids at a 12-year mark. For us to say we want 6 years as leaders, I just don't feel like that's fair to our constituents. And so that's kind of why I brought it up, and I would love to, I don't know how it works, but have a vote on a resolution or draft a resolution for us to vote on. And if it fails, it fails. But I think that for me, I would just feel, I could sleep at night knowing that at least we put it to a vote. And if we agree, great. And if we don't, then we just keep moving.
so here's a question just to clarify, so that there are 2 positions up right now, that whoever gets elected into those positions, at what point do they have to decide if it's a 4 or 6? Do they have to make a decision at.
They would complete a 6-year term if
They
they
would
chose
complete
to.
a 6-year term, you've
This is
already
a-
had a primary.
This is a
you're
pretty
in the
far out
election
into the
cycle.
future. It's kind of like
Okay,
this
so it would be
Everett
the
City
next-
Council
it'd be
going
like
to
the next-
districting. You have to
The next
stage
election.
it out,
Yeah,
and it stages out pretty
Okay.
far.
Because you guys have already agreed.
Yeah,
to
you've
the
already
6-year
agreed to
term.
Agreed to
6 years.
6-year term.
Yeah.
I have a question. What was the purpose of the topic coming on the agenda?
Is to decide about 4 and 6 years.
The question was asked.
Today, you mean?
Was it most of the board members, or was it a community
No,
concern?
a few board members asked, and it's a good roundtable discussion, because if 2 people are asking, 3 people are asking, it's just a good conversation to have. It's not it's a roundtable.
Okay,
So this is just a roundtable.
but it wasn't
discussion.
the community asking the
Oh,
question?
there were community members.
Oh, I've had community members.
Yeah, I haven't heard it, but you guys would
I haven't
have.
had
it.
it.
And
Oh, but I don't-
was it a large enough group? Because there's always there's always that group that no matter what you do on the board, they are 180 out of it. Was it a large enough group of concerned individuals that asked the question, why are your terms 6 years versus 4?
I don't have that answer. I think the only answers I have today is one, something I've asked here. And also there's 3 districts to have, there's only 3 that are 6 years, and that's why. But I think you've had good discussion today. You have point taken by both, consistency and also opportunity. So this is why you have roundtable. It's not a board, it's not a vote today or resolution at this moment. It's roundtable discussion.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure that it was legal and I brought this up. Because of, and I'm of 2 minds about it, like, see both sides of it. That's why for me, I would lean towards more a referendum. Let the community decide what we do. As opposed to us making this decision. Because I don't know that there's any one-liner comments. I don't have a way to do the calculus of what benefits outweigh what.
Yeah, because I just wonder how many, and that's where I don't know the data, because I was really expecting a lot more people potentially to run this year. And I don't know that 6 years is what kept them away. I don't know that not being a district person kept them away. I can't say that that is fact. And yes, there's only 3, but there's a lot of positions that are, not a lot, there's senators that are 6 years, but, I don't know, but I think to your point, if 4 is the standard and 4 gives more opportunity, then maybe 4 is the right, is a different way to go.
And if you look at qualitative and quantitative, and I think our board is, Angela, I use as an example, I think sometimes you're quantitative and sometimes qualitative.
Yeah.
You agree with that when we talk about certain things? But I think when you talk about the national norm right now, is when you don't have a lot of people running against you, it means that the public thinks the board's doing a good job. That's a national norm. There's also a national norm, I was telling Caroline this, is that most of your elections in school boards have been bipartisan for years. Now they're becoming R&D in our nation, which has never happened. If you look back in time, and that is a study by AASA. For the past 100 years, they've been bipartisan. Now they've become DNR. But I think when you don't have a lot of opponents, or not me thinking, this is in an AASA magazine, is that the public is happy with what the board's doing.
And the question is, if you don't have a lot of opponents, does it matter whether you have 4 or 6 year terms?
Yeah, and that's my question.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to district, just one, like, because I'm just anti it, when we had to move students out of high schools, my neighborhood is what goes to Cascade. So if I was districted, then people would think potentially that they could advocate to me and to not be in my backyard, where I have to live there. I had to explain to people, we had to do the best thing because I serve all kids. I serve Jackson kids as much as I serve Cascade kids, as much as I serve Everett kids. And that was my story, which I think really did help a lot of people. Okay, so if my kid's already at Jackson, they get to stay. Yes, they get to stay, but my 8th grader, that is a conversation you have to have. But I could have those conversations because I can talk as much about Cascade as I can, Jackson as much as I can, Everett. And I just would not like if people said, Tracy, you need to fix this, which nobody ever said that.
I know, and I haven't seen that one. So we had a big one with the high school, and that was a big hubbub.
You still work together as a team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no, there's.
Yeah,
there
but
was
it's
none of
not.
that.
But I didn't have anybody add, like,
Yeah.
nobody thought that I represented them. They know I represent everybody.
Yeah, but, and I think, yeah, it could go both ways, because you will still represent the community.
And it's true, you know, they, even though I'm in, you know, Cascade and that region, that's where my kids went to school, and my liaison schools happen to be there, I get more questions from people that live up in the Delta area than I do around my neighborhood, you know? And I get a lot of questions that people that live in Woodside. You know, even that's my school too, my liaison school. But those two communities are where I associate too with other groups. So I get questions from them because of that. And
That's why I
they
like serving.
realize that you represent all of the district's kids.
I think you have to kind of divorce the idea that a districting means that you only represent that area. Districting is just a way to break up who can not who you represent. So you still represent the entire district has to elect you in that position. But for that particular seat on the board, you have to live in this district. That doesn't mean that you're only representing.
And as a clarifying question to that, is the premise on districting that you understand, you speak more with your neighbors, you know the kind of the vibe of your neighborhood or community a little bit better?
And like when I was young, it was, when I talked to my neighbors about my house and the neighborhood, you know, they were either saying, oh no, I send my kids to a private school or to this other one over here because these North End schools are. Everybody on the school board is from the South End. They don't pay attention to us up here. We're not in resources. That was my impetus to come up. Now, whether that was reality or not, that's the thought that are in the village. So having somebody like me there who's connected to all my neighbors helps them feel more comfortable, and then tell the story of the district and say, you know, it's not entirely true. Here's what we're doing, and this is how we're trying to fight this systemic inequalities. You know, I understand you feel that way.
I mean, it was 35 votes that got it, right?
Yeah.
So otherwise it would have been South End heavy, and I think, that's a different discussion, right? Like, I don't believe in luck. I believe that we need a plan, like policy plan, what we want to do, and fundamentally on the South End, with the amount of money there, I mean, you can't spit for less than 1.8 million. You're gonna get to a point where people are gonna understand, and to Ian's point about the polarization of school boards, they're gonna understand that they can basically throw, it costs less than $5,000 to get on the school in terms of, you know, running a campaign and doing X, Y, and Z, and you're gonna have a lot more South End parents with that type of funding to do that, especially if there's an agenda. And so when you have districts, it allows for the lived experience and the geographic diversity to be on your board, independent of where the money center of your district is. And right now, the money center is south. It's North Everett is still holding its own. But to Andrew's point, a lot of folks there are like saying, nah, we're gonna, go somewhere else. Whereas the south end, those houses sell for that amount because of Jackson High School. That's it. It's Jackson High School is driving that real estate market. So that's just my 2 cents. I know that's not what we're discussing today, so sorry for opening Pandora's box. But what I would ask, I guess, clarification on as directors, and I've kind of asked before about resolutions. So, and you guys are really great about working on the George Floyd resolution. I know that didn't come from staff, it came as a board directive. So how could we proceed? Like, I would like to proceed with just a resolution being drafted, presented at this subsequent meeting, and then we can either have more conversation over it, et cetera, but I'd like to vote on the resolution before your terms. And to Andrew's point, I know you want poll or a referendum, putting that on the agenda will hear from community.
Yeah.
People are gonna, if just putting that on the agenda with a couple of weeks notice, people will let us know.
I just think, a question I have is, so that, it's after this election too, because I don't want to get confused, right? We have an election going on right now for their 6-year term, so I don't want to confuse the public thinking, okay, we have candidates running there for 6 years.
Yeah.
I just wanna, also so that the two issues don't get confused. If you're talking about redistricting, that actually has to be by proposition to the voters before you can redistrict. So you guys don't just get to decide to redistrict, and there's a pretty lengthy process. The district does have to put the proposition on the ballot and go through that, so.
Which is what the city of Everett just went through.
Right, so anyway, I wanna clarify that with redistricting.
Vote on redistricting to put it on
Yes,
proposition.
yes,
So we
you would
still
have to vote on it, then
put
you would
on
have to say that you want to do that, put the proposition on the ballot, and then we go through all of that process. With the terms for 6-year terms, it's actually up to the board to decide for 6-year terms. You do that through resolution. I do need to know from our office of the Snohomish County Office of Elections if there's something more that they need for that process, but they're two different processes.
Now, Andrew, you had mentioned a referendum, which is an entirely different thing.
Yeah, it's an entirely different thing, and that's putting it to the
Voters,
voters.
right.
And I don't know if that's an option we have for this, for the 4 to 6 year.
Technically, it's like I said, the statute doesn't actually talk about what you can and can't do and that in terms of that, but it is actually up to the board to make that
So
determination.
we could say, you know.
It would be like an
A
advisory,
non-binding referendum or a non-binding proposition, and we should that to the voters.
but it's expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't mean to be too cynical, but if you went out and you asked voters, should the Everett school board change them from 6 to 4 year, they would say, oh, they're 6-year terms?
Yeah.
That would be the first
And you're gonna
comment.
say, yep,
Like,
and then-
I can tell you in my
They're the same people that
sampling
vote for us.
of,
Yeah, they don't.
And then you'd have in an off-year out of year election, you'd have those that are very negative. They always do. They're the ones that respond the most.
So why don't we do this? Why
So the
don't we
ones
say,
Don't care.
since we have this election coming up, why don't we say we start drafting a resolution to be, put at like a late November meeting, right? We give the public plenty of time to say, hey, give us public comments on this. Like, this is what we're talking about.
Can we just move it to January so it's far from the election? Because if we're talking, giving it, they're gonna be plenty of time, it could mess with the
I agree with
communication.
yeah, I would say
versus-
January because the election won't even be probably certified by the time we have a meet, or
The new people don't get sworn in again
December.
until December, and so I think
December,
we
yeah.
just get it away from, so it's
And then we,
January, new future planning.
I mean, it's not gonna affect the,
and then it may affect the outcome of if we choose to do a bond next year. It may have effect on that. I don't want,
how so?
How?
I don't think it
Yeah,
had a
think-
negative,
it may not have a negative
have a very
effect, but it
positive
might.
effect.
positive,
It
yeah.
would be-
How do you perceive it?
I perceive it as a negative. Oh, they have a they're in there for 6 years?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, no wonder we haven't been able to pass a bond in a while. It could have a
But then we're
negative
changing it, so thank goodness they're
Yeah,
changing
that's
it.
what I think it would help, because honestly,
If we
I've
change
heard
it.
that, I've heard people say exactly that at a door, right? Like, I mean, they've said, y'all are, these terms are too long, no one ever listens to us, there's no way to do X, Y, and Z. So I think if anything, it would help the next bond levy, the quicker we could get this done, and the quicker we show that we're listening to community and that we, want to be agile and transparent and inclusive. I think that just tells them, hey, Everett's a different district than the last time you voted.
Well, I'm just one of 6 here, okay, so one is, I think we should marinate it, because this is a 30-minute conversation, I think you still have to marinate this, and these are all good points. I think when you're in an election year, I think January would be best, because if you throw something at the voters now, they're gonna start thinking, okay, well, am I voting that person not to be 4 or 6, am I confusing the election, or what am I voting on, and then actually hold office? I think, you start throwing things at voters, they can get.
But if, even just to the community.
If it's
important.
part of the conversation, I
Yeah.
think the confusion.
I mean, I can see your guys' point. These voters are smart, and I think that's fine. I mean, if January is when we want to introduce a resolution, I think it does nothing but help our image by saying that we're listening at some, but if January is the time to do a resolution, that's fine. But I'll tell you, voters are pretty, especially school board voters, they're pretty darn savvy. And they've shown themselves to be pretty darn savvy.
I was already pushing it back. My main concern is that voters are gonna say, oh, they waited until after the election, so now they can just kind of do
It doesn't
whatever.
impact the election.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
But they'll think that.
But.
I don't
It's
see it that way
incumbent on
because
our-
nothing has changed.
And I would just add too that conceivably, I hope this doesn't happen, but conceivably you would have new board members elected. Do you want them to be part of that conversation, having just run on a 6-year term? So that's something also to think about if you want. I'm hoping it's just you two. Okay, I'm hoping you guys, I don't wanna, I'm not trying to.
No, but
Suggest
it
that,
is,
but
it is, but I think that if, you know, that yes, we can make the decision today that doesn't impact me if I'm reelected. But it could confuse things if it's done too early, because then people say, you guys voted for a 4-year term, how did she just get 6? Versus, we do it in January, these 2 people just got elected for 6, everybody that's currently serving is 6, but in 2023 is when we would start a 4-year term. So the most, whoever's like, I don't know how we would get rid of, I don't know how then people fall off. Or it's not 2023, it would probably be the first 6-year term. Who's that, is anybody up in 23?
2023.
You're 23? So
Yeah,
then that would be a 4-year term.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that there's, I don't see urgency as long as it's, you know, 2022, then we can plan for 2023 if we decided to make the change.
Well, my only thought is that voters, they don't, historically have not trusted our district with transparency. They just haven't. And I don't agree with that. Like, I think we are a very transparent district. I don't know all the history, but I think the more transparent and upfront we can be, and the more it can look like we are doing good, it's not only help us when we ask voters bigger questions. I truly don't worry about the school board seats. I just don't. I don't think there's going to be confusion. No one's going to lose. No one's going to, I mean, actually, it's going to, I think, help bolster anybody running right now, because it shows that you're listening to community and that you are being selfless and wanting more participation in democracy and wanting more parent voice. You can actually take a lap, right? Free summer school and this. It actually is probably a pretty darn good thing. Doing it after the fact might, which I'm good with either. I don't see a real reason to wait to pat ourselves on the back for something that community will be very happy that we did, I guess.
I don't see myself just patting myself on the back on that. I'm just looking at clarity. If it's too close to the election, I just don't see, I see confusion. And I'm thinking of
I just
some of the
don't see
people I know
voters
that don't know that it's 6-year terms to begin with.
I don't see voters knowing that. I don't see voters knowing that it's 6 or 4 or whatever. I don't see voters knowing that Spokane, Tacoma, and Everett are 6-year term versus everybody else being 4. I don't see that. I do know that voters see Seattle having 7 board members and others not having 5. As you know, I see them also saying, well, you just lost 3 board members on your, you have a potential of losing 3 out of your 5. That's going to create a chaos, or 3 out of your 7, that might create a chaos. But I don't see voters seeing 6 or 4-year terms as a being a concern. I really don't see that.
I've never heard it in 7 years. I've never heard it. 8 years, how long I've been here. I haven't. But that, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
So how about a split the baby resolution in January? And then we can vote our conscience.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't know what they want to do. If it's not that big of a deal, right, which is good. The voters don't really care. 4 or 6 years, I already know that.
I guess, so what's the process for a board resolution? Like, can a board member just write one? Like, how does, like, I just started typing out the George Goldman on my computer. And then eventually staff got involved, because they were just like, board members don't normally do that, right? So that, and it seemed to work, right? It got everybody's attention, because I started writing it, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna introduce a resolution, and the next thing you know, it's in every building. So that said, how should this work?
So I want to clarify that even though I'm counsel, I'm not giving legal advice here, okay? I just want to clarify that, just part of the discussion. But typically, if it was a resolution that pertained to a particular department, that would go, you know, and the board wanted that to be done, then that request would be made to the particular department. And something like this, if one of you wants to introduce your own resolution, you can ask for it to be added to the agenda and you can introduce your own resolution.
So we would write it ourselves.
You could, or you could ask for assistance in writing it, from,
Well, you'd want legal review on it, wouldn't you?
that's up to you, and that would come from you to me if you want me to do legal review on that on behalf of the board.
Let me ask a question. It's a question, here's a thought. I know we're not done with this topic, it sounds like, okay? I think it would cause, this is just my opinion, I think it would cause confusion doing it now during an election, okay? What if in January, in our communications department, we could survey our public and ask, what do you think about it? Does that help getting some input? And then we come back to it. But again, this is just my thought now, 12:29, and I know we're gonna get to the next part of this, but I think this is a healthy conversation. They've got some really good points. I just think as you get into an election, which is in November, to bring something else out can cause confusion. That's just my opinion, and it's just one person, so.
And I appreciate that, because I don't know where I sit on it, but I am more comfortable with January than now, because just confusion, especially if they don't know, because nowhere on the ballot does it say it might say there's a 6-year term, I don't know if anybody reads it. And I just, you know, I just think to get it away, that there isn't then, you know, if I'm not running again into, you know, whoever's in my seat doesn't run again until 2029, no, it's 27. You know, then the question is, why is she staying on so long?
Yeah,
I thought they changed that to 4.
I know we have great voters, Saturday voters, there could be people that are gonna vote thinking, I'm not voting for the person, or I'm voting no because 4 or 6, you know?
Yeah.
It just, you know, ballots become confusing, you end up being public officials, so. I don't think the conversation's over today by any means, and I'm willing to keep talking about it, but I think as you get into a November election, you don't want to cause any confusion in September, right? Maybe January you could have this, you know, I'm just throwing it out there.
So if we have, so I know you mentioned the poll, because to me, I hear the clock ticking, right? So if we do a poll in January, that means a resolution now is February. So if we're gonna do a poll, a district poll, we need to do it in November. Let's just do it after the election. That the election doesn't need to be certified.
But we're going into the holidays, so January would be much cleaner, and the election wouldn't be until November of 2020.
Or to do a poll by our parents and see we've got 2 weeks or 3 weeks to answer it.
So do we need to do a poll? I mean, that was just introduced.
I don't think we need, all I'm trying to say is
I mean, I'm struggling because I want input from our constituents on this topic. And at the same time, I'm trying to understand what that input looks like.
Well, and I think my only thing is introducing a resolution, like coming to some kind of commitment, kind of a handshake commitment with my colleagues who went in and so I don't want to.
I didn't get that.
I just want to come to some kind of handshake, you know, situation with all of you as colleagues to say, like, I'm not going to go and do a resolution at our next meeting, but if we all kind of say, yep, January is a good time, we need to do it in January, and if there's polling, et cetera, it's going to be done beforehand, or maybe not at all. But just knowing that in January, there will be a resolution introduced to go from 4 to from 6 to 4 years.
Why, I'm right in the time, I'm wondering urgency. Because the next filing is not until May of 2023. Yes, you probably want to back up a year so people had time to think, so May of 2022. So I'm just wondering
the
urgency.
The urgency is, I honestly feel like it won't get done if we don't get it done. I don't think we have enough will right now even, right? We're kind of doing, and I'm pretty passionate about one or the other. Like I've talked to too many voters who feel very stymied by not having districts or 4 years. Like to me, it's an either or, and I'm happy with both and. But what I really want to be able to do is say, we're gonna come, so it might get voted down. I am totally fine being the opposite end of the vote. Like come January, introduce a resolution, and you guys are like, no, that's a hard no, and that's fine. That is hard, but I just think not at least.
But you know, I don't think we've heard enough from the community to voice a concern.
But you haven't asked. Just because you haven't heard.
I was gonna say, I have heard from a lot of, like, and it's, I mean, I've heard it from, and not just, I know the folks that you're talking about who are kind of angry about everything. I've heard from committed, passionate people. I've heard from PTA presidents. I've heard from moms who would love to run, but just feel like it's just that 6 year. I've heard from enough people and not coordinated, not some effort, that I feel like it's my, as representing them district-wide, I would like to introduce a resolution. And I'm totally fine with it.
I would like to propose, we're out of time, actually, we're over time. I would like to propose, because it seems like everyone is okay with the January resolution, that we aim for a January resolution and each one of us spend some time asking constituents. And I don't know if the district wants to announce it. I don't think we need to poll it personally. You know, I would love to hear some conversation from people that are passionate one way or the other and I don't know how to go about getting some of that feedback. But that we take the opportunity to do that. It's August now and January is a long ways away, actually.
Yeah.
It's almost, many months away.
And that's like why.
So
That's the urgency.
so I think that, to Ian's standpoint, we do need to kind of think through this. It's the first time we've had this conversation. I think it's important that we talk with people that, vote us in on this topic, and then we come back together in January with further conversation at a board meeting and a resolution.
So resolution.
Are people comfortable with that? But it's a compromise, I think, maybe to some people.
That's great.
Yeah, I think so. We've got January resolution.
Thank you. Can I? Fine.
I don't see the concern, and that's what seems to have me still questioning.
I would suggest to you that you take the next many months to better understand what your concerns are and probe people that you talk to when you
Yes,
have your conversations.
yes,
And find out if it is a concern or not a concern, and then you can bring that back and share what you've heard with the board in
Okay.
January.
I could do that. You could do that.
Is there anything that you need from me for information that I can provide to you through other communication?
I think the only follow-up information would be to work with Snohomish County Auditor's Office and determine if there's any further details on what they require.
Especially if there is timing, how much lead time do they need for a change to be 2023?
Certainly, I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah, thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here with us.
Topics.
See you guys again tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we will. Okay, now we're gonna transition to the strategic plan. And then that will be led by Mike Gunn and team. I see the team is here. And then our board annual goals with Mr. Gunn, and then after that is the break.
I think I'm gonna need some chocolate for this one. Pam, you finished your?
This is, thank you. Oh, I like that. I see too. It's pretty cool. And Russian. Oh. Is it supposed to look like a circus tent?
No.
It does, you know, the circus tent coming down. No?
That was not the intention. Wow. Look at that, that's
Isn't that cool?
Okay, I got you.
Denise, yeah, these guys.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
I got handouts, Paul? Guys, get a drink, snack, stretch. And let's get a picture before we go, guys. We should get a picture. You want to get a picture for the strategic plan?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that now.
Just mention to me.
Yeah.
And I'm in here, so.
Oh, we're in front.
Nope, but I'm in all the way.
Everybody plan.
I'm here for, yeah, it looks like they want to follow.
Yep, thank you.
You got it.
You guys are good.
No, come on.
Come
on, Andrew. Who's taking it?
Yeah, you want to take it from there, you know? Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Wait, look this
I
way.
know, nobody can see it.
Yeah, look that way.
You can say, you know, you can tell us if your eyes go small when somebody's talking, then you're smiling. Oops.
Whoops, I'm doing too much. All right, smile with your eyes. All right.
Your eyes go.
It's like I get all when I smile with my eyes.
Your eyes go
I'm trying to relax my eyes.
When I was doing something about the police officer and all that, like, you can't see my smile from that much because I give it your eyes. I'm still not
I can't see that.
Nice picture. Happy birthday. Okay, Mr. Gunn.
Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you guys are.
We are ready.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm pleased to bring you this update on our strategic plan and to talk with you about how our work will be aligned with this document moving forward. First thing I want to do, though, is thank you, board members, for giving us the direction last August. It's actually been a year since the time when you basically told us to go ahead and go out for an RFP for consultants and get going on this. So thank you for doing that. The decision to develop a new strategic plan during a worldwide pandemic was not taken lightly, I'm sure. And along the way, I've heard some people question why we did that. And I have learned basically along the way that the work that we did, it was absolutely the right time to take a look at a new look at our strategic plan. In preparation for this agenda item, I once again reviewed the process we went through and the results and what we came up with that will guide us for the next 5 years. And this time was developed with extensive community and stakeholder input, and is totally focused on student success and well-being. And so I just wanted to focus on that. So also a big thank you for approving the selection of Martha Greenway and her team to help us with this work, to help us develop the new strategic plan to guide us. They have been great to work with. I had a conversation with her, 15-minute conversation this morning, and we probably got about 2 hours worth of work done in that 15 minutes. Just because she's a professional and she knows what she's doing and knows what she's talking about. So it was awesome. So with that, we're going to provide an update on the planning for the first year of implementation and an update on some of the graphics and branding that Kathy will talk with you about. I wanted to just briefly show you a couple of slides. This one really goes into the idea that all of our work is aligned. The strategic plan sets up the structure, the framework for the board goals and the superintendent goals for the year. And then those are translated into the objectives and initiatives in the strategic plan. And then also translate into the action plans for the initiative teams that are working on these, as well as the department action plans and the school improvement plans. So all of our work is aligned with the new strategic plan. This is a graphic. I won't go into it in detail. It's just kind of the actual pictures of those documents that we have just gone through. Now I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on this slide right here. This is one of the handouts that I gave you. I'm going to go into each of the themes in a little bit of detail here. But first I wanted to kind of remind you of the process that we used. The plan was developed in 3 phases: the analysis, strategy, development, and action planning. And we involved various stakeholder groups and did focus groups and personal interviews and Let's Connect sessions along the way with a variety of groups. So in the analysis phase, we collected and reviewed data and information about our performance and what our stakeholders, what our community members thought about, how we were doing and what we should be doing. We analyzed the implications about that data into the second phase, strategy development. This is where we set up strategy teams to define the framework, which is what you're looking at right now, including the priority student outcomes and strategic themes, objectives, and initiatives. There were 6 teams, one for each initiative. One for each theme, and there were 6 to 8 team members on each of those. So there was 50 plus people working on the development of the translation of the analysis into the action, to the strategies. And then you basically approved that, and this is after a number of engagement sessions with a variety of groups. Then we went into action planning, set up 12 action planning teams of 4 to 6 members each to create the action plans. And they're the ones right now that are proceeding with the implementation of the initiatives. Then we're also developing along the way coaching, monitoring, and review processes that we'll talk with you about today as well. Just 2 weeks ago, August 2nd through the 6th, we had a all-week-long Summer Leadership Institute, and it was in the context of the new strategic plan. We were exploring various aspects of that and how it related to the work that we're doing and we're planning to do this year. So some of you attended some of those sessions during the day, but we basically focused on emotional learning, social emotional learning, culturally responsive practices leading for equitable outcomes, enhancing student and family engagement, and then detailed work on the action plans for implementing those. So I'm just kind of giving you a flavor. We're actively engaged in implementing this right now. I'll give you a summary of some of the feedback we've heard from the people that were in attendance at those sessions. The new strategic plan has much better clarity, is more accessible, and is more concise than the previous one. So I'm just giving you some background and talking to you about how it's being perceived and implemented right now. Okay, so with that, I'm going to refer you to, I think you have one that's called strategic themes as well. This is a cheat sheet of the topics that are covered in each of our strategic themes. Because just on first reading on this document, it may not be evident what issues or what concepts or what work is involved in each of these themes. So what this cheat sheet does, it gives you, hopefully in layman's terms, a description of the work that is involved going to be involved and implemented in those themes. So I encourage you to hold on to this. Over time, you can refer to it. We'll get it up on our website too at some point. But, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time here and then go through the other slides fairly quickly after this. And then again, give Kathy a chance to talk about some of the branding. Okay, so strategic theme A. I'll read off just from this strategic theme sheet that we have. Supportive culture where each student is engaged, thrives, and values learning. Focuses on each student's experience with learning by making learning meaningful, but also removing barriers that prevent students from being fully engaged. This is where SEL lives, restorative practices, culturally responsive tenets, and as well as positive behavioral interventions and supports, PBIS. So if you're wondering where in our strategic plan those fall, that's where they fall. Theme B, effective instructional practices. By the way, the first two themes, A and B, those are really the core of our instruction in the system. I'd say the first four themes really provide a strong foundation for that instruction to occur, but A and B are really the primary. So B, effective instructional practices, addresses instruction, ensuring that we have effective instructional practices in every classroom that meet individual students' needs using research-based practices. You can tell this is, again, wordsmithed by bit. So this area includes ensuring our practices, models, and frameworks for instruction are current and evolving and vertically aligned. We will be, as part of this, redesigning and fully implementing MTSS and more effectively using universal design for learning, as well as in establishing consistent grading and assessment practices across all schools and grade levels.
Just a clarifying question, what is universal design for learning?
I'm going to ask Shelley and Peter if they can.
Yeah, UPL really is a way of design or planning instruction that allows the greatest amount of access for all learners. So starting with standards aligned approaches and the least restrictive environments, we're talking about the range of students being able to access grade level and standards of content.
Very often you'll hear things like low floor, high ceiling. So meaning that it's standard aligned instruction where all students have different ability levels, including students with disabilities, students who are English learners, can access that core material and optimize the amount of time that students are in like a least restrictive environment and have access to that rigorous and aligned core instruction. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. All right, theme C, equitable access to resources to support student learning. That seems pretty straightforward. This will ensure that whatever school or classroom serves our students or what area they live in the community, they all have access to the appropriate resources to meet their needs and interests. This is where early learning programs live. This is where flexible learning opportunities and choice programs, I'm thinking of the career-connected pathway programs at our various high schools that were subject of the 2020 bond and possibly the levy from that. Standardized classroom technology, establishing district-wide expectations for instructional time, master schedules, and course offerings. This is the kind of stuff I was thinking of when I said this is a broad strategic plan and it provides a solid foundation for the work that we're doing. And then also identifying and removing barriers for learning for our diverse learners and ensuring that they all receive consistent instructional experiences with appropriate supports and staff.
That's another question.
Yes, please.
Early learning. I have it on ECAP or whatever the
ECAP, yeah.
Yeah. So I know we've got the programs in the north end because it's mostly poverty driven, I believe, but like we do have poverty in the south end. Is there a school in the south end that serves people that would qualify for the program?
For ECAP?
An ECAP program that's over,
So,
I think that might be the last.
okay. Because I'm guessing because the poverty level is lower, it's more of a magnet than up here where it is maybe more Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure there was access, because there is poverty down there.
Yes, and we also have transitional kindergarten programs where students who are unable to access early learning programs within our community are able to participate in a transitional kinder program leading up to a full year of kindergarten. And we have those currently, I think, in 4 schools, and that's across in both South End and North End. So we have opportunities for families to access some of
My
those.
friend loves that program at Jefferson.
And those are income driven as well.
They're not income driven, they are access to early learning programs. So if you have a student who is has access to early learning programs, preschool programs, they would not necessarily be eligible for a TK program. But if you have kids who are in like the daycare program, and we've worked really hard to not be in competition with our community partners for those transitional kindergarten programs.
Okay, thank you. It's just, this north and south, but early learning, I'm very familiar in the north. I just want to make sure there was access in the south. So thank you.
All right, so I'm going into theme D now, consistency and accountability for key processes affecting student success balanced with differentiation and innovation. I think the words that I'll just kind of highlight: innovation, especially innovation targeted towards student success, continuing to invest in common assessments, social emotional programs and services, and accountability for alignment to those key resources. Expectations and standards for safety, and developing and monitoring effectiveness of essential practices and structures. Then theme E is community engagement, focusing on enhancing our positive direction in the community engagement by specifically involving those communities who may have barriers to accessing our typical methods of outreach and communications, as well as those not directly affiliated with the school district. Family and community engagement has been a particular focus of mine and teams that we've been working on for the last year. Family Engagement Advisory Committee has been working, and it was a topic of quite a bit of work by the school principals and assistant principals in March, I think, March and April, and then also one of the days at our 2 weeks ago, the Leadership Institute was dedicated to that.
Mike, can you let the board know what those family engagement teams are doing in the schools and how you set them up and who they meet with and so forth?
Sure. So this Family Engagement Advisory Committee is, we have 6 principals. I think it's 3 elementaries, 2 middles, and a high school, along with some administrators, and Michael Collins, a consultant. He was one of the keynote speakers last week, 2 weeks ago. We started with a survey of our community, our families and the community, and we basically were engaging them with and getting input about how we can more effectively engage with them. What are the barriers? What are their suggestions? What worked well last year during COVID, what didn't, and what do they like to see going forward? So we took that, we brought it to the school principals in a series of 2 workshops and had them basically process that input and then start developing draft versions of their actions for their school improvement plans for this coming year. And then that was what was also refined in our Leadership Institute about 2 weeks ago. And basically, at that time, we also rolled the conversation out to the entire administrative staff, including all the support departments, as well as the schools, to engage them in their department and school action plans about how we could more effectively engage our community and our families in the work that we do. Basically, to engage their support for student success. That's really what it's about. By the way, I did want to mention that this sounds like a bunch of terms. I'm trying to get it all out there, and it's on these sheets. I wanted to emphasize, though, that this strategic plan is a roadmap. It is not a specific detailed list of actions. That comes as we implement the initiative. This is a roadmap for success, for student success. So we're 4 to 5 year process period. Now I'm going to hit the final one, theme F, human capital recruitment, development, and retention. Again, pretty self-explanatory. We will focus on recruitment and retention programs, focusing on diversity and inclusion, cultivating career pathways and continuous growth opportunities for staff, in enhancing wellness, a sense of belonging, engagement, and support for employees, as well as the students that will be focusing on earlier portions of this, and then developing a culture of high high expectations, systems thinking, and accountability. Whew. So that is the framework for the strategic plan. Now I'm going to cover the next 2 slides, and basically, without going into a lot of detail, this slide has the first 3 themes, and then the next slide has the 4th, 5th, and 6th themes, and you will see if you look in detail, that sheet that I gave you and that I just went over, strategic themes, those are taken from what you see up on the screen.
And you said in initiatives developed and determined by staff?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we came up with 27 initiatives, and then 12 of those are what we call our first year initiatives.
Are those the red or the black?
Those are the red. So, and that's a great question. It goes right into to this slide, and this is a slide that explains what process we use to decide which of those 27 initiatives were phase 1 initiatives. I call them first year. They're actually multi-year initiatives, many of them. So I would call them phase 1 initiatives. And for the reasons that they were selected to be the phase 1 initiatives is because of the considerations that are listed up on the screen. Some of them had work already underway that we didn't want to have it stop. We wanted to keep it going. Urgency is another one. Opportunity, also expectations of stakeholders for action in that area. And then also, some of the initiatives had to precede others. You had to get some work done in a certain area before you can move on to work in the other area. And then requirements for new resources were concerned. ESER really helped. The ESER funding helped us fund quite a bit of this work this first year or 2. Also workload, staff functions, and then possible sensitivities or controversies. I will say that the last bullet really didn't affect much of what we did. But I will say that we're continuing to work with, we set up 12 teams, led by 12 team owners, is what we call them. Martha Greenway is coming back into town a week and a half from now to do some additional training and coaching with these team owners about how to do this work.
The team owners are a wide range of individuals in our district. It's not just the cabinet and executive cabinet, it's a wide range of individuals who you get perspective and buy-in from everybody.
Yes, it's actually the idea of diffusing the leadership and developing leaders at the mid-level of the organization. Executive cabinet members are not leading these initiatives. They're sponsors. They're what we call executive sponsors of those teams, but they're not leading those teams. The people that report to them are leading those teams. Okay, so this slide and the next one, I really don't need to go through it with you, but these are where I've taken those red colored strategic initiatives and just put them on 2 slides. And again, I think I've covered them in enough detail. I don't need to probably do that now. I will say, just to kind of preview right here, we will be providing updates to you on every one of those initiatives during the course of the year. And I think we're going to be covering that in more detail at a later agenda item in the workshop.
Can you go back a slide?
Sure.
So Peter or Shelley, when it says, I don't know what slide it was now, I saw something about grading, consistent grading. So like some teachers will do a 4-point scale and some teachers will do an ABC. So is that what you mean by consistent? Is that one of the parts of consistent grading?
It is one of the parts of consistent grading. So one of the things that Dr. Woods and Dr. Matthews are both the owners of that initiative and that initiative I'm the executive sponsor on. They are actually exploring not just grading scales, but equitable grading practices. So that is the work. It's a meaty one, but we've got the right team for that one. To explore how are we practicing more equitable grading practices consistently across our system. Thank you.
That's a really good question because it's wild west when it comes to grading, so we have a team that's going to be working on that.
Well, I think that there's even, like, I think some of us have talked before about a kid that can get a 4.0 in an AP class, but gets a 2 or 3 on the AP test. So it's like, is a teacher an easy grader, or did they not teach the course at the AP level?
Yeah. It's also,
Our when are we gonna find out how we are measuring?
Yeah, good. So on this slide right here, we have, I'm gonna talk about 3 different areas that we're gonna be developing metrics and benchmarks and targets for. The first one are if you look on this sheet, the far left-hand side, priority student outcomes. Those are also shown up on, well, I guess they're not on those.
Yeah, there. Everyone.
Oh, yeah, they are, right across the top. That template structure that I mentioned. So those, we have already worked internally to develop 1 to 3 measures of each of those priority student outcomes. And one of the things we're going to do, and Martha's in town next week, we're going to be finalizing some of those. I will say this, though, those assessments are the SBA, the WACAS, and I can tell you what those are if you like. And then also the survey from Panorama, and then various college and career services that we get data from.
So we have a very broad goal here, ensure fair grade literacy.
Yes.
Measured by 4% improvement over the previous year, like what's the goal, the actual measurable goal?
That's it. So what we're going to do is this coming year in the fall, they're going to redo these tests because last year during COVID, many of them weren't given, so we don't have that data. And we didn't want to use 2-year-old data. So we're going to use as a benchmark starting point this fall, the testing, the assessments in those areas.
And already, there's all the already assessment.
Yeah, all of those.
Kindergarten readiness indicators.
Already, okay.
It's not just the third grade is the ultimate outcome. Leads up to that, looking at performance indicators that would guide our work so that we can hit these ultimate outcomes along.
Yeah, so we're going to use that to establish the benchmark, kind of where you started from. We also, at that time, over the next couple months, we will be developing, once we get that benchmark data, the target, the 5-year target, the annual target, and then we will be coming back to you with information about how we're doing to meet those targets.
So we should be doing something about these targets in spring semester.
Oh, yes, for sure, yes. So that's the priority student outcomes on the far left side. The initiatives on the far right hand, no, it's not even on this, it's the strategic initiatives, those 12 that we're proceeding with. Those teams will be reporting to cabinet status updates. We're planning on 3 times a year using a standard template. 1 time of the year, we're starting in January, February, March, and April. Once a month, we're going to be bringing groups of 3 to you in kind of a workshop format. We think we're going to be talking about that in the board annual agenda plan here. I think it's tomorrow we can go over that. Or is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow. I'll be talking with you more about that, but just be aware we're planning to bring those initiatives to you and have those team members present to you the progress they're making in those initiatives. And that's once a year. Okay, and then in the bottom of the slide, objectives on this, if you go to this one, the middle gray or bluish gray column is the objectives. We will be developing how the measures on those here over the next 3 months. We haven't started developing measures for the objectives yet. So we've made, I would say, a lot of progress on the initiatives and and identifying the assessments where we will get the assessment data from for the priority student outcomes. And we'll keep you updated as we go. Okay, so now I'd like Kathy to take some time to talk about.
About the master schedule, on here, is talking about the master schedules and district-wide expectations. Does that mean that all of our comprehensive high schools are going to get their schedules at the same time? So that's like, I mean, because some of them get it like a day before, some get it the day of, and so like, is everybody going to get it at the same time?
The intent behind master scheduling is to help coordinate and align to ensure that you have master schedules that are consistent and tailored to meet student needs. So primarily a lot in the elementary setting, if, you know, if Hawthorne has a 90-minute literacy block, the Cedar would only have 30. And so ensuring some structural framework in master scheduling that way. We had not talked about having them distributed or released at the same time, but if that's problematic, there's certainly some things that we can support.
It's a question.
It's more of a question of just, I don't think it's problematic, other than the fact that, like, the kids on the south end get their schedules the day school starts, and it creates a lot of anxiety. And when social media picked up and they realized that kids on the north end got their schedules even 24 hours before, they were like, well, why can't we get our schedules? And like day of in 24 hours, like, I get that it's super difficult, but it's like, as a parent, it's a lot of anxiety. Like, even giving 48 hours would be great.
That's why we have staff here. They're jotting that down right now to go to the regionals today, because two things. We're doing a master board analysis that we've never done here before. Meaning that, you know, certain classes, how do we look at these classes? How are they uniformed in the system? How is it consistent in the system? What are the course offerings? So it's not top heavy in one area and top heavy in another area. Because we do have to get away from this north-south conversation. And it's just, the Civil War's over. Okay, we got to get to consistency in the system. So that is called the master board analysis, and that is a practice that large and urban districts do. And we're still large here, so we're large one right here, so we're going to do that. The second thing is, we should have consistency. It is not fair to any child to get their schedule on a Wednesday and someone gets it on the Tuesday, first day of school. That is unacceptable, and we're going to fix that. That's why staff is here now. So these are good questions to ask, because it does align to strategic planning, right? It's called equity, which is embroidered through the whole strategic plan.
Well, I think that, like, at least for Jackson, other schools, they get their full 6-period day, and Jackson gets first period until they walk into the classroom.
Until they walk into the classroom, and they're just like, it's like, where's Waldo?
Yeah, so they're like, who's in calculus, who's in pre, so they're seeing their friends at Cascade and Everett, have their schedule.
Well, here's what we're going to do,
Yes.
so you guys know as a board. No child should sit in a media center or cafeteria the first day of school. They should be in front of their teacher. They should get a schedule and know where to go. So if you're giving schedules out that day, you know what's happening always? Chaos.
Yeah, that's it. And the anxiety level is helpful.
Absolutely.
And with this focus on, you know, consistency across the district, we are still allowing regionals and local schools some flexibility to meet the needs of their individual students.
Absolutely.
Is that going to go up to the district for some sort of approval, or no?
No, here's the piece, and the deputy says here, principal autonomy. That's what we're getting towards. It doesn't happen overnight. It's been a central office, and then principal has the autonomy to do that. Principal has the autonomy to find the need in your school, the niche, okay? Principal autonomy might be, I do the schedules the first day. Granted, but if it's not working as a system, we're going to tweak it. But there's ways to have a principal lead the building without us giving that directive. Okay?
Well, I understood that, that's the case. I just want to make sure that we're aware, because sometimes it is that, you know, such and such school does this, and the other school does this, and nobody in the central office does.
And that has to be fixed.
And one of the pieces, initiative C1A, which is that is the area around that master scheduling in the strategic plan. Larry Fleckenstein is the owner on that initiative. And what we're using in that initiative is he's planning out to think about, like, what are the pieces that need to be tight systemically? Like, hey, everybody needs to have their schedules in advance. Hey, everybody, in elementary, we need to have 60 to 75 minutes of daily mathematics. We need to have 30 to 45 minutes of daily science instruction if we're going to meet our student priority outcomes. Those are some of the pieces that we are tight on. And then we have some building in some principal autonomy around how do you, now that you have some of those consistent practices, what are the things you need to do to modify and either increase or maybe you need to build in a support system for students who need extra support in mathematics. What does that principal need to do? And that's where the innovation and creativity come in adapting to the needs of their specific students. But that initiative, that work that's embedded in there is finding out where the systemic structures need to be so that those principals can have the autonomy to get creative and innovative to serve their students in the best way.
So they're calling it loose and tight in their buildings. So for example, we talk about third grade literacy, right? we're gonna have a reading block. Now, I'd love to have from 8:30 to 10:30, because that's when I think reading is maximized early in the morning. But principal says to me, I can't do it then, I can do my block 11 to 12:30, then go ahead and do it, okay? But the loose is you get to pick the time, the tight is we're gonna have a reading block.
So this is the bare minimum. You need to decide how you meet that.
Yes.
To a certain,
As long as,
depending on
and it's all part of the strategic plan to, that's, we're using literacy.
Part of this too is the assistance perspective, to support the look at this proportionality within the master schedule. So that's Dr. Saltzman's talking master code analysis, that's part of it, to make sure that we have representation, we have equitable access, we have success rates that align to our ultimate outcomes. So that's an example of what we support.
Okay, so you can see we have our student priority outcomes posters done, and we have them in the core languages. The core value poster we also redid just to match the branding, but the core values did not change. And those are currently at the printer for the other languages. We have those as well, but they're just not printed yet. These were distributed at the leadership retreat a week and a half ago, so all principals have them, and they are putting them in their front office, and then as many classrooms as want, we have them available. If you want one in your dining room, I've got one for you too. So, and all of the strategic plan information is on the website. And then also, hopefully you received your little badge card. We've given a badge card to every staff person. So we can just keep those 6 priority student outcomes in front of us and know everything that we want to be about for the next 5 years. I also handed out to you this strategic plan overview, and I was really hesitant to do it because it's a draft. So I put draft in the corner, please know it's a draft. Don't do anything with this because I know there's things I want to fix. But it's basically a document that tells where we started, the data we looked at, who we talked to, how we made the decisions, and the process to come about with our strategic plan. And then at the end, we'll have more details about where we ended. So this will be not a printed item, it will be digital on our website, so the community can look and see the process that we went through to get to where we are. And that's basically the branding.
We also, Kathy has put quite a bit of information accessible on the district's website as well, and we'll be adding to that.
We don't have 2021 graduation rates? 2020 graduation rates?
We might have, but not at the time where we started this process.
I'm glad you got rid of the numbers.
Yeah, no numbers or bullets. They're all just.
And I think on the webpage, our community will really appreciate the process, how we got here.
Yeah. And it's a compelling story. All right, so that concludes the presentation today on the strategic plan.
Any questions for staff, board?
I heard something, and I don't want to be critical, please forgive me if it sounds critical, I don't want to be critical. But some of the things that you said is, this is the bare minimum. Let's not say that. This is the common core, this is the curriculum.
The non-negotiables.
And it's non-negotiable, you cannot, we are not giving kids the bare minimum. We are giving them what is required.
This is required standard to go through school.
Exactly. We can always supplement it with more, but we are giving them.
Let the board know we changed the word from non-negotiables to loose and tight. They're not sure.
Yeah, we should spend that time talking about that.
Yeah.
Since we're doing negotiations.
To achieve the strategic plan outcomes. There are some necessity there.
So it's not just put in our contract?
There's a lot of autonomy. The how is, that's sort of the ingredients for innovation in a school, but you've got people, everybody needs to know what those parameters are, what those expectations are, because we talk a lot about being clear, just as we would expect teachers to have standards unpacked, learning expectations, success criteria, clear for their students, that's a gift that we can give our folks to,
We don't want to use the word non-negotiable because we work with the union and there are things that we do negotiate on.
Like Dr. Scott said, what we hold tight is the why. Why are we doing this? Those are the things that are hold tight, the vision, the mission, those pieces. The outcome or the what is also tight. Like, we have set standards for where we want our students to be.
Exactly.
The how, which is in the middle, is what we call, loose or loose tight, which is, here are the things where we want to have cultivated creativity, adaptability, responsiveness, all of those pieces, the innovation, that's where the meat, and that's where we're really excited about, because we have some amazing building level leaders who are really exploring that and giving them that framework of the why and the what are the tight things, but the how you get there is the loose tight, and giving them that creativity and autonomy really is going to help them to make sure that they are responding and adapting to the students.
And I'm guessing that some of you in this room helped plan that retreat last week. The staff that came up to me asking if I planned it. And no, because they said it was the best one.
I've heard that from multiple people.
So congratulations to you.
Yeah.
That's one. Kudos, Dr. Saltzman, Dr. Scott.
Yeah, it's all the team. It's all about.
Yeah.
It's a team effort, but
It's all about the
That it
team.
all fit together, it flowed, none of it felt wasted, good energy, and it made sense. I mean, it was, everybody came up to me to congratulate me.
Okay, we are about 20 minutes over our scheduled time, which I think is okay. We've had some good discussion, and I don't want to cut things short that we don't need to. So at this point, we'll go ahead and move forward, I think. And if someone has to zip out to the restroom, just run out real quick, and we'll just kind of keep things going if you're okay, since we're a little behind.
All right, so we have two documents now to review. One is the annual goals report for the year that's just finishing up, the 2021 year. This is your report of your progress. We have prepared this for your consideration, and
Didn't we look at this once, like?
we
in
did. We looked at it at the
June?
mid-year point. It was.
No, I thought we looked at it twice. Yeah, it was recent.
Yeah, I think it did.
April.
April?
I have it from April 20th when I presented to you. It was considered the mid-year report at that time. Unless you've seen it since then.
I feel like we did it twice this last year, but I must be
We're good on it, I'm
misremembering.
good on it.
What's that?
If you guys are good on it, then.
Yeah, but at any rate, this is the
Yeah.
final for the year. I don't expect it's gonna have a lot of changes because it's fairly consistent with what you did at previous ones. And so anyway, like I said, it's set up to conform to the laws, the school board standards framework, as we've been doing for quite a few years. And so I guess at this point, I'll see if you have any changes or suggestions.
My document's not waiting, can you scroll?
Oh, yes.
Mine took a while too, and then it finally did.
I just
If
so I
there's
did.
no changes, then this goes
It's going
over your
to
goal.
So I'll scroll down, Tracy.
Yeah.
Then let me know when you want to go to the next.
Or you can keep going.
So we pretty much done all of everything.
Yeah, all of the indicators are green, on track. Usually it says on track for completion. I'll say the green means now it has been completed this year. It's been a tough year. We stayed
It's
the
been a
course.
very tough year.
Yeah.
We've accomplished our goals. And I don't want to, cut off any conversation, but we can go on to the goals for next year. You okay with that then? Okay, Jen, I will do this again.
So do we focus on creating our annual goals for 2021?
That's our agenda item.
Okay, pardon me, if you have a. So now I'm, have up on the screen the proposed board goals for next year, annual goals. I will make a few comments about this. Again, this is aligned with the WASDA's school board standards framework. It is also, I made some changes to it to suggest to come into alignment with the new strategic plan. There were a couple of things we did. For example, we now have strategic objectives, the second from the right-hand column instead of goals, because the goals are what we had in the previous strategic plan. The indicators there are the now aligned with the new strategic plan. And I made just a few changes to the terminology in the goals, again, to focus more on the foundation that is built by the strategic plan. So basically, I believe it's a document that will highlight the obligations the board has as spelled out in the laws and standards. I have, we've shown some references to the strategic objectives and superintendent standards. I did that using draft versions of the superintendent standards, so we can adjust that.
And I see two things on here about community engagement, both in standard 1 and standard 5. And with the family community engagement session that happened at the admin retreat last week, was there thought put into where it would be appropriate for the board to engage in some of those activities? I mean, I do not like going just school-based, because sometimes I don't want to take away from what the principal's trying to do, and I don't know if I always add something, but the opportunities for our participation in community events, and maybe they're directed at us or appropriate for us to be there.
Yeah, I never have a problem with it, every time we against the work. I feel like the crews with my columns, and it would be great too if you guys, the Zoom, we do through Zoom, or you see what the teams are doing, my columns, you should just, it's pretty cool. It's fun.
And I think it's probably something too we can just keep in mind as we develop your annual agenda plan. And as we identify and carry out certain activities during the year, we could strive to keep in mind the board's desire to be involved in this.
Because I did a couple of the Let's Connect things just so I could listen, and just made it clear I was just there to listen, which was, I thought, helpful. They still were talking to whoever was leading it, Larry or whoever, but.
We're gonna have a Bill David cruise in April, right, Peter? Or is it maybe the board considering that in October?
Yeah, October.
I'm sorry, what was that? What's happening in October?
Dr. Sussman mentioned that we're gonna have Bill David cruise. We've got a learning improvement day in October, district, right? And that'd be a great opportunity for level to classified staff to really engage that 6 hours for the classified folks. But wanna take the opportunity to make sure that it's a system-wide day focused on
Well, I just so everybody else knows, I went last Wednesday just to listen to Bill David cruise for just an hour. Slip out of work, but I think it would be those times, and it was a nice time during the break to walk around, just talk to administrators, meet some new ones, so they knew who I was and what we're doing, and so yeah, if we could know those things, it's appropriate for us to attend as an observer, and maybe an opportunity to interact at a break or something. Because I definitely learned. Sorry to interrupt.
So I'm not sensing a need to change the language here, just to keep.
I was asking the how.
Pardon me?
I was asking the how.
Yes, yes.
So sometimes,
That's okay.
sometimes on some of our goals, we put numbers, but I don't know if any of these are numberable, like, attend so many of this, approve so many of this.
So we will when we do the report.
Okay.
So if you look on the annual goals report that we did, we'll give you information about how many qualitative and quantitative information about how you accomplish those goals. We don't have that yet here. We don't set like a goal of how many.
Well, I think one time we did, and but we don't control, because it was like we had to approve three curriculum adoptions. It was like, but we don't control when curriculum adoptions come to us, so how could we fail on something we don't control?
Right.
So, okay, so if we don't put you just tell the activities and show the breadth and depth of all of our work.
Yeah, and then, again, at the mid-year and end-of-year marks, we can certainly provide.
And we are responsible for all student outcomes too, so.
really a self-assessment. So, are there any other suggestions, input, feedback?
I still need a minute to absorb this whole thing.
Sure.
Is this advocate with legislators, is that imply local and national? Since Rick Larson seems to really want to engage with us and based on his roles back in DC, I think it is nice when he wants to have those conversations with
Yeah,
us,
yeah.
as well as us advocating with our local.
It is, and I speak to Rick a lot, but mostly we get his ledge assistant. I'm not sure call Andrew and I or call you or whoever we set it up, but Andrew and I went to the meeting at one time.
Yeah.
You mostly get the ledge assistant, I talked to Rick, just he asked about the ESSER funds. And stuff.
Yeah, that's what he called me about it too, and it was just sort of, and I know we got an email, Darlene, you got an email about meeting with us again. You sort of said after summer, but it is, it is a national, when it comes to CARE dollars, ed dollars, and as well as our local.
So I do have a question. As I look down the priority student outcomes, I'm looking at bullet 5, ensure students are prepared to succeed in college and career. And one of my personal goals is really to make sure
What are you
that
looking at?
I'm looking at our priority student outcomes on this page right here.
Oh,
and
oh.
aligning them to our goals.
Sorry.
That's okay. And I want to make sure that we're really moving the dial on our high school programs and internships and externships and things like that, and that we're really improving the numbers and the opportunities for our students. And I'm not sure where that lives in our goals.
Standard 4. And standard 3.
Yes. And I would say also standard 2, monitor implementation of strategic planning initiatives.
Okay.
But you're right, I mean, there's not a specific goal targeted at.
Yeah,
both high
I guess
school.
these are just more vague than I'm used to seeing.
Yeah.
I feel like we sometimes kind of dial in on a few more specifics.
Yes, and you certainly can do that. These are,
Can we do
again,
that?
these are goals you set for yourself.
Like we started with one of the priorities being ensuring third grade literacy. Is there any way we can really ramp that into a goal to see some really measurable changes and directional changes to increase third grade literacy, or would that be too deep in the weeds?
I guess what I would say is that these are intended to be strategic level goals. That's why, frankly, it says monitor implementation of strategic planning initiatives.
Or standard 4A, monitor student learning improvement progress.
Right. So those really give you a goal in this framework to monitor those areas.
And that's why we don't have to have 3 goals that are math, science, and
Right.
literacy. It's one goal that is all-inclusive of learning.
Yeah.
I have a question about standard 3B, it just caught me, the virtual, support and monitor growth in virtual teaching and learning. Are we trying to grow the virtual? Because don't we want kids back in the classroom while we have that virtual? I think if we're monitoring the virtual, I think I'd want to monitor the effectiveness of virtual, but not the growth of virtual.
I think it's being grouped in virtual. Like, so it's like the group of our virtual students, not the numbers of students, but how they're growing and as a student. That makes sense. I guess I took it,
I agree with Tracy. I'd just take out growth and say support and monitor virtual teaching and learning for students and staff.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, because if it's student, the growth is confusing. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
Did you
because I
took
took it
one
away.
away?
Yeah, I took it
I took another way.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to monitor, because really honestly, because it's.
Well, it's not even just the growth of students, it's sort of the evolution of the program
But-
too. Like
I
what
wanted
it looks
to-
like today and what it's gonna look like next year and.
But we sort of have, is it a known learning loss from the pandemic, or is it a perceived learning loss from
It's
the
known.
pandemic?
The studies
So-
are coming
But
out.
we have that new recovery plan that we're supposed to implement, so I think we have to monitor that recovery plans. So it's not just virtual, it's like, are our kids actually recovering their half year or whatever it is lost? I think that's more than the strategic plan. Does that go to 3?
So I guess my question would be, is it says support and monitor growth in virtual learning, teaching and learning for students and staff. So was that rewritten? And so last year, we intentionally had something similar to that because all of our students were in a remote instruction, we knew there would be learning loss. Now we are going into having students coming back, opening. So the question would be, is it support and monitor growth in teaching and learning for all students and staff, regardless of whether it's virtual or in person?
Yes, to answer part of your question, the way it's written right now, it was just a repeat of what was last year.
Yeah, so we did.
So suggestion might be is just to remove the word virtual, and then you would monitor both virtual environments as well as in-person environments. It wouldn't be called out. We called things out specifically last year because we didn't have kids.
But
in
actually,
person.
as a director, I'd like to know specifically the difference between in-person and virtual performance.
Yes, is the virtual growing? Is the virtual academy growing in leaps and bounds? Because
But I don't want to know if there's more people. I want to know how they're doing.
So
yes.
So I don't growth, I like the word growth.
You could actually add support and monitor growth in both virtual and in-person teaching and learning for students.
Student performance or student outcomes.
Because growth could mean the additional classes and additional courses in that academy, which might indicate more additional people.
I think we want to monitor student outcomes in virtual or in person, not.
And
we want to separate it out, right? Like, I want to see the. So I have a question just about language use, because I've already heard some anxiety from mostly high school students from loss and how we talk about learning loss and recovery, and it makes everyone anxious. And like when I lose my classes, that's my fault, right? Like I left them somewhere, I lost them. What just happened to our students wasn't their fault. Wasn't anybody's fault, and it all happened to everybody. So everybody's on the same page, right? Like in the sense of growth, and maybe some didn't grow, some grew less. But I feel like as a district, is there a way for us to potentially move away from that deficit language of loss, because our kids are taking it as like, I've got to hurry up and rush and get back to something. And I've told numerous parents, nobody ever asked how at what point did you master algebra, right? It's just once you get out of college and you're getting in a job, you're at where you need to be.
So we can be innovative and come up with a different terminology. What's happening nationally is we hear from everywhere in the country. Recovery dollars, learning loss, so that messaging is.
My drive here this morning, NPR had a half-hour piece on learning loss, and going through the data, the national data that has come out and shown that students are, anywhere to upwards to 7 months behind in literacy and math, and how districts are, it was such a timely piece as I was driving here today. But they used all that language, and I totally understand what you're saying. It's like, it is, it's like, this is a big negative thing. And actually, in some ways, it is a difficult, challenging, but how you frame it and position it, but it is a national conversation too. And they're gonna hear it on NPR as much.
But I think our district, because we're the caretakers, right? So NPR and CNN and everybody else, they can say whatever, but as a parent, I'm looking at my kid, knowing realistically with our time and financial constraints, they're not gonna make up 7 months. They're gonna go back to school right where they are, and they're gonna grow right as they should. But they're not gonna make up 7 months, right? Like and maybe the teachers, we have innovative ways to do things that are accelerating them, and that's awesome. But I don't want my kid or anything in our district to walk into a classroom feeling like I'm starting on September 9th and I've got to make up 7 months. Like that is, for me, it's soul crushing.
I think what we can do, and I have to say, we are here for you.
Exactly.
We're here for you. Now, I can't control what the physics teacher is gonna say or the math teacher will say. As a message as the district, right? We're gonna message it to our principals and I'll do a message to our teachers, but, you know, just like we talked about 2 weeks ago, in terms of kids first. Now, our message has to be, we are here for you. And whatever that means, right? Because the minute they walk on campus, it's gonna be a whole different year from where it was 2 years ago. They've been at it. I think what we have to do is continue messaging to the staff and everybody else. We are here for you. That's the first theme.
Well, I think, in my understanding of that recovery plan and, fall assessments is, where is this kid and who's behind standard and how do we wrap our arms figuratively around this kid? Not with the pressure of they have to get 7 months, but the reinforcement so that they can get as far as they can, as fast as they can. And as fast as they can.
It's a tricky narrative,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you why it's a tricky narrative, okay? I believe in assessing, but you can't jump into assessments right away and make that the theme. We're talking about recovery and assessment, because it's like this. It's like dieting, right? Let's use, dieting, okay? You can't give up everything right away. You can't go cold turkey. So when we talk about assessments, you can't just jump into assessments, nor can you pull assessments away. What we have to do first is, where are the kids at emotionally? Because we don't know that. None of us in this room, none of us out there know where the kids are emotionally. Kids were left alone. Parents maybe worked 2 jobs, maybe there was abuse involved. We don't know where the kids are at. So before we throw everything at them, we gotta evaluate where the kids are. Then we have to figure out how to measure the kids without using the word assessment. Right? How are you doing on the basal reader? Okay, where are you at? In every grade. Okay, that is going to be a daunting task. Okay, it's where autonomy hits the rubber, right? The teacher and the principal trying to figure that out. But I think what we have to do as a system, and we'll be the only system to do this, because like you said, recovery, we're on NPR. You're going to hear that every day from now until school starts, because that's where the country's going. But I think as a theme we say, we are here for you. And we talked about something at our retreat that you haven't heard yet today, is the total child. The total child. And that's the piece that we got to use, that narrative. When we talk to our community members, when we talk to people everywhere we go, we talk to coaches, we talk to teachers, the total child. How am I going to eat lunch this year? I'm worried. I'm wearing this. I'm 3rd grader. What do you mean I'm going to get back into math? Am I 4th grade or 3rd grade? I don't know where I am. I'm coming back to 4th grade. We don't know. So I think as a board, we unify. We hold the superintendent accountable for that. I hold staff accountable for that. I hold principals accountable for that. Teachers accountable for that. And not just, we are here for you. Okay? And we haven't had that narrative yet. Okay? So, I don't like to use recovery plan. I know the government calls it that. I don't like to use, you're behind when you come in the door. We're all behind when we walk through the door.
Well, another thing too is, we can't, we're not gonna hold back, a generation to the grade before, because everyone's gone through this. And so it's really a system approach of how do we do this work in a very just different environment than, these are not 4th graders coming in as typical 4th graders. These are 3rd graders coming in and sort of taking a look at, maybe making sure our teachers know the 3rd grade standards pretty well, because they might be teaching to those for a while. And it's a whole system of how do you do that collectively. And, I think if we really help families and students understand that we are all in this together. I mean, it is everybody, it's worldwide. That it's not, one student being singled out that they're 7 months behind. It's we, all experience this event together, and how do we move forward?
I'm with you. And just for a 1 second sidestep, I've got a great board. gonna call it Andrew. He always asks, how are you doing all year? Last year, he always asked me, how am I doing? Andrew likes to hold me accountable on where we're gonna measure, right? But when I think about Andrew, I'm looking at Andrew, I could say this to him, we have a relationship. What kid have we forgot about that's gonna be the most struggling kid in the system? Does anyone want to answer that today? What student is the most struggling kid? You can't say we're gonna measure this child's success. Anyone want to answer that real quick? What child, what grade? First grader, because they stood home last year in kinder. So how are you gonna, so I think what Ms. Mason is saying is, it's the wording that we do. We could hold literacy to a high number, but technically first, before we get there, we gotta find this total child. And I'll piggyback on you and the public to keep saying that word, the total child. Because there's gonna be people also in the public saying, my kid's behind and it's your fault. We're gonna have some groups saying that.
I think part of it was the rush too, because I'm thinking mostly for secondary, I think in some ways our elementary families are lucky because they're kind of in cohorts, right? So you've got a group with the same group all day, everybody's there measured. Our secondary kids are going class to class and getting different messaging about where you should be. And unfortunately, and we've seen this in the South End, that kids take it poorly and they put themselves up to these standards of where they should be. And if they come in day one getting any different message, there could be some severe mental health consequences. And so that's why we've seen that in completely normal years. We've seen the horrific situation when a tennis coach said something that was sort of negative, right? And how that child took it was not okay. And so I'm really concerned because that messaging about loss and about how much loss and how behind and how do we rush and get ahead if we're not super careful with our secondary students, we're gonna have a lot of mental health issues.
And just in closing, every school will be the South and every school in America. Just remember this, one bad teacher ruins trajectory of any child. One bad teacher ruins trajectory of any child. We have staff in our own staff that told me the truth. My kid had a bad 7th grade teacher. The kid was never the same. It's just that messaging. We have great teachers, let me just say that, but one bad teacher. So what we just have to do is have that messaging when it comes to autonomy. The principal's responsible for the building, the proprietor of the building. They're responsible, because I don't know what's said by every teacher in the classroom, but we're gonna get that message out, the total child.
Wonder, question about grade, at the stuff the bus, I asked every little kid what grade are you going into. I'd say 90% of them had to look at their parent.
Yeah.
And there were kids that you would, you're 3rd grade? No, honey, you're going to 4th grade now. 3rd grade, no, you're only, no, 4th grade. 4th grade, no, you're 5th grade. And so there are kids that typically would know their grade, but coming out of the pandemic, because they weren't in class for a whole year, they don't know their grade. And not all of them, some kids were very excited to be 1st graders.
Okay, so I'm gonna circle us back to school board goals here and any additional feedback.
Did you want to change?
What's that?
If I
Did
could,
you want to change 3B?
yeah, I was gonna ask if that's okay. Gorman, could you tell us what you think we heard from that discussion about 3B? What you think the final language is?
I don't. I heard take off road, then I heard take off virtual.
Okay.
Then I heard put in person and virtual. So I'm not sure where we would.
Let me try. I'll try to say what I heard anyway. And it kind of went back and forth, so please jump in. But how about this? Support and monitor virtual and in-person teaching and learning for students and staff.
I like that.
I like it.
Why not just teaching?
Because we want to see the.
Teaching and learning.
Because we want to see the difference. You mean, not the virtual and in person?
Yeah.
Because I think we asked the question, we want to see if, we want to make sure they're both succeeding. So we want to see.
That would be covered as teachers.
It would be. We just have to make sure that we get what we want to see.
Yeah. So Andrew, you're saying just support and monitor teaching and learning for students and staff?
Do we don't want to do the learning of the staff, or is it the teaching of the staff? Like, I guess we do professional. The teaching and learning for students, I wonder about that and staff.
It's the teaching of staff and learning for students.
Teaching by staff, but.
We could just do teaching and learning, period.
Yeah, yes.
if you really need some sort of.
This is like, that show where, you know, I can name that tune in 3 words.
I know, pretty soon
What is
down
the
to
goal?
teaching
How
and
many,
learning.
how many words can we cut out and still have a goal?
Yeah, support and monitor, support and monitor teaching and learning.
Name that
Support and
goal.
monitor teaching and learning. Okay, how's that? Good?
Good.
Okay, and so that is the only change that I heard for the goals, and I also didn't hear any changes to the report for last
So learning isn't crossed out, right?
year. It's going to say, support and monitor teaching and learning.
Okay.
Learn just underline position.
It looks like,
There's
well,
no grammatical error.
yeah, it looks like it's crossed out.
Yeah, we'll get it to be done. Okay, and so we do typically bring this to you at the August regular board meeting. So the plan
On the
is,
consent agenda?
yes, and it'll come to you at the next meeting.
It's Tuesday.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
5-minute break, Madam Chair.
Let me take a look at my schedule.
Hello.
We're on track again.
Yeah,
We're actually 5 minutes
so,
early, 4 minutes early.
so it's 1:51, let's come back at 2 o'clock and start superintendent goals. Because the reality is we never take 5-minute breaks. Even if we say we're going to.
I didn't. Okay.
I turned this off. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Where is she?
Okay, so our next item of business is the superintendent goals for the
Yes.
coming year. And as we go back to that little graphic that was shared with us about strategic plan and then alignment, probably helpful to keep our goals pulled up.
Okay. Ms. Darling, can you drive for me while I talk about the goals?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's all aligned to strategic plan, so my goals will be all aligned. Maybe some different wording, but we'll follow the Washington State standards of the superintendent's framework, so for everybody. So for standard one, this year is going to be theme B, aligns district procedures and practices with the vision. Does anybody see that there? Okay. And the goal is to get to distinguish, but remember, my goals are your goals and your goals are my goals, so I'm always willing to feedback when it comes to November and May. Then for standard two,
Well,
go ahead.
wait, don't we want to read the?
Oh, you want to read, sorry?
Yeah,
Okay.
so develops procedures and practices.
Are you on one or two? You on one?
I'm still on standard.
Okay, mission, vision, okay. Two now, or you reading one still?
So aligns district procedure and practices with the vision. Is that, I mean, is that the same as the strategic plan, or?
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
the vision's kind of
Right,
different,
but
but the vision is the plan.
is going to be the strategic plan. And I have to follow these frameworks too as well. So it all will align with my frameworks, plus developing this and really monitoring the strategic plan that we get it done. So that's a good one to use this year.
Right.
And then,
I know with the framework, it says vision and mission.
Yes.
But can we change? Is it room enough to say strategic plan? Because we have a new strategic plan?
Well, I can't change the standards here.
You can't
These are the
change it.
state frameworks.
Yeah, but the framework says for vision theme A.
Oh, the goals?
It says with,
Where are you looking?
Yeah, where are you? I'm on one.
I'm looking at the annual goals that you have, but I'm also looking at the framework. And the framework also says for theme A, builds commitment to the vision and mission.
This is
B.
My question is that can we wrap it all together, because the strategic plan is the mission and vision and goal? Because we have a new strategic plan in a sense, is it possible just to say that? Because the strategic plan is the mission, vision, and goal.
I have no problem doing A and B.
The strategic plan isn't the mission, vision, and goals. It's the mission and vision are separate. They're their own entities.
But yes, but the strategic plan is the mission, vision, and goal.
What are you feeling that's missing?
Oh, the mission, that we have the mission.
Because you just mentioned that when you said develop procedures and practice to ensure that the vision is systemic and routinely used, you said, are you saying to the strategic plan? And he said, yes. Well, if that's the case, let's just say strategic plan. One, because it is so brand new, the focus should be on what he's going to be measuring himself on.
But look at those sentences to the right, the aligns district procedures and practices with the vision. Oh, to the left, I'm sorry. Is the left what we can't change? The theme B aligns with district procedure and practices with the vision? And then the bullet is develops procedure and practices with the vision?
These are your goals for the superintendent, so the framework, I think, is a guideline that we use.
Oh, okay.
But I think in the theme B part comes off the framework, the goal on the right, I think is something that you can change that's the goal off of the framework, but if you want to mess with the wording on the right, I don't think there's anything stopping you doing that.
But I think
So we can-
your point, the vision, so the new strategic plan is informed by the vision. So you could say that develops procedures and practices to ensure that the vision is systematically and routinely used in accordance with strategic plan, or something like that, if you want to specifically use. So I think the point is here is we have to, the framework from the state, we have to directly address and say.
So it sounds like we're trying to find a way to develop wording around the strategic plan into the bullet on the right. On standard 1, theme B, just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine with it as is, that if you wanted to, I don't know why you couldn't change that vision.
Well, she just added just strategic plan there and aligned with the strategic plan, took out all the finance,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff, just.
Well, if nobody else wants it like that, that's fine. We could leave it like it is, I just,
Oh, no, she added strategic plan for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, strategic plan.
okay.
Yeah, she added it.
But could we still add that and the budgeting and strategic plan used and routinely used to guide decisions on curriculum, budgeting, and staffing? And I guess the only reason is because we don't have yet, because we don't have that anywhere else.
Like in accordance with the strategic plan.
Yeah, or
using
something.
the previous
Could you
plan.
just replace the word vision with the strategic plan?
Or something like that. I just want to keep in all that other stuff, because I don't think it's spelled out as well anywhere else.
It's fine by me, because I'm working with you all to get it done, so it's fine by me.
Because this standard isn't really about the strategic plan, it's about the mission, vision, and program.
Yeah.
So,
Which will.
which are all embodied within the strategic plan.
It's all embodied in, it encompasses everything. It isn't just one part of the strategic plan. Now that we have a brand new strategic plan, let's see how we can use that to shape our procedures and practices within the district. Systemically as well as routinely.
Yeah, well, maybe.
How do you sustain a climate? What does that look like in which members of the community can constructively discuss and examine their viewpoints? How would you do that?
So where are you?
That is number 2, standard 2.
That's standard 2? I haven't gone over standard 2 yet. I haven't even addressed standard 2.
We need to make sure we're okay on one before we move on.
So,
Okay, is everyone okay with number 1? I am. Okay, number 2.
Standard 2, increases district capacity to positively address culture tensions or conflicts.
And is that part of the framework,
You know, part of it is, well, it's embedded through the framework is our equity and cultural work.
I think my question was different. Is it part of the Washington standards-based superintendent framework that
Yes.
the language there?
Yes.
Okay. So all the ones down the left, just they're predetermined language.
Yes,
And then everything on the right, you and your team have developed.
yes.
Thank you.
And we're doing a great work with Build There and Improve, but we're going to continue doing our equity and cultural piece. There are conflicts we have in our system. We already addressed some hiring things already this summer, so I think that's a really good thing to look at. And it ties into our whole embedded strategic plan is cultural equity.
So you're just basically taking these goals, you're also going to distinguish that.
Yeah, I'm following.
And stick.
Yeah.
What's that from the stands?
So yeah, from the standard,
Yeah.
so
So-
distinguished is the.
And the goal is to get distinguished, yes. That's the end.
Okay.
My only question is the word sustains suggests that it's already been developed and is there and you're just trying to maintain it
Right,
versus we might have some work to do
To
to
do.
create it.
and that's why I say, how are you sustaining a climate? That's why I asked, what does that look like? Is that leading to, are we going to not improve the equity outlook?
Well, we could say improve,
More
so we
focus.
could take sustains out improve, because I think that's fine. We could say, continue to improve,
Or create.
or create, because we do have groups of individuals that, for whatever reason, weren't at the table. We don't want to give them the opportunity to be at the table in school centers, okay? So we've got to improve that. How do we improve that? How do we, apparently, you're going to see on Tuesday a very diverse workforce that you haven't seen in a lot of administrators, right? Now, how do we do that in our buildings? How do we do that in all the operations?
You mean in the administrative staff
You're gonna say
versus
Tuesday.
the teaching staff?
Yes, yes,
Teaching staff.
yes, we need to see more of the teaching staff, but,
But, you know, we may see a very diverse community, which is wonderful. How are we engaging their voices to ensure equitable
the
outcomes?
one thing that we're doing, and Mike mentioned to you today, are these groups that we're having, these leadership groups, and for involvement, leadership groups within the school centers of different voices and different cultural activities. The only barrier that we get once in a while is, is that another meeting I have to attend to? Sometimes you have to have a meeting to, I don't mean us, I mean in building centers, because that's how you get organic growth in the building. That's how you get, let's look at our grade chairs, are they diverse? Let's look at our practices of hiring. So the culture is changing. Sustains a nice word to have, and we could say to continue to improve it.
Would you be opposed to saying,
Yeah, sure.
build and nurtures a climate in which members of, or nurtures the growth of.
Well, what about improves and grows? Because I think as improves and grows, because I think you created it, at least since my time on the board and being in the district, it's, I don't know how else to say it, it's less racist now than when we got here. I mean, literally, because it was fairly overt when we got here, and I heard that not just from our own experiences, but from other families. And families are like, oh, I'm seeing leadership of color in the district offices, meaningful leadership positions. I'm seeing principals, I'm seeing like they're all of a sudden seeing people that look like them in leadership positions and being invited to the table to make decisions. And it hasn't filtered all the way down to our teaching staff, because that's a little bit harder nut to crack. But I feel like it's been that culture, that climate's been created, and now we do have to improve it and sustain it, just really, and just nurture it, like just make sure we keep growing. But when we got here, it was not that, like it had to get created. So I agree, like sustaining part, but it's been created, and hopefully we can just, sustain, nurture, and improve.
I will, whatever we have to do, I want to do that, so okay? I want to also have different leaders, be my points for HBCU universities, right? Like, not just HR goes recruitment comes back, whatever. I need to have 10, 12 people. Okay, you're gonna cover eastern Mississippi, you're gonna cover the western Mississippi, and how do we recruit a workforce that comes here and stays here? Okay, because if you bring 2 or 3 people of Hispanic culture, or African American culture, or Ukrainian culture, they don't have a community. You've got to bring more to have a community. So that's what we want to do. And then maybe, it's a vision that we have as a board, but how do we expand the community with them? So, this is our, listen, when I do this, since I've been here, this is our evaluation together, You're always going to hold me accountable, but we work together on this. This is how I like to do it. So, yeah, I'm willing to do whatever you want to word it. It works with fine by me.
So, what would you suggest?
I think that actually it's better this way, necessary, as mine was builds and nurtures the climate, but I think it proves it goes.
Or develops.
I like to build and nurture a climate in which members.
I like improves.
Because April's point, it's built.
It's already built.
I wanna honor the work that's been done in the last couple of years, and that's all I'm trying to do, is just be positive. Like, I think as a district, as a board, we are just a different district than we were like 3+ years ago when we got here. It literally is, it's changing, and kids see it, parents see it. It's not perfect, it needs to improve more, it needs to grow more, but I just wanna honor the work, and that's why I didn't want to like create, but it's not for us.
I appreciate that, because I think we have done a lot of work.
I think, yeah, and it should be, it's definitely.
So we're not at the sustains, because it's not there.
It needs to still improve.
It's not sustained, and that's one reason why, I asked the question.
Yeah, good question. Public education, you're improving every day. Doesn't matter, so, I'm with you 100%.
Are we all good with that one?
Yes.
Okay, 3.
Standard 3, promote values, beliefs, and behaviors that create an organizational culture devoted to student learning. And I want us to live it and breathe it. And we just have to live it and breathe it.
I would, on this one, change, I would suggest this creates and systems, not systems.
Sure. And I will ask you to help me with those messages that it's about student learning, because sometimes we get a bump in the road of what some adults like to do and not like to do. They're great, but we gotta continue to focus on the student learning.
The one that I never understand, and I'm going off on a tangent, but we go through a curriculum adoption, and I feel like our process is really robust. And we bring in all these teachers to evaluate, assess, provide feedback, and then we roll it out, and there's just invariably pushback. And it just, like Springboard, I heard nothing but negative things for Springboard for years. And I know with the new math adoption, teachers are feeling overwhelmed that it's one more thing they have to learn now. And it's like, the goal is
assistant principals to every elementary school. We didn't have that. So this is why we got the extra AP. This is why you got a math coach in the most challenging schools. So when we roll out things, we're at the table, and let's get the hard part out of the way first, and then let's do the easy part. And some things we have to do, but it's challenging. Just stay strong. That's all I can tell you. Just stay strong. But you know, I told the administrators 2 weeks ago, we have APs. You know, I know in Edmonds when they made the cuts, I'm using that as an example on the district, they had to cut the APs. And I said, Jeff, we can't cut the APs out of elementary school. Who's going to do the work? You know, so that's how you have to roll it out and highlight what we're doing. But so that's where I'm at with that one.
So this is 3.
4. What?
Now we're on 4.
Oh, 4. So E, the high expectations for ethical and professional behavior of district employees. We got to continue working on that piece, and we have a lot of ethics, but if a child's name is Susan and a staff or teacher calls them another name, that's not ethical behavior. If we have people not following the guidelines or doing overtime, it's not ethical behavior. We just gotta continue having ethical behavior because people are watching us, right? People are watching every move we make every day. And we have a really good system, but we wanna just make sure, and you measure that by what I use a dashboard with staff, I use a huddle with staff, and I hold the people that report to me highly accountable to let me know if there's any areas in the system.
Well, especially since we are growing in our cultural awareness and gender identity and all that stuff, you have to, I mean, people are going to make mistakes, but how do they recover from their mistakes? And how do they make sure that their mistakes, there's no malice. We take the malice out of something, out of a lot of our stuff. So that if, you know, I might say something wrong, but it wasn't on purpose.
You mentioned one of the things that causes us to focus in on this one with overtime and stuff like that. Have there been any other occurrences or challenges that would lead you to believe this is a concern?
Yeah, I'm monitoring it carefully, and it goes back to we said earlier this morning, every dollar is for the kids, and we just have to do a better job of safeguarding, and we're all responsible for that. And staff knows my expectations on those things, and where I stand on it.
And Tim, I think we've had some historical issues, so we have to prevent history from repeating itself.
So that's it.
Without saying anything I should say.
Yeah.
So, Ian, I
Yes.
just have a question.
Yes.
So, as far as the ethical issue, so help me understand, if you have a parent that, or a student, and they hear or they see a staff member, and like to Tracy's point, like the gender identity and things like that, and I guess, is there a reporting mechanism? And I guess I've heard a little bit of that about the misnaming or the dead naming.
Wait, I can't hear.
I'm sorry, I was just saying, I've heard a little bit about dead naming, you know, just that going on in virtual classrooms, but I'm not sure how to tackle that piece. But is there a way for a family to report and say, hey, we heard this, right? And not so much like an ethical, but you know, just because I think that's where the problem sits. The family just kind of sits with it, right? And they're just like, oh, what do I do with it? Do I call? Do I report?
Yeah, well, we need to do a better job encouraging our community to call the HR or the region.
So who do they call? Like, is there a number? Is there a person?
They would call our HR department, okay?
So the family would have to get the HR department?
Yeah, they have to
Well,
get.
there's a phone number in a lot of the schools if you see something, call this number.
But that's like, people think of that.
Yeah, that might be like a hotline to them, but like.
Yeah.
We
do, and on the website, they can also report it
Yeah,
via
there's.
the website, it's our safety hotline.
Yeah, safety,
So
yeah.
is that considered safety? Like, I guess, is it like I have a parent who did call the safety hotline because they saw some stuff online. It was a pure safety thing, right? X was gonna happen at school. This is more like my kid got dead named. They keep referring to the apartment kids. That happens a lot at a couple of our schools. Just somewhere where they can, I don't know that a parent would trigger and think of that as safety, but just wanting the district to know that there's behavior going on that they would like to see at least addressed, right? Like not anybody getting fired, but like let's address it.
You know, the first step would be to the principal, and then to the
So
regional.
the principal.
That's the key, yeah. And then our regional.
First one would be the teacher, right? So
Well, first would be-
teacher's deadline, you should be-
Right, the
You should talk to the
teacher,
teacher, yeah.
right, the
and then-
teacher, and then to administration.
Yeah, not being a person of color that this ever happened to me before, if the teacher did that to my child, if I went to the teacher, would I know that anything would change, or would I want to?
Okay, I wouldn't go to the teacher.
So I wouldn't go to the teacher,
There's no way.
I'd want to go to the principal, but then even the principal, I'm not quite sure, I wouldn't know how protective they were of that teacher. I think I'd want to go to something that went a little higher.
Well, they are, you know, technically the principal's the highest person to them, right? They are the highest in that building, right?
Yeah.
And then if we hear, well, I've gone to the principal 7 times, then we get to the regional, the deputy, and the superintendent, right? If we find out there's a pattern of ignoring, but usually we hear it, we do investigations, and then we have a check-in with HR every Monday, like everything that's going on in the system.
So I think that is a good process, but I think to Tracy's point, playing it out, because as parents, right, we just want our kid to get through and unscathed. And so if I'm looking at a situation, I would never go to the teacher. I just wouldn't, because they're gonna penalize my student. And quite frankly, and I think we've seen this in a lot of our schools, you know, the principals have a long time there, and there's a reason why those teachers, there's nothing new under the sun. Like, there is no situation that somebody goes, oh my gosh, that never happened. They go, oh yeah, you gotta be careful with that one. Like, that's literally, like, there's never, and so that's where I'm wondering if there's like a third rail that we could kind of say, hey, parents, families, if you don't feel comfortable using this process, which is a good process if it works, is there somewhere else they can?
And I think we have the regional numbers on the webpage too.
Well, so on the webpage, you
So
have
they
a
would-
button that says report assistance.
Okay.
And if you go there, you can then do any kind of report. You can report a safety concern, substance abuse, harassment.
Okay, so that would be.
You can do it, you can leave your name, your contact info, or you can just leave it anonymously.
Okay. And so maybe highlight.
So I think that's new, right?
It is-
Because
it's
Kathy
I
was
didn't know.
working on
new-
that.
The new website.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we need to highlight that, because and that's
Promote that.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you told me, because I will definitely send people there, because I think it's just those weird things where it's like, they want to say something, but they also don't want their kid to not pass.
Well, and I think there's, I just imagine, because I've heard stories, not often, but a fear of retaliation. That if I say something, then it's gonna get back to that teacher, that, you know, and so, and I just, I can't say examples, but I do know that one time I had a question for my daughter, and I went to a friend who was a teacher, who was like, Tracy, you really need to talk to the teacher, and all the teacher did was throw the district under the bus, so it did nothing. So I went to the superintendent, who moved the teacher,
Uh-huh.
because it wasn't my problem, it was
I'm here for you. Come to me.
I'm not taking
No,
responsibility for
that's
that.
not true. So that's where we're at for that one, on 4.
Any changes to 4
I haven't seen it.
on 5?
So 5, develop system strategies for using professional development to improve student learning. That's key, you know. I think we have to have some demo schools, we talk about going on stuff, but we have to always assist our teachers, we have great teachers, always assist our administrators. How do we get professional development, okay? I get professional development every month. I'm in a group called, you know, other soups, right? And they go over a lot of things for soups every month. I get it from the national organization, then I get it from Larry Francois. How do we get PD for our teachers and our administrators on an ongoing basis? And staff will tell you, I don't like sit and get. That's not professional development. It's got to be, you sit and try things, see if it's working, and then we should have in each school model classrooms that we don't have yet. That's what I'll be working on. So I'm not, you know, okay, if I was a teacher that's not strong in literacy, but I'm really strong in math, I need to go learn and watch another teacher do literacy that's really good, so I can figure it out. 'Cause you're gonna tell me things and theory doesn't work for me. I gotta see it in action. So we're gonna have to revamp our PD department. We've never had a major reorg here. Just to share that with you, I've tweaked a few positions, but we've never sat through a major reorg. Most of it's coming to a reorg. And maybe we do have to look at a PD department with PD assistant superintendent funding's right, when it's right, you know? We're not there yet, but where do you get that PD from high school all the way down to kindergarten? Okay? We're working right now with Chai Kim on professional development on how you roll out social emotional learning. Chai Kim was in Seattle, was now in Chicago, worked at Harvard. I know her well. How do you roll it out? Because I can read every book, you can read every book, doesn't mean, how do you roll it out? So that's what we're working on right now. We talked about what we did with the principals and APs. We had a lot of fun, we had a lot of PD. There was PD built into that component. There was not going to be, we're going to show slides all 5 days. It wasn't going to work anymore. So we're not there yet. We're starting to do it. So it's a good goal to have, because if you don't have PD, you won't accomplish 2 of those things out of 14.
And like this is so this goal is about evaluating the professional development activities systematically, collaboratively. But one of my things that I think is a question of what we've had for a long time is the effectiveness of the PD, which is what you're sort of alluding to. It's somebody sits through some PD, did they actually make change? And what kind of change happened, especially when it comes to student outcomes?
So one thing that I started doing before COVID, I would ask the principals, when do your teachers come in the morning? I'll give you an example, okay? Lowell Elementary does coffee in the morning, so you get all the teachers in there. And I started asking them questions. What can we help you with? What's the professional development help you with? So we're gonna get back to that. It's not called a listening tour, but we've got to ask our teachers and our principals. They have a separate PD. They have their own training. We have to ask our teachers, what can we help you with so you can execute in the classroom? It's not about me giving pens and paper. What PD do you really need? And don't be afraid to say it, okay? That's the piece. It's got to be a safe zone. I don't know literacy, Dr. Saltzman, and okay, we got to get you paired up with someone that knows how to teach literacy. We don't do any differentiated instruction. I don't see any differentiated instruction in the system. That's not a fault of anybody. That is because we haven't trained people to do it. We haven't educated, meaning that you have 25 elementary kids in a class. Here's a group here, here's a group here, because all learners are not the same. You cannot teach a large group everywhere. But you can't fault the teacher. We haven't had that training. We don't have model classrooms to go to. So we're going to do that. We're going to reevaluate how we do it. Because our regionals, they're wonderful, but they're not the PD agents. They go, they do a lot of, they're not the PD agents to do PD. It's not their work. We just have to get that going and really reevaluate that. And when we get there, you'll know it. That does not take a year or 2, by the way. It takes time. Because then things will flow. Like, oh my God, I love performance matters. Why do you love a program? You love it because you know it. It's easy. You can model it for 20 other friends. I think that's the greatest tool. But if I don't know it, I don't have training, it's another thing the district gave me. I was one of those teachers, trust me. If I didn't like it, I wasn't doing it. I wasn't doing it. So that's where I would, that's a home run for all of us to work on. Okay? And that's the questions we can ask our staff at board meetings and board workshops. What PD? How do we do PD? How do we do PD? We're doing this one. Here's the research. That's not PD research. PD is it's building with your hands. It's teaching how to teach. So I'm very passionate on that, as you can see. Okay, on 6, engaging the families. So I will tell you, we're doing so much better engaging our families. I don't know if we'll ever have enough in public education to engage every family. I don't think you'll ever get that home run to 1,000%. But we have all these things happening. We brought in Mike Collins, who's a national expert. So it's developing that two-way communication strategies to reach families and other individuals, agencies, and groups in the community. it has to be a two-way strategy. So if you look at distinguished, okay, and we could change that word, but I want you to really look at the powers-effective network of families and other individuals, agency groups in the community to maintain regular two-way communication. So we're out there in the community. We do a really good job getting out there. We got a lot to do now because we didn't do it last year. But that two-way network has to be, how can we help your kids? How do we develop this two-way communication where, there are students here that are going to be plumbers and electricians, and they'll make a lot more money than me. And how do we get with the craftsmen in our community to do mentoring for them? That's two-way communication. How do we get with the library to have you remember when we were kids called WIF, where buses came to your schools with books? Do you remember that? Okay, reading is fun. Was it where buses come to our schools?
Reading is fundamental.
Yeah, reading is fundamental. Whatever was WIF back then in 1971. Right, so let's take a Madison Elementary, let's just pick Madison for example, okay? Why can't the library come on Monday and Wednesday and give everybody a book? Everybody a book. Here's your book. Everybody gets a book, okay? And if they lose it, it's okay, we have books. Every child, we talk about literacy, every kid should be having books in their hands. Two-way communication with our families and community. What can our community do for us? And what we can do for our community, we have a great community, but I'm gonna ask them more of what can you do for us? Like, the Rotary gives scholarships, it's so special they give the scholarships. But the library, every community have, what we can do to help. And then we need math manipulatives. We need math manipulatives in our schools. So maybe we get with bowling and get some things. So I think we need to do that a little better and tighter, and I think that's going to be one of the goals of staff. Okay. So 7, are you okay now? The 6? Okay. 7, family manages fiscal resources in a board priority instructional improvement. So you guys, it's funny, I did this before we met today, but the money has to be aligned to the classroom instruction. Every presentation should have, every financial presentation that you're gonna ask staff and me, it's gotta get away from the same presentations.
Yes.
How does this money align to the kids? And then I'm gonna ask you something to ponder, okay? We have ESSER funds, right? And you know exactly how much money we've spent on ESSER funds, every one of them.
I don't know. Thanks for that presumption, but no.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it together. So the public knows exactly where every dollar went to, and where did it end up in the classroom, and where did it go to the virtual. And you as a board did something amazing. You built a virtual academy. Okay, you built a virtual academy. That as it now is a 276. They're getting higher. But that money's tied to the ESSER. How did you fund the teacher, the principal, and the regional for that job? How did you fund that? You funded through ESSER funds. So I'm gonna ask for, I don't keep the ledger in my house. Robin Saltzman keeps the ledger. I want the ledger like I have in my house. This is what's coming in for ESSER. This is what's coming out for ESSER. You should have that every month. That's on staff to make sure they provide it for it. Not $2 million, this is what we got. You need to know $100,000, $27, whatever we want. Okay, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that better because that is what, first of all, I know I'm doing videotape, I'm okay with that, but it's this. That is my moral duty to the public and the duty to my board to make sure that our public understands where the dollars coming in and coming out and where the kids benefit from it. So,
I appreciate that focus, I really do, because it would be a change and it would be something that perhaps will be more understandable. And we can see how it truly focuses on improving our student outcome.
Yes, and I have an outstanding cabinet, I have an outstanding executive cabinet, they're great people. And what I share with them is this, on my list, there's no surprises on the video, is I'm in year 3 now. I know what we do. And what we've always done is not the answer I want to hear. We've got to do something better, and we're part of making it better. So that is a big piece that's bothering me, that, you know, I have to know where these dollars are going for the kids, because that's what I work for.
And I think too, we've got the presentations before, but I think it's not a bad idea to reinforce to the community all the time the unmet need when it comes to special ed. I mean, the legislature tried hard this past year to fill the gap, but the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars that we still don't get reimbursed, that has to come out of other funds because the federal government is not meeting their need, because the state can't meet the, you know, it's a federal mandate that they're not paying. But I think that just those, you know, that we are serving this volume of kids at this expense that is not fully funded as general ed.
Well, we're going to tell us straight, yes.
Yeah.
We have to tell us straight. And then for 8, providing the board with timely information, that would do well, but we're going to continue doing that better too.
Sounds like we're gonna maybe make some changes
Yep.
on timing.
Yeah, we're going to make some changes on that. We heard Pete Gorman's thing today that he was very successful with. But, you know, you've done a really good job allowing me to let you know prior. I'll never give you surprises, ever. I'll miss 1 or 2 things, but you won't be surprised. But we're just going to continue doing that. And then when you get the timely information, so does the public, and it helps. Because just in closing on this, because this is it for today, is I have a good board. I like working with my board. I want to continue working with my board, get things done that way, get things done for the kids. So I can make the system better, make the board better, the board makes me better, it all flows well. And I feel really good coming into this year. The staff feels really good coming this year. We're going to have bumps and bruises, just be prepared. There'll be cases and there'll be some issues, but we're in a good spot. And what you accomplished, some people don't know. And we have to tell our story. You have one of the best strategic plans. I think I shared it with Darlene, but in one of the groups that I'm in, the Secretary of Education has our strategic plan. The Secretary of Education, the United States of America, has our strategic plan. Not because of me, not because this was in every plan. Because if we follow this plan for 5 years, we're going to accomplish 5 great things. We're not accomplish 50 great things, but we're going to accomplish 5 great things that you can keep as your legacy in Everett and everywhere else in the country. So I'm blessed to work with you every day. I love coming to work every day. I love coming to work every day. I've never had a day when I love coming to work. I love coming to work every day. And it wore on me last year. I went beyond, it just wore me down, but I didn't show it. I could not show it. So we're going to have a great year. And I will keep you updated with the governor. You might know some things too with the governor. We meet tomorrow. I'm sorry, Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Our group of superintendents that we get a report out from the governor, Chris Rydell. That's at 3, so it's 2. And the update, just in closing right now, is that we'll mask it up. And every school district needs to have a vaccine clinic. And that's another thing. We have a vaccine clinic before everybody else, and nobody knows it.
How can I promote it? I'm actually volunteering on Saturday.
Doing everything I can. So I just want you to stay healthy, and it's a pleasure serving with you every day. And tomorrow we go to round 2. So I'll turn over to Madam Chair.
I think you summarized it pretty well.
Madam Chair.
Do any other directors have any comments or?
It's nice to sit around the table together.
I know.
I know.
Nice to be in person. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of going into my sleepy dip in the afternoon here. That's my 3 o'clock low. So, time for a little break.
I just read an article that says napping's healthy.
Adjourning the meeting?
Are we off the video? I guess we need to adjourn. Or we're on recess.
So we are going to recess until tomorrow morning, 8:30. There will be breakfast again. So we will, to your point, you can show up at 8:25 because I think there was a little excitement to get going this morning and Ian started talking and we all just settled down, but there was supposed to be a little bit more of a break, but tomorrow we will take a few minutes to eat and settle in and then get rolling again. So thank you everyone for your participation today and great feedback. I feel like we really had some really good conversation to move us forward.
We can just leave everything here.
Are we leaving everything here?
You can leave whatever you want.
Yeah, just,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. We are recessed.
All right.